to join Kenya Institute for Public Policy, Research and Analysis, KIPRA, as Principal Policy Analyst on the coffee subsector reforms with a mandate to conduct a rigorous coffee value chain analysis. Upon successful completion of the task force report and its submission to the President honored Professor Kiaya with a presidential medal, namely the Elder Opening Spear, for his outstanding work. Thereafter, the President reappointed him to his current position as the chairman of the coffee subsector reforms implementation standing committee to coordinate, oversee, and monitor the progress of implementation process of the coffee reforms under the Executive Office of the President. That is the profile of Professor Kiaya, who this morning will take us through the reform agenda and give us a few tips on how countries in Africa can go about reforming their coffee subsectors for better performance and for greater contribution to our GDPs. So, Prof, you're welcome. Take the stage and take us through the presentation. Thank you. The presentation, please. How do you push it on? This one is red. Oh, this way. Just try. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to join with you today to give you a perspective on what Kenya has been doing. But before I do that, let me again join everybody in welcoming all the delegates. This is an historical event indeed, and I'm hoping that Yako will be able to carry this through. It is an event that gives us an opportunity as Africans to regroup and start deliberating on some of the critical issue that is facing us. I'll try to be very brief because of the time, but very quickly, there are some serious facts that we need to understand to be able to understand, the inherent problem that has been perpetually affecting coffee globally. There's a long gestation period. The coffee tree takes about 3 years before they mature. There is also a long producing life. I think the 28 years, I think, is a typo. What I meant is usually take almost a year between the harvesting and processing. Then we all know that coffee is grown in the south, but is consumed in the north. So, in a nutshell, the coffee problem is about coffee price instability. It's as simple as that. And these two factors, what make coffee to be volatile is that you can never have a long time equilibrium of prices. Because again, of these three factors, it is very, very difficult for coffee to respond to the demand as well as the supply. So in other words, it is what you call price elasticity that actually create this volatility. think there's one thing I can see here. Okay, before I come to the African perspective, there are some initiatives that have been done globally to deal with this coffee problem. We all know in 1963, we had the Coffee International Agreement, which imposed what you call the export quotas. And the export quota was basically tried to minimize the problems that price volatility affect to producers. So this export quota, we all know, became the basis of the International Coffee Agreement, 1962, I think also 1976, as well as 1983. Until 1989, when these coffee export quotas collapsed. Obviously, this was driven by geopolitical arrangement. The consuming countries, in particular the United States, was very much concerned. They didn't want to have instability in South America where coffee was being grown, and that's why they were supporting the export quota. Then after liberation in 1989, this export quota was removed, and that's where the coffee problem started. That's when the production of coffee dipped in Africa, in particular also in Kenya. What we are doing now, in Africa, we are contributing, I think sometime back in 1980s, we used to do, I think it was maybe around 20% of world production. Right now, we are hitting about 11%. So, and again, and it seems to me that that declining is, unless we do something about it, it is taking this down onto jet. Now, in the African case, and I think this Dr. Dugna likely covered, we have what you call both comparative and competitive advantage in coffee production. But sadly, this coffee production is on a decline. And to me, and I think this is why maybe this summit is here, this is something that is inexcusable for all of us as Africans. The FOB prices, as you can see for Africa, we get between 50 and 70%. That's what goes to farmers. If you compare to Brazil and Vietnam, they're usually overnight. And again, these statistics were given by Dr. Atuguna. There is a study that was done by African Development Bank, which seems to suggest the reason why this declining of production has been taking place. It is being driven by two forces, one on the demand side, and the other one is on the supply side. And what this study demonstrated is that most of our declining of this production is coming from our internal inefficiency. I think it's very important for all of us, and I will show you in the Kenyan case, and as Africans. Understand that our share contribution to the global coffee production is very small. We have very little influence in terms of how these prices are set. What we can do, though, and what is within our ability, is to deal with domestic inefficiency by making sure that our input markets are efficient. The marketing our coffee is done in such a way that we're able to reduce our cost, as well as trading and also processing. Now, in the Kenyan case, what happened is, for us, coffee problem is a paradox. we have globally, our coffee is fetching high prices, and actually even a premium. But then again, our production has been going down. In the 1990s, we used to do 130 metric tons. Right now, we are doing around 40,000 metric tons. And this is what actually triggered the president to really, there was an outcry. Obviously, most of the coffee farmers who are not been getting, better share of these premium prices, climbed to the president to do something about it. And that's the reason why my committee was formed, to basically try to understand what is actually the root cause of this paradox. So what we found was a combination of market failure. Our input market was not efficient. The processing, the cost of processing of coffee was very, very high. There was also the principal agent problem within our cooperative societies, which are the vehicles that unite the farmers, where the cooperative systems, the farmer who owns the coffee could not be able to credibly hold the cooperative officials to account. Then more importantly, there was a lot of illicit trading, a symbiotic relationship between the key players along the value chain that created what we call a monopsonic problem, which I'll be explaining a little bit later. Why intervention? Again, for us, and I think for African countries, coffee is a strategic commodity, and also it is an anchor to the rural development. So those key factors become necessary, and also again, it's also a major foreign currency earner. So with that, we recommended about 8 pillars of the recommendations. The first one was the legal reforms. And basically what the key objective of this reform is to ensure that the coffee, the property rights of coffee were vested to the farmer. What we have been doing the past reforms, our reforms were top-down, where we reformed on the top end, particularly the marketing aspect. We opened up that market to foreign competition, and basically what happened was that the market aspect became dominated by the multinational. And similarly also, the milling part. But these reforms was basically the fundamental question actually that informed the analysis was what I thought, the question that I asked, which I thought was a very innocent question, it turned to be a very revolutionary issue. I remember, and my good friend Paul is here, who served in my committee, asking on the first meeting, who owns this coffee? I thought for me was a very simple answer, that this coffee belonged to the farmer, but I realized the way it was being interpreted was completely different. So for that reason, the legal reform becomes the bedrock of other reforms that I think we have been recommended. I can happy to report to you that we have done this. Right now, there are 2 pieces of regulations which actually has embedded this. And that's the reason why, I'm sure some of you who stayed the coffee from the unions, was based again that the new legal framework is allowing the cooperative system who have integrated vertically, meaning that they can process their coffee and they can mill their coffee. They can be able now to sell their coffee directly. And I'll give you a case in point as we move on. Then we also proposed a coffee subsidy program. This again was predicated on the assumption that the input markets are very inefficient and the government needed to support the farmers to a point where at least they're able to break even. And right now there is a project, it's a 1.4 billion project funded by the World Bank that I think that is being implemented. The other pillar is that we had also advised the government to create a cherry revolving fund. The objective of this fund was to mitigate the cash flow problem that the farmers experiences. Normally, it should take about, it used to take about 6 to 8 months before the farmers are paid. And obviously, these farmers have personal need, school fees, health issues. So we recommend the government to set up that revolving fund, which the president was very generous to allocate 3 billion cherry fund, which I think has been ongoing and it's been done. On the marketing side, we had recommended the modernization of the Nairobi Coffee Exchange. This is the trading platform where coffee is sold. And again, the whole purpose was to enhance transparency and to ensure an efficient price discovery was done. NC has been upgraded in terms of the current use of the current software, but that process in terms of becoming a full-fledged coffee exchange is on process. Then the fifth pillar was the support of youth participation as well as domestic consumption. Well, this was again, and it was mentioned here by either Dr. Opoyo yesterday. The whole reason for doing this was to strengthen the intergenerational linkages. The average of the coffee farmer is about 60 years of age. And so, sustainability of coffee for us, the youth has to be part of the process. And I'm happy to report to you, you saw the presentation that was given by Degwa yesterday, the software engineer. Actually, really support this proposition that is for us, and if the coffee have any future, we have to include the youth. Obviously, as again Dr. Opoyo rightly said yesterday, there is a new cafe that are starting up, and I'm assuming that probably should point to that direction of increased domestic consumption. Then there was also, we also recommend the institutional support. Right? These are the institutions that deal with coffee, and particularly the Coffee Research Institute. I think we had the first, yesterday, Dr. Gishuru, who is the CEO of Coffee Research Institute, making a presentation. Obviously, we have recommended the support from the government, and they have been given some minimum support, and we are hoping that maybe the government can do more. Then also, the marketing of the Kenyan coffee. This is big. Like I said, and I always like to put it more succinctly, the Kenyan coffee is like we're producing Mercedes, but we are marketing as a tuk-tuk. We don't market our coffee the way it's supposed to. Partly it's because we are facing a problem that is what you call monopsony problem. Monopsony is just the opposite of monopoly. So monopoly is when you have a single seller. Monopsony is when you have a single buyer. our coffee usually bought by 2 people. 8% of our coffee is usually bought by 2 people. So that monopolistic problem is something that I think we need to address. And what we have really done is to start expanding this market. And that's the reason why the direct sales that you hear people talking about in South Korea is one element to be able to open up this market, also including domestic consumption. Then also finally, we had recommended in order to sort out the governance issue within cooperative, to have an audit of this cooperative, and this work is still in progress. Now, what are the preliminary impact of these reforms? There is a general increase in coffee prices. I know these have been attributed by maybe the coffee frost in Brazil, but I think I can also tell you that what we have seen is a general increase of payout to the farmer across board, or in the whole country. I think I can see maybe the jury is still out, but I think it's very, very important to draw some kind of a correlation between these reforms and what is happening to the farmers. There is also empowerment of the coffee farmer. Like I said, the cooperative unions which have integrated vertically, they are empowered now to sell their coffee directly. A case in point is the direct sales that was done by Cape Kerian District Cooperative Union, who exported about 134 metric tons to South Korea. It's got them almost $1 million, which has gone to benefit almost about 9,582 farmers in Kericho and Bomet County. There is also an alignment between as a result of this new legal framework, alignment between the interests of the farmer and the private sector, which have been working very, very well. And again, this is the reason why the core bank has been supporting the cooperative, coffee cooperative unions. There is also a heightened awareness by the farmer of their property rights, and also the enhanced transparency. I was shocked, and then some of you who have been following this very closely, all the payouts that were being paid by the cooperative union were made public available, which again is something never happened before. Then also digitization. There's an uptake of digitization, and this is again, I'm happy that Paul Kukubu is here. Will be discussing about this. He's a guru on the digitization in this country. But we put it as a legal requirement. All cooperative societies have to be, digitized. And again, this is again as a result of this legal framework. What is our takeaway? The first thing that we need to ask ourselves. Let me also give you a little bit of an example. Before I came to back here, I was in the US teaching at Penn State University. Then I came here, joined KIPRA, which is a government think that advises the government on policy matters. Before, again, I was appointed by the president to do what I'm doing. But what have really shocked me, and I'm happy to confess to you, is that we are very good in policy formulation. And this, I think, is a lesson that I think all us Africans, particularly the policymakers, you need to pay this, give this attention. But little did I knew that policy implementation, which is the most important thing, we don't give any thought about it. And the lesson that I'm learned of what I'm doing now, because basically I'm implementing policies, it's a different ballgame. I said yesterday, policy implementation in developed world is a parameter. For us here, it's a variable. It matters who are the leaders and who is pushing some of this agenda. So as Africans, as we start about thinking policies, which I think are very, very important. Policy is important. It matters in all development issues. But in our case, it is a variable. It's not a parameter. We don't have key institutions to get it done. So the reason for us having this summit is to really making sure that we get this political goodwill and these policies, which I think are very important, can be implemented. So as we deliberate and as we think, it is very, very important. And I like, I've interacted with the SG, and I think really understand this concept very, very clearly, that we need to get political goodwill to get some of these things done. Now, the other thing is also domestic consumption. In fact, if I can say, related what President Clinton said in his campaign some time back, he was saying that economy is stupid. For me, domestic is stupid. We have to work on domestic consumption. Why? It is the only way we can try to sort out this price instability and volatility. Dr. Adugna clearly stated yesterday that the prices domestically, they really change much. Okay? So if you are guaranteed domestic consumption, at least the farmers there are guaranteed a certain level of income. Now, what I think, and again, this is something I think maybe subject to deliberation. The coffee, and particularly in Kenya case, was supposed to be grown here and consumed elsewhere. Price changes has more impact on producing countries than the consuming countries. So for us, if we need to take charge and take control, we have to really create a demand of our own demand. Otherwise, the way the game is played internationally is that, and again, even International Coffee Organization, which I think has been doing a reasonable job, but the difficulty that the ICU has been having is to really, how do you balance these two antithetical interests? Because there's an organization that supports the producing countries as well as the consuming countries. These two groups have two antithetical interests. The producer wants high prices. The consumer wants low prices. Obviously, the way things have been going, the consuming countries has a better deal, because with low prices they're able to get a better return for their money. So again, SG, I'm happy that Yako has really embraced this issue, but I think, in my opinion, it is a sure way again of trying to protect our farmer from this capricious movement from global prices. So, and again, this summit is a beginning of us having this conversation in terms of how each one of us can be able to address domestic consumption. Then again, with that, there's also the interregional trade, and there's a framework to do this. If we remove all the tariffs, we can be able to trade among ourselves. Again, that also reduces the cost of production, and there's no reason why we cannot sell our coffee. South Africa consume all our, can buy all the Kenyan coffee. And I'm not saying that we don't care about our brothers on the north, but I'm saying let's open up and people compete. If they get a fair deal, whoever pays the most is one going to get the product. But if you don't open up, then we'll be at the mercy of the buyer. Then the other thing is also dealing with this monopolistic problem. Most of our coffee is bought by very, very few people. You know, and I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but I'm saying is that monopoly as well as monopolies are not good. They're not good for establishing better prices. So what we do as a country is create policies where we can now start opening up this market. And if again increase domestic consumption as well as inter-regional trade, we can be able to sort out this issue to some extent, in my opinion. Then the other thing is commitment to empower Yako. What is happening now, I'm sure you're aware, the international organization who is supposed to win the coffee has been going through some challenges. And this challenge again is embedded on this fundamental problem of trying to balance the interests of producer as well as the consumer. When we have a powerful Yako, we'll be able again to strengthen our bargaining power. I have attended some of this meeting in London, and what I find it very distressing and actually, made me a little bit very unhappy. I remember, I think, the meeting I attended was the ICU was trying to hire a new CEO, but nobody cared about what African says. The reason being, we go separately. There's Uganda there, Kenya is there, Tanzania is there, right? And the international, players understand when you go, to some of this, it's about your own interest. So my hope, SG, is that we can be able at one point, when you have this summit, we can have a position that we can take when you go to this meeting. I'm proposing, SG, that we can hold this meeting early beginning of the year, look at the calendar of the meeting that on coffee, and we can take a stand. If you go to ICO, this is what Africans need to do. Okay? And then we don't need, everybody doesn't need to go. We can, SG can go and present us. That's what European Union does. They have one representative in their meeting. And so that you should give them a lot of crowd. The other important issue that I think why Yako is very, very, very important. Climate change. This has been the discussion. I know my good friend engineer rightly stated that the EU has given us a threat that if you keep on cutting trees, they will not buy your coffee. The fundamental question you ask yourself, who are the major causes of these global challenges or negative externalities? It is not us. But the sad thing is that the coffee farmers in Africa literally pays for these climate change. Ideally, we're supposed to share a little bit part of the producer, and the consumer who is consuming this coffee also need to have a share of that cost. But the way the whole thing is done, there's no framework where we can negotiate. So we can come and talk about this climate change all the time. We have very little, there's nothing much we can do about it. But again, for me, having a strong Yako, you can go and make a case. So, in my opinion, and I think for me, SG, this summit is very, very important. Because for the first time, I like what I think my president said, that this trumpet of Pan-Africanism, summoning the current generation to rise up, and we have been talking about this issue for the last 6 years. And we need to do something about it. We cannot come here, discuss, talk, and walk away. And for me, talk is very cheap. But as Africans, as leaders, we need to step up and find a way on how we can be able to protect our interests. And I think for me, a framework is to have a very, very strong ICU. This is a very personal issue to me, and I've lived the other side. I've seen how things are done. But I can tell you, until we get ourselves organized, coffee still remains the most, the statistics are very, very clear. It is the second most traded commodity in the world. It is the second most popular beverage after water, and the demand is going up. So the future is very, very good. But this future has to be predicated on us really thinking on how things are done. We are very, very happy because, again, this new digitization age, we have so much information that we never have to have. So we take coffee, jealously guard it, and make sure that we create options. We can choose to consume it here, choose to send it to South Africa, or send it in Europe. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof, for that presentation. A proud Prof again. Thanks, Professor, for that in-depth presentation. Now we wish to open up the floor for any comments, any clarifications which Prof can respond to, so that we can close the session. So, Prof, any comments from the floor, questions on the presentation by Professor? Please get the microphones to the panelists, the delegates. Here, please. Nice.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. As you had mentioned, the youth and getting them into coffee and into agriculture. As 2 points combined with that, how would you incentivize the young people who are coming into land and who are inheriting these farms to not only stop cutting down their coffee to do other cash crops or real estate, but also to increase the kind of the amount of coffee they grow? Yes, thank you.
We need to take about 5 questions before Prof responds. The next question is the extreme right-hand side.
My name is Jane Dongo. I'm the acting managing trustee, Kenya Commodities Fund. I work with Professor and his team, and actually say that as I was growing up in Kenya, when I was a young girl, I was one of the people who were doing the labor on picking coffee, and I partook that. But I think, as you have said, the declining productivity is there. I think we need to rethink, having seen your paradox on the productivity or the lifespan of a coffee tree, that same coffee tree that I used to pick, and now I am over 50 years old, it's still the same tree that my brother, who inherited from my parents, is forcing and giving fertilizer and manure, forcing it to grow back and to give high production. I think we need to go back like that one country, was it Uganda? That is changing cycle? Ethiopia. I think in Kenya we need to have a vigorous extension program or a project. I don't know that World Bank project, what it is doing, whether it is NARI. We need to have a rigorous program within the country. Do early planting exercise in liaison with CRI, where we will look at those varieties, and then we advocate for replanting within those coffee trees, whether we will be giving at a fee or so that we actually change the coffee trees that are there. Because the current ones, whether you reprune or whatever you do it, they are too old. So that we are able now, after 3 years, as we have said, we get back to production. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board and do that. As an organization, I think we are able to give some seedlings to some farmers, but in a very low rate in some few counties, like we did last season. So we need to plan that. Thank you so much.
Now let's take the next question or comment.
Thank you, Professor. My name is George Mungao Okonji from the Civil Society. Professor, are you aware that there's a bill, a coffee bill in Parliament, and I don't know whether you are a party to it? Because according to me, that bill is shallow, and it might go through. Point number 2, you have just talked of the youth. Are you aware that the youth, some 3 or 4 youths from Kenyatta University were prevented from attending this meeting just because they were not invited? Who was to invite them? Thank you.
The next question, then Prof can take the first 5 questions.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Peter Gekonyo. I'm Chairman Kenya Coffee Producers Association. My comment, one on the coffee. I think one of the most critical things that we don't have is an updated data on coffee, both in terms of the coffee production and all the ongoings of coffee, on coffee. And when it is probably done, it is normally or usually very late to help make some of the decisions. Another issue that is already has been affecting even the youth is about the perception. You know, coffee, the perception is about coffee is not normally meant for the local persons to consume. So even if we go and have a lot of cafe, we might not even have the people who are the locals partaking coffee. So we need to come up with a way that we will be able to resonate with the local people, and they can be able to get into the local kiosks or where they can be able to purchase the local coffee for consumption, not just to go and maybe consume from the houses, but to have a taste of what is being prepared, so that that can also be able to encourage them in terms of consumption. The other issue is on the matter of RAD. We have a very big challenge in terms of the ownership of RAD, and therefore that calls for a policy that can also help us to define, once an old man who is the owner of the RAD is no longer able to make a production, is able to make maximum production, what happens? Like, for example, we can be able to look at the parameters on leasing of that farm, and then we come up with a matrix of how the cost of production that is involved in that farm. And then finally, what is left, how is it now distributed by the people who are now in the farm, whether it is women, whether it is the youth. That I think can also help so much in terms of now encouraging the youth to participate. And finally, we also need to help the youth to understand what is coffee. I was in another meeting some time back, and the challenge that is there with the youth does not understand coffee. And I usually ask ourselves one question. When you talk to the old people, ask them about whether coffee has money. The answer is usually an affirmative no. But they continuously continue producing coffee. And therefore, we need to now take this opportunity to be able to explain ourselves about coffee to the youth, so that then the youth can be able to embrace and appreciate the coffee production, and therefore the involvement in the coffee value chain, other than just being providers of services to the coffee production. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gikonyo. Then I think we can let Prof.
Sorry, finally, I want to concur with the Prof in terms of the production of various documents, various policies. And when it comes to implementation, we have a very big challenge. Currently, we have a document that was being done through the task force that was inaugurated by the CS. And also that document, or that report, the coffee stabilization framework, was already launched. Now the question is, will it become another document like the other documents? So we want to urge the leadership to ensure that there is a quick and fast implementation of the said document, so that then the farmers can start reaping the benefit as soon as possible to prepare the sustainability of coffee in Kenya and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ikonyo. I think we can let Professor respond to the first set of questions before we take another round of questions. Prof, you can respond.
Thank you very much. I think let me start with maybe some of these things of saying increase of the prices has gone up, and I think to me that would be the best incentive. Obviously, there's a whole lot of areas along the coffee value chain, but the youth can can participate. But I can tell you, I'm very, very optimistic. When I saw Degwa here, and I've seen to his cafeteria, and the way he's thinking, for me is very, very profound. But I think also there has to be a level of patriotism that has to really evoke from the youth. Okay? Again, those of you who understand coffee, I say the statistics are very, very clear, and there's money. Don't be lied to. If you see the money that is made on the value addition, it's just a lot of money. So what I can tell you is also for you is to become curious. If you're happy, I can share with you some of this information. But I think in terms of basic consumption, there is indeed money. What I think, and I think Degwa said, what is really so frustrating. Imagine Degwa is buying this coffee from a Korean for about $18. He cannot access coffee from his mother's farm. Very few Kenyans who can attest here, and I'm sure maybe there are many people who are coffee farmers here, who have tasted their own coffee. So these have changed. You saw yesterday the unions actually tasting their own coffee. This coffee will never be seen in any hotel in Nairobi, because in most cases it's usually contracted out. So what I'm really making here and appealing to the young generation is to really be stand up and take control. These laws have allowed now someone like Degwa to go to the auction and buy small bags on coffee and start roasting. You don't need to have standard to roast the coffee. So in a nutshell, I can again attest that there is indeed a business case that you can make for the youth to participate. I think I like the idea of replacing all the coffee trees. Again, the reason for having this meeting here is to draw these learning lessons from other countries. The kind of presentation was given by Dr. Duguna yesterday, and also the Emmanuel, is a clear indication that there's so many things we can learn from one another. But I can tell you for many, many years, there have never been a place, now maybe SGU can agree with me, that we can discuss these things as Africans. What are our experiences in Cote d'Ivoire? What are the experiences in Tanzania? Unlike Primus, my friend, who were having a conversation with James Ireri, asking how pruning is done. And again, this is something can be done in a very, very easy way. All Primus need to do is invite James to go to Tanzania, and there could be some level of capacity building. So I agree with what Madam Dongo stated, the idea of, again, as a policy document for us to replace the old trees. George, about the coffee bill, again, indeed, what the committee did is to come with regulations. But those regulations has to be anchored within a bill. And that, the discussion that are really going. I can also attest to you, and I think for those Kenyans, there has been indeed a conversation on coffee. Not maybe on tea, but we have, for about 4 years, these conversations have been taking place. Obviously, again, drafting a bill is give and take, and policy making is about interest. There's some people who are going to lose on one area, and some others will gain. But I'm really confident somehow, as a country, we'll be able to come up with a reasonable bill that will be able to support those regulations. On the invitation of the youth, Bwana George, I think this meeting was, initially was supposed to be a very, very small meeting, and maybe as G can attest. And also the time of spaces of invitation was very, very narrow, so we could not include everybody. So I'm assuming the fact that this meeting, because it was a presidential meeting, there was a little bit of control, and these things was being by the State House. So I don't think it was intentional not inviting the student, but I think in the future, again, we can try to find out how to be able to accommodate them. Chairman Gikonyo, I think I agree with you. The data, the quality of data determines how the policy will be made. And actually, the reason why we commended digitization, it is because we are able to correct the data in such a way that that data is credible. And I'm happy to that this process of digitalization taking place, and my hope is that if you get fully digitized, then you can be assured of the quality of data that you are getting. In terms of the perception, Mr. Gikonyo, I think you agree with me. You have been a coffee farmer, and I think we also have a moral obligation to explain. It is, in particular to the youth, that coffee is for the upper class, it's not for the lower. What we need to do is to be creative enough, just the way Degwa is trying to do, try to make coffee a substitute of tea in terms of prices. And it's doable. We can decide we export the premium, maybe the raw grade is where maybe you can be able to really entice the youth to be part of it. But I think you would agree with me, domestic consumption is something we have to do, and we don't have a choice. Land ownership, I totally agree, but I think my take as an economist, the best incentive is prices. I'm telling you, the coffee prices increases, you see people demolishing real estate here in Kiambu. Yeah. So what we need to do as a country is to really create an enabling environment to allow these prices to arise. And like I said, our ongoing reforms is a supply-side response where we are saying we might not be able to have an impact on the prices, but we can work on the internal inefficiency, okay? The input markets, the governance issue within the corporate society, the reducing the information asymmetry along the value chain. That should be able to reduce the the cost and obviously increase the return to payment to the farmer. Thank you.
Now, unless there are any burning questions, we have gotten into the next session by 30 minutes now. Do we have any burning questions, Professor? I can see there's no burning question. So, Prof, allow me to add that the question which came from that gentleman, that how do we incentivize the youth? I like the question, Prof, because the youth are good at the cafes. You heard what and they were presented yesterday, those who were here. So if we can support the youth with knowledge on the value chain end to come up with, coffee kiosks, to start them off understanding coffee. Youth are faster in the coffee kiosks pickup than the production end. As we start off involving the youth, they are very fast in picking up the coffee brewing aspect even here in Kenya. So as they brew the coffee now, they will need to understand where the coffee comes from. So we can start at the segment where youth are best at. Then we move them towards the farm, because you can't move them in all the nodes of the value chain. Now, the next thing is the issue of digitalizing the extension services. The youth can use what we call the hubs, the extension hubs, and start doing extension services to farmers using digitalized platforms. The third thing is to get credit. We package credit in Africa for youth to get support in whatever they want to do in coffee. We give them affordable credit so that the youth, whatever they want to do, if they want to do farming, if they want to buy, to set up a digital platform, if they want to put up a coffee house, a coffee kiosk, then there is affordable funding by the member states. But most of us may have not created enough funding to support the youth to get into coffee. The fourth thing is to create curriculums in colleges. Like in Kenya, we have the Coffee Research Institute, we have the Utari College. We can come up with training curriculums in our member states to package and train the youth on how to do baristering or roasting or coffee production. Those colleges, how many member states here have colleges, and they have enticed the youth to come to those colleges and get trained. Do we support these students, the youth in these colleges? Do we have financing to support the youth in going through those curriculum programs? In Kenya here, Prof, we have the Dedan Kimathi University. We had the lecturer here yesterday, Dr. Rechina. They have a curriculum for training baristas, coffee recalling experts, the graders you heard of yesterday. That curriculum is training youth in Kenya. And we have many youth going through that process. People are about 25, 30 years. So we are seeing more youth coming into coffee because we have a training in Dedan Kimathi University. The problem we have today in Dedan Kimathi University is the school fees. The diploma program, I don't know whether Rechina is in the room, Dr. Rechina Mwangi. The diploma program in Kenya is about $1,500. Now, most youth are not able to afford $1,500 in Kenya. So they can't go through the diploma program, which is about 1 year. But if we can set aside a fund in Kenya to support students who want to do a diploma in coffee from that university, then we shall get more students going through the coffee diploma program in the university, but we don't support them with school fees. So the member states here can come up with financing packages to train youth, equip youth with equipment, assist youth to come up with digital platforms to do extension services. Then the youth can come in. But how much are we doing as African states to bring the youth on board? Land access, you have heard, Prof. Youth are not able to access land in Kenya. What is the policy in enabling youth to access land? We don't have a policy in Kenya which enables the youth to access land. The old men and women in the country are sticking to land in Kenya. So we need to come up with a policy on how our youth in Kenya can be enabled to access land in Kenya so that they can start producing coffee. I'm a victim myself. My father, we have 2 acres in the village. My father said that this piece of land will remain with me while I'm here, so don't touch it, and yet he has given me the land. So we have issues of land access to the youth. So thanks, Prof, for commenting on your area. So a round of claps for Professor. Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation. I now would wish to call the next panel. The next panel is led by Mr. Karogo Macharia. So please take the stage. Now the next panel 4 is on digitalization and new technologies in the coffee value chain. And the moderator is none other than Mr. Karugu Macharia. And I wish to take you through the profile of Mr. Karugu Macharia. Now, Mr. Karugu Macharia, the moderator of the session today, has served in various capacities in the agriculture sector for over 35 years, spanning from the early 80s, 1980s, until the time he voluntarily retired in 2018. Now, as an agronomist from Egerton University is in Kenya, he has worked as an agriculture officer. He worked as an agriculture officer in Nyeri district. That's one of the regions in the country. He was area manager in the former Coffee Port of Kenya, and he was a consultant for the Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, managing large, medium, and coffee estates, cooperative societies, and unions, before he rose to the position of the head Field Services Department during the time when Kenya attained its highest production of around 130,000 metric tons. Now, Mr. Karu worked both as a consultant for Coffee Support Network of Solidaridad, Netherlands, in East and Central Africa, and served as the regional manager, Africa and India for UTZ certified, and was instrumental in introducing certification standards in Africa and India. Mr. Karogu set up a regional office for Solidaridad, East and Central Africa, and established offices in Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and served as the regional director until his voluntary retirement in 2018. Mr. Karogu was a founder member of the Kenya Coffee Platform, together with AFCA, Rainforest Alliance, and UTZ certified, the Global Coffee Platform, and is the current chairman of the Kenya Coffee Platform, as well as the vice chairman of AFCA. That is Mr. Karogo Macharia. So, Mr. Karogo Macharia, I invite you to take the stage, invite your panelists, and take us through the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akuma. Our visitors from various countries in Africa, all protocols observed. For those who come from Southern Africa, I know if I say Wuli Boanji, they'll know what I'm talking about. I know for those who are from Rwanda, if I say Amahoro, we'll be together. I know if I say Mwazuze from Uganda, we'll still resonate somewhere. But also our friends from Ethiopia, Salamno and Namasekenalu, for coming to this summit. I know also pour mes amis des pays qui parlent français, bonjour et bienvenue du Kenya. Thank you very much. At least we have a very interesting topic today, which is about digitization and new technologies in coffee value chain. And we have two panelists with us here. One of them is Paul Kubo. Please come on board. Then we also have, just a minute. With us also we have Mulualem Seyum, kindly join us. These gentlemen are going to take us through digital technologies. As you all know, technology is very important in any of the value chains that you'll talk about, whether it is in terms of business, in agriculture, for especially where we are now. We are talking of areas where we are talking about coffee. And so maybe without taking too much time, I would like possibly to start with one of these gentlemen who will take us through about, the digital issues. Mr. Seyum, I'll start with him, who is a founder of AE Trade Group, and is a dedicated strong collaboration and between the public and private sector in multifaceted manner across diverse sectors. He, without a sense of purpose, no company, either public or private, can achieve its full potential, driving a continent-wide digital transformation that requires extraordinary energy and team entrepreneurship is crucial for facilitating inward investment into continent for the people of Africa. Before his return to private sector, Mr. Seyum served as a Chief Information Technology Officer at the Multilateral Fund, MLF, as Information Technology Coordinator, providing leadership in the activities of the IT section, including resilience and risk mitigation prior to taking lead in MLF. Mr. Seyum co-founded in 1994 Micronet Company, a private company based in Canada, providing consulting services in various IT areas, such as information security management, governance, business process and compliance, security standard project for financial and other institutions, international organizations, and for public entities. Mr. Seyum holds an MSc in Information Systems Management from Rockhampton, London, and Enterprise Risk Management, Harvard University. So welcome, Mr. Seyum, to guide us in the digitization technologies. Karibu.
Thank you, Ambassador Ortega, member of ICAO, and the host government of Kenya for your gracious invitations of the first Coffee Summit. We were proud to witness the historic signature of the Nairobi Declaration. Let me introduce the A-Trade Group. The A-Trade Group is a social enterprise initiative working with the African Union to transform the continent using digital capacity building, in which today we are discussing about digitalizations. Our objective is in the next 15 years to work with public and private sectors, creating between 80 to 125 million jobs. In this, we cannot do it alone, and we want to work with the second largest commodity nutrition, which is coffee, and with ICAO, that we can be able to work hand to hand, creating jobs in every country in the continent, and also boosting the intra-Africa trade and the coffee consumptions throughout the continent. Today, what we will be discussing is about digitalization. And in this digitalizations, we are to provide the work of in the coffee industries to attract the young people to be able to work, because in the coffee industries that we know it is a long-term investment. And in this long-term investment, how can we be able to attract the youth from the crop all the way to the value chain that we can be able to bring? Next page, please. So in this, what we see is that in the next 15 years, by 2037, that we will leapfrog the continent's economy from various sources of sectors and bringing the digital economy a proportional shareholder of the the continent, particularly using and engaging the youth and the various industries and sectors. And as you see, the implementation to ensure that have good services and quality products that we can be able to boost the intra-Africa trade. We have about 1.3 billion population, and we are talking about export coffee around the world, where we could be able to boost the consumption within the continent. We have, as I hear from the experts, that we have about 200 billion economy is coffee, and we have about 50% of the producer countries are in Africa. Do we have a proportional portion shareholder of that economy? And how we can be able to reach that? In today's world, the only way we can reach is based on knowledge businesses. That businesses and entrepreneurs, they can be able to make decisions based on knowledge. And that is why digitalization is extremely important. That's why big data is extremely important to analyze and make sound decisions where entrepreneurs, they can be able to see the risk factors, they can be able to see their profits, they can be able to see the revenue that they will be generating. In this journey of the job creations that we're talking about, that being the second largest commodity in our continent, coffee, that we want you to join us in the job creation. We want you to join us in the productivity, boosting the product of coffee and boosting the consumption within the continent is extremely important for our grand goal that we're trying to achieve. Through the process of that, we will be creating more jobs and prosperities in the continent. Next page, please. Well, digitalization is not longer that we are waiting. It is already the current in Africa. And we see a number of issues that how we can be able to tackle in. There is a number of gaps in technology. There is a digital divide. Well, we can be able to address all of those in our next presentations. But what we see is that it is what is going on in the continent. And how we can be able to catch up, that how we can be able, the coffee industries can be more competitive in the world without taking and getting support using the tools available today. Next page. This is where the big data that we're talking about is currently that a number of countries that have been using artificial intelligence, machine learning, to use a predictive analysis of the future of consumptions and productions. And for that, we need to prepare accumulating and harnessing data. That's where the big data is coming, and that is where the artificial intelligence is using the predictive analysis and the marketing and production that can be able to utilize. And in this, how the A Trade Group is using to provide the digital capacity building and how are we operating it throughout the regions in the continent is we will see in the next page. The A Trade Group has 5 core components to provide and empower African businesses and products and services in different sectors. And in this, also to empower governments and institutions as part of the institutional capacity building that we offer. First, we talk about the Learning Center. The Learning Center gives for the youth the know-how to do business. The know-how to do business and changing the mindset to be competitive, changing the mindset aligning with their business plan, where a long-term investment is worth well for the young people to be able to part of in the coffee industry, for example. And they can be able to see and demonstrate that that the return on investment they are going to put will be showing them. And then the second element that we work on is the marketplace. A marketplace as part of boosting intra-Africa trade, that we provide the marketplace for all made in Africa product, and that boosting the intra-Africa trade. And in this marketplace where the artificial intelligence being used to assess and for all the product to be able to see where the supply and where the demand and supplies are. And therefore, the vendors or manufacturers, they can be able to see the constant demands are, where is the surpluses are, buyers they can be able to see, and sales producers they can be able to see and make their own decisions. Also in this marketplace, that the vendors and the use as an affiliate, they can be able to buy coffee in their own country where the country are not producing, and they can be able to sell coffee. And having this information where the predictive analysis also that they can be able to see is in particular the region in Africa where the coffee drinkers are. How many coffee drinker households are in there? And that analysis gives for manufacturers and vendors to be able to make a sounding decisions where they can be able to focus in the countries and in the region. On the next one is, of course, the marketplace is so-called Sokuku. As most of you know, Sokuku is called a common market. It is named by the African Union last year, and it signifies also unity. Where the third element is the A-Compete. The A-Compete provides a number of feed for the young people as well as for a number of institutions. For example, we're building the largest cloud computing infrastructure where a young boy or a girl as a hobby, a 12th grade graduate as a hobby, starting developing applications, all the way a PhD researcher, that they can be able to develop an applications. We provide a full-fledged applications for them for free, where this is where the financial inclusion is all about. And we provide this platform for them to be able to develop. What is the aim in here is that the digital economy today is being reached $23 trillion. How Africa can be a proportional shareholder of that? That is what is the bottom line, what is started, focusing on the use and early investment for the use, that we can be able to bring African digital economy where it can be a proportional shareholder of the $20 trillion that we're talking about. And in this study, of course, that being, again, the largest second commodity coffee, research can be made. We do have the research and innovations, and the use can be utilized to focus on coffee and provide, again, the sounding study and for coffee producers, and providing the technology, of course, earlier mentioned by the professor about climate change, the predictive analysis also providing when you are growing crop. Last year, the year before, the last 10 years of productivities that has been given, that the climate change trend can be able to provide those informations as well using that big data. And the other element that we are working for is on the solar laptop manufacturing. As part of the digital inclusion, our farmers in the village, they can now be able to have that access where electricity is not there. It does not require electricity. So it will be powered by solar. Where there is no local internet is required, it can connect directly to the satellite. This is what is the real digital inclusion is all about. And we promise in our last event in February during the African Union and the European Union Summit, that the declaration has come up that the A-Trade Group will produce 20 million laptops for the farmers and in the remote area where we can be able to provide. Actually, it's not just only for the private sectors, even to the public sectors, to governments on trade facilitations and border clearance, where there is no electricity. Now they can be able to connect with the headquarters to facilitate customs at the border. So that declaration has already been engaged, and we do have, as part of the summit, decisions on that. And this is the number of innovations that the AA Trade Group bringing, but let me talk about the Research and Innovation Center within that part. The Research and Innovation Centers that where we could be able to harness knowledge, particularly focusing on the coffee industry. And we're talking about that earlier, the professor mentioning about these sectors are a long-term investment. And how can we be able to be responsible, the large investors, in this thinking about long-term investment? Long-term investment is not about boosting the productivity only, but based on knowledge. How can we be able to bring the next generation of youth engaging for that long-term investment? That is where medium and large investors that we need to think about it. And that is where that if we put that long-term investment, that the sustainability of this industry is secured. Now we know that now the second world coffee producers, for example, we talk about Vietnam, is that it is not 30 years ago that production was not there. It is all about by public sector, by government, creating that enabling environment for the long-term investment, and by those local investors to think about that long-term investment to come up with. And we can surpass, as a continent collectively, we can surpass the world productions. And we can surpass about the economy, what Africa can be taking. It is all about that planning. It is all about thinking of that long-term investment. If we plan it ahead, what is going to happen 10 years from now, 20 years from now, that we can be able to surpass productivity, we can be able to surpass the shareholder, the major shareholder of that economy, which we're talking about $200 billion. So the next one I'm talking about is the interoperable payment system and smart digital finance, digital banking, and then of course the AA Trust transactions. This year, on the second MOU, as a strategic partner of the African Union, the African Union heads of states has give us the decision, the summit decision, where we can be able to operate throughout the continent, digital financing, interoperable payment system, and digital banking for small and medium entrepreneurs. As partners that, and as we are passionate about the second largest commodity, we want to work with you as part of the digital capacity building. In this, where we can be able to provide, for example, the marketplace. In that marketplace, a young entrepreneurs with zero investment. All we need is knowledge from that young person with zero investment, can be a coffee entrepreneur, can be a coffee producer, can be a coffee shop owner, can be a coffee grinder, can be a coffee packager. So with this inclusive digital capacity building offers that the ultimate transformations of our continental economic developments, economic transformations. So the interoperable payment system and the digital financing is the key and one of the game changers that we are offering. And then the A logistics. As you know, all of you know about when you are delivering the coffee, one of the challenge gap we have is infrastructure. And second is, which we call it a hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. The soft infrastructure that we're talking about is government policies, trade facilitations, custom clearance. How can we be able to make it, creating an enabling environment that by reducing the cost of those processes, how can we be able as a government that we can be able to streamline that cost can be dramatically reduced for those small farmers, small businessmen and women who can be able to use cross-border shipments and logistics. So those are the number of elements that we facilitate. And how are we doing it? In the logistics industry, that of course on trade facilitations and custom clearance, which we will work later on, I will mention about the AECDI that we provide under e-governance and e-government program. We support government on policy and regulation framework, assisting that. But in the logistic, African electronic logistics, what we are including is this, the logistics industry itself it is coming in as a new startup. It is an inclusive approach. A person who has an item carrying humanly from one point to another point, it will be in the system. A person who has animal bringing items from the village to the city, it will be in the system. A person who has a bike, it will be in the system. Of course, the most largest logistics industries also will be in the system. This inclusive approach and boosting intra-Africa trade is creating a new logistics industry where also that share prosperity approach, where a new industry that can create for the young people a new job to that. And at the same time, the cost of your logistics and shipment will be reduced by bringing this inclusive approach of a well-studied and planned platform by making that available. The last one I'm talking about is the AECDI, the African Electronic Trade Group, the African Electronic E-Commerce Development International, where it offers government through the African Union to all member states, providing and facilitating on policies and regulatory framework. One is aligning with the ASEFTA, with the African Continental Free Trade Area, where we assist governments to provide trade facilitation in a most efficient way, and then also assist in the number of other areas on e-governance and e-government program. Next, please. In this, there is a number of key opportunities that I am indicating. I'm not going to read them all. We will be circulating this for the timing purposes. But what I want to bring as taking away and opportunity in here is that, you see, coffee is very unique. Where I grew up in Ethiopia, in every village, the family, the community bonding and sitting and drinking coffee is a joy that brings one family, the neighboring families, one after the other. And coffee is created in Africa. We should share that joy with everybody in Africa as African. And how can we be able to transform that culture? A culture where a family, a neighbor, a community that creates bonding. So that is where coffee in every household in the continent that should be, and that is our job. That is our job, using the technology to every household coffee can be drink. And that is where also on your part to increase the productivity, and our part to market throughout the continent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sayun. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought the best thing is possibly we can have the presentations, and then after that we can get reactions from the participants for the purposes of time. So I would request all those who have questions that they would like to ask to keep them somewhere for Sayun. And then once we have Paul make his presentation, we can then try and answer both questions which will come from both the presenters. I now would like to present to you the next presenter, Mr. Paul Kukubo. Mr. Kukubo is based in Pretoria, South Africa, and is a consultant and venture investor in the African ICT sector, with over 20 years experience in public-private sector leadership. He's passionate about technology and how it can be deployed to help meet some of Africa's most pressing challenges, specifically improving last-mile internet access, improving healthcare delivery and management, and improving agricultural value chain. He holds a global MBA from USIU, Africa in partnership with Columbia University, and a Bachelor's of Arts in Economics and Sociology from University of Nairobi. Currently a director of RBM Gallas, a technology advisory firm based in Nairobi and Pretoria, working on supporting organizations with digital and blockchain strategy formulation. He's also a strategy advisor, omnipresent in South Africa, an emerging technology firm that is applying artificial intelligence and drone technology for remote asset management. He's also a strategy advisor and co-founder of Ishirika, an India-Africa end-to-end digital mobile and web platform for farmer organizations that enables farmers to manage their entire value chain, including assets, financing, inputs and outputs, and receive extension services. Paul is also a partner with Gazini Ventures, a South African company, a professional advisory firm specializing in professional venture advisory services, and venture sourcing matching firm based in Johannesburg, South Africa. A co-founder and chairman of Colam Med Health Systems based in Kenya, a health technology company focused on providing full-scale operational automation to medical establishments and practitioners. From 2016 to 2019, Paul sat on the Kenya Coffee Subsector Implementation Reforms Committee established by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta to spearhead reforms in the coffee value chain with a focus on individual farmer benefit. Between 2007 and 2013, Paul was CEO of the previously headed the Kenya ICT Board, now the Kenya ICT Authority, then newly established organization responsible for implementation of Kenya's Information and Communication Technology Agenda and Ministry of ICT. This included establishing Kenya as a leading ICT destination in Africa, working to develop ICT ecosystem of innovation and investors, and supporting major e-government programs. In 2013 to 2014, Paul served as CEO of the newly established East Africa Exchange based in Kigali, Rwanda. Between 2016 and 2019, he served a 3-year term as Independent Director of Communications Authority, Kenya ICT Regulator. A dependent board member of BRCK, a leading technology firm in innovation and providing affordable connectivity to low-income communities in Kenya and Rwanda. So I think from that, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the experience that we have from Paul, and I therefore request Paul to make a presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to my previous speaker for setting the tone, and also just recognize my former chair who was presented to us early this morning, Professor Kerr, and my members of the committee who had been with me in the committee before. We did some interesting work when we were there, and I'm glad to be able to get this opportunity to just talk through some ideas and thoughts around the notions and the concept of the application of technology for farmer benefit. That's how I would like to say it. I don't know if you see the slides very clearly, because I can't see them as clearly as I see them here, but we'll just try and see what we can do. Now, I just thought that, everybody has been talking about coffee, farmer this, but do you actually drink coffee? And I've been doing some observation generally, and the impression I get is a lot of policymakers talk about coffee but don't actually drink it. They dance around the subject and are quite busy around the idea. But if you ask them to tell you where this coffee actually ends up and who drinks it and how they drink it, if you live in the developed world, which is a big coffee consumption economy, coffee consumption is actually a lifestyle. It's actually a way of saying to somebody, like when you have a busy meeting, people say, let's grab a cup of coffee together. It's a statement it's a social statement, but it's also a statement of lifestyle. So what is your favorite cup of coffee? Some people like a cappuccino. I personally like a double espresso, strong coffee. And the other day I started drinking something called a cortado, which is 2 shots of espresso and 1 shot of milk. There's even data now that compares what the price of a cappuccino is across the world as a social indicator. What is the price of cappuccino in London? What is the price of cappuccino in New York? Like the price of a hamburger across the world. It's almost an indicator of where that country sits economically. And you see, it's important to frame our minds in terms of when we do all we do, who actually drinks our coffee. And I can tell you, the other day, just before I prepared to come back home for this presentation, I went to see, there's a very new fancy coffee shop near where I live in Pretoria, and I went to see the guys who are starting that shop. It's called Plato Coffee. I should have put the picture up. It's a very swanky looking coffee shop. Very small, nice benches, very hip looking young people serving behind the counter. And I say to them, if I wanted to open a franchise for this coffee shop, Plato Coffee Shop, would you let me open one? They say, no, we're not the owners. The owners of this coffee shop are going through so much growth at the moment that they have designated that area of Pretoria not for franchises. All the coffee shops that they will set up in that area will be self-owned, rather than giving you a license to operate the coffee. What is that telling you? It's a huge business. Another data point that I would like to sort of share with you is that despite all we do and talk about, my newly adopted home of South Africa consumes as much coffee in tonnage as we produce in Kenya today. Yet, when I talk to different people who trade coffee there, I've never met anybody who directly sources from Kenya yet. We've having this discussion with chairman before about perhaps creating a corridor, and they give all sorts of excuses. I mean, they say, no, it's about consistency of supply, it's about the fact that they need to get a mix of coffees, it's about the fact that the bulk importers actually import coffee from Europe, from the big commodity houses. Yeah, but interestingly, I met one particular lady who runs a coffee roastery, and she buys her coffee from Uganda, and she also buys coffee from Rwanda. And then what is also interesting is that if you look at her coffee, the packaging of that coffee, it is so sophisticated. But if you know coffee very well, and I'm not trying to make comparisons between Kenya and Uganda coffee, but because this is not the forum to do it. But people who have coffee taste sometimes prefer the Arabica taste when they want a certain type of coffee. But when you go into that shop, the way the coffee is packaged, you cannot tell whether the coffee is higher or lower quality. People are buying packaging, people are buying presentation, people are buying the ambience, and they are paying a lot of money for that coffee. I can tell you right now, a cup of espresso costs me, in equivalent Kenya shillings, about 400 bob. And I'm just trying to think, how many beans does it take to make an espresso? I think it's probably 1 bean, if you ask me, or maybe 2 beans in terms of quantity of coffee. So that is what we are dealing with. So that is context. I don't want to repeat everything that people say, people have talked about, but one of the problem statement in digitization is the following. Farmers are insecure because they lack access to information. They lack access to advice. They sometimes lack access to finance and credit facilities. So the statement is a statement of their condition. So if you don't frame the statement, we can't start talking about how to solve that problem. And this is a statement that we made when we were in the coffee task force. And this is something that you have all repeated and has been repeated here severally. This mouse doesn't seem to work, or it does. So when we're looking at the map, this is old data. 700,000 smallholders, $200 million in average sales for the year, about 38,000, 40,000 odd metric tons of coffee in Kenya, when Brazil is giving us 2.6 million metric tons. Annual production, about 300 estates, 2,500 hectares, 25,000 hectares of coffee. So those data points are important to always frame. Now, in terms of the Kenyan landscape, we know the issues, and I will not repeat them, because they build a context. Smallholders dominate, because it's a smallholder game. There are, without mincing words, the sector has had a bit of an exploitative intermediary problem. We've talked about it severally, and when I talk about the digitization, I'll talk about how we deal with that problem. And some of it, the good professor, told us about earlier, which is historical. And then a lot of dysfunction in institutions. So this is a coffee value chain. And one of the things we say is that if you don't engage your farmers, your value chain will remain poor. So we mapped this value chain from farmer to the market. And I'm not going to go into this slide in detail, but I want perhaps to go to the next slide, which is this slide here. If you can see it, because I can't see it from here. Or maybe, are you able to read? Are you able to see it? Not really. Okay, it's fine. But basically, from the farm to the market, every single step the coffee goes through has been mapped. We know that. We know from the farmer to when he takes it to the dryer, when it's taken to the warehouse, all those stages are mapped. And the idea of digitization, contrary to what some people may think, is about creating an end-to-end system of farmer information so that the following is achievable. If I go to if I scan a barcode today, I should be able to say this coffee came from this farm, was produced on this day, or these farms, because a lot of coffee is mixed, on these farms produced on this day, because coffee is sold primarily globally by origin. And if something is sold by origin, then information matters. And the role of digitization is to create an end-to-end system so that every single piece of information that the farmer needs or the farmer produces is put into a system. Now, how does this in effect work? We have done some work in India. Our company has done some work in India with farmers. And we have seen results like in some of the areas where incomes have actually increased because the buyers are more able to trace back where the produce was produced, what soils were used to produce the produce, what the weather was on the days of harvest, which farmers what labor was used. Some people are even concerned in this new world of environmental concern. There's even a concern about the kind of labor practices you have on your farms. And conscientious buyers are willing to pay a bit more. I've been to a coffee shop one time in the US, which only sells coffee that originates from farms where they have got a social mission with respect to the farming practice, where they are guaranteed that exploitative tendencies with respect to labor are not incurred. And because coffee is a lifestyle, you want to create as much information as you can in digitization. Now, during the task force, what we said was this. We said that the vision of digitization has to be the following. All farmers who grow coffee must exist in a register as a basic fundamental. All stakeholders who get involved in the coffee process, and this can be for any crop, but let's talk about coffee because we are talking about coffee, must exist in a register. All stakeholders, transporters, warehouse owners, drying mills, wet mills, must exist in a register. So that the idea is this: if I'm growing coffee, I'm in Kerugoya or in Kirinyaga, I'm growing coffee, I'm growing on 1 acre, I go to my cooperative and I ask, they can tell me, Mr. Kukubo has 4 acres, he has so many numbers of trees, these trees were planted in this year, the soil type in that area is this and that, the rainfall conditions in this area are this and that. That's one side. The second side, and the role of information is to create knowledge for the farmer, so they are approaching farming a little bit more scientifically. The second aspect is this. When that information exists properly, and the guy who's growing the coffee goes to a bank, all he has with him ready paperwork for a banker to make an informed decision with respect to the credit potential of this farmer. Because it's all there. This guy grows this kind of coffee, and then he can check historically how much has this gentleman or this lady been producing across several years. The yield last year was so much per tree, the yield this year so much per tree, his sales are so much average, therefore he's good for this amount of credit. So it becomes a scientific conversation. The third aspect of this is providing automation. And this is a more complicated conversation. This morning I had a chance to talk to a gentleman, one of the board chairs, and it sort of changed how I wanted to present because I didn't want to be so technical. And one of the things he said to me was, when we talk about the application of technology in farming, it can become a very complicated and very off-putting subject because on the ground, the people who grow the coffee are living a different reality. Yeah? They're concerned with different issues. In a sense, to me, it's like if I grow cotton, but my cotton is used to make a pair of jeans, does it make me competent to talk about different types of pairs of jeans? Because the person growing coffee may be living in a different world from the person who's actually consuming the coffee. But my argument for that is to say that the more our farmers know about the habits and lifestyle choices of people and how coffee is consumed, the more interesting it will be to use information as a source of power. So that's the role of digitization. Now, when we suggested digitization as a policy issue, it was because the biggest issue that we understood to exist was that a lot of farmers were not aware about what was going on across the value chain once coffee was produced. So a system would be very helpful in doing this. Now let me show you an example of this. This is a we call this a farmer. It's actually, the right word is, it's a farmer decision support system. That's the terminology, a farmer decision support system. And what it's supporting the farmer. So what happens there, it's an integrated platform, end-to-end, which allows somebody, and these systems can be however you want them to be. But if you have a simple mobile phone, every single bit of information on your phone is accessible to use your phone. So part of the support that is possible is the following. Farmers can get prices of the current trading of the coffee auction or prices of their commodity on their phones when they need it. They just need to send an SMS and get the farm. That's number one, a basic. They can get information about any inputs and any input suppliers, wherever they may be, on their phone. That is information to farmers. The third issue is that they can get a list of any suppliers who they need to support them with respect to transport, with respect to facilities on their phone. The fourth issue is that even when it comes to making payments, and this is already happening in Kenya, I don't know about the other countries, you can actually disburse payments on the same phone. So a decision support system is about the concept that farmers must be empowered with information. The second component of this, for example here in India, what they're doing is that we have something called an IoT sensor. An IoT sensor is basically just a sensor which you put on different farms, and it can give you information on soil condition, rainfall condition, humidity, and without human intervention, that information is sent to a server, but for the farmer himself, he just gets it as a simple data. So the farmer doesn't get involved with the complexity of the technology. Some do, some like to do it, but then they can be able to understand what is going on at the farm periodically. With things like coffee, because coffee is a long-term crop, information requirements don't have the same real-time demand. But when you're growing things like vegetables, which are short-term tomatoes, sometimes some of these farmers that we've been dealing with want information on a daily basis. That's one component. The second, so the server sends this information, it stores it, and in many of these countries where we've been doing some work, the cooperatives themselves become big owners of data. So you go to a corporate manager, he tells you, I've got 40,000 farmers, this is their production quality, this is their yield, etc. Now, the benefit obviously is real-time support, customer information support, recommendations for optimum fertilizer and micronutrient usage, market price data. The second one, and that is very complicated and you can't see it, unfortunately, is linking this to financial management. How do you do that? When you have enough information across the value chain, a good financial intervention is possible because most people who give farmer credit can be able to determine farmer yield using data. And I won't overemphasize that point because it's an obvious point. The third one is value chain traceability and the application of technologies like blockchain. And I didn't want to use complex technology discussion because this is not the place and time. But what is happening now is that using technologies like blockchain and other technologies, farmer records cannot be altered. So when a farmer says, I've given so many kilos of sherry into a database, at the end of the year when he's making claims against his money, that record can never be altered. Because if you alter that record, it will leave a trace of who altered that record. And this is a very big thing, very big benefit in farming, because in places where we've applied it, sometimes people say that intermediaries, once the final money is received and they come back to talk to farmers, that is where the conversation starts to change. You gave me 5 kilos, no, you gave me 4.5 kilos, but the record here shows, and farmers at that time, because they have seen the money, at the point of payment, you are a little bit less empowered to negotiate because you need your money back, and all the deductions for all the inputs are now taking place. So you start arguing about, did I give you 4 kilos of fertilizer? Did I give you 3.5? The records here show 2. So you think you're going to get 5 shillings. And then someone says, no, actually you are the one who owes us money because we gave you more inputs. Those arguments are taken care of by the application of proper technology systems. And this system records customer information, it records distribution, it records the cost of every single thing that you do, including how much it costs you to transport your coffee, how much it costs you to store your coffee, how much it costs you to get anybody to test anything for you, how much it costs you to get a loan, and what your interest is, and you're given that information as you go along, so that you're not surprised at the end of the transaction with what is due to you. Because unfortunately, the farming system around the world generally works on the basis that for many farming systems, the commodity itself is the source of your credit. And therefore, you get credit against what it is you're going to produce. So it's given to you beforehand. In other words, you're giving your coffee as collateral, and then everything else is out of your hands until the coffee is actually sold, or the tea is sold, whatever commodity it is. And this is not a new thing. It's generally the way agriculture works. So because of that, proper information is very, very important. I don't want to belabor the point.
Paul, you have another 4 minutes to wrap up.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to give you screenshots. I think this is my last one, actually. I want to give you screenshots of an actual system that is in use. Let me just walk here, but I don't know I can't walk with the mic. But if you look there, it's both English and Swahili. This is an actual screenshot on the phone, and you can see the actual application. It's got somebody's name. Maybe this is the screenshot, for example, for somebody who's using maybe an Android phone, and it gives you problem reporting, so you can report problems. You can use the phone to report any problem on the farm. You can use the phone to register farmers. You can use the phone to even make payments, and it just gives you a simple interface. And you can see here another screenshot, which is an administrative level, both in English and Swahili. We've got both in English and Swahili, which allows you to give a complete digitized view of the farmer. So, in conclusion, perhaps what I want to say is that we think there's a lot of room for emphasis on the idea that for coffee to move to the next level, we need to apply intelligent systems so that information is captured properly. The farmer is empowered with information so that we start to match the sophistication of the consumer markets by also raising our own standards of how we manage and digitize our value chains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that interesting presentation. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you have observed from the two presenters that we need technology if we are going to educate our farmers, if we are going to educate the trainer of trainers. It will enhance the training. We also found that if we have to have good record keeping, we also need to embrace technology. If we want to be efficient, whether it's at the processing stage, whether it is at the level of marketing, or even for planning purposes, whether we'll do geomapping, all those aspects of transparency as well, enhancing also issues related to market information, and improving general income to the farmers. We have to embrace technology. So I think what I'll do, I'll just request, because of time factor, I would like us to have a few reactions from the participants, possibly starting from that corner and then coming this way, so that we can conclude this session. Any reactions on that end? Or, yeah, right at the back there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is John Waneki, a farmer. Question I'd like to raise on the first presentation regarding issues on Sekuku trade. Some of the issues that affect trade in Africa is the cost of shipment, whether it is inland shipment or on the sea shipment. I didn't hear the speaker talk much about that, because sometimes the shipment is 2 times or even 3 times the cost of the product itself. And therefore it makes the farmer very uncompetitive in terms of making that product available to the market. The other thing linked up to that, of course, you talked about soft and hard infrastructure. When it comes to hard infrastructure, and you are trying to talk about the rail in Africa, most of it is almost collapsed. I know countries are beginning to rebuild a new gauge rail and all that kind of stuff. But even the old system, like trading from East Africa to West Africa, the gauge was completely different. Therefore, there was no way one was going to travel across by train. That is an issue that probably you might want to address. Then linked up to that is the whole question of, the other one is about technology, the one that the last speaker just talked about. Now, as far as the technology is concerned, we appreciate, but you also realize most farmers don't even have smartphones. They have some kind of a phone, what they call in East Africa, mulikamuizi, a small thing, which it does what it's supposed to do. But to get this data, to get this market information, which is very nice, they don't really have that. Maybe something needs to be modified with their local, if they're doing their local cooperatives or their self-help groups, so that then they can be able to access that data somehow. Even radio sets, or maybe some way of getting that information disseminated to the farmers, so they're able to respond to the market demand and what is happening. So we would like to hear about that. And of course, on the aspect of the government facilitating people in terms of technology, like the youth, we're talking about the youth involvement, getting to be taught or even to provide skills in building or assembling the phones and so on. If you have to depend on the phones coming from the countries where they come from, they'll still remain expensive, and our youth will still not have jobs. But if we train our youth to prepare this, and I know 1 or 2 countries in Africa that are beginning to do that, then we'll provide inputs that will be locally designed, available to the farmers, and much more effective. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Wairimo. I am a lecturer at the University of Nairobi and also a coffee producer. My question goes to Mr. Mululualem. You talked about a learning center, and every year we are graduating over 10,000 students from the university, right from undergraduate, masters, and PhDs, plus the diplomas that we have. In other farms, we usually find that the students get an opportunity, for example, like in KRA, where they get internship. We also have PricewaterhouseCoopers who take our students, and we know that once they have done their regular degrees, normally there is no job, and they find it very, very difficult to identify what they can be able to do. Do we have openings for our students where they can be able to come and maybe have a taste of this business in coffee, IT, digitization? Because they have a lot of skills, they have a lot of potential, they have a lot of time, and their minds are still clear, they can be able to learn. What openings are there for our students, maybe to further delve deeper in a way they can be able to apply their degree but learn something new that is more specific to the industry, so that we make their graduation relevant, and we also make use of them as we try to draw them and attract them in the coffee industry. And the other thing I wanted to ask is that you have talked about a training center. Is there an opportunity for structured courses where students can be able to do online even as they do their normal degrees? Maybe a short course certificate or something like that. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, I'm John Pratt. I have a two-part question. Actually, Mr. John had covered part of one of my other questions, which was the technology seems very good in theory, but how do we apply it to farmers and engineer it more to their daily lives, that they can more practically apply it? So thank you for asking that question. My second question is how can technology help grow carbon neutral coffee? Because we have heard a lot about climate change and the environmental problems that are being faced in the agriculture sector. So how can technology help to grow carbon neutral coffee? And in your espresso that you drink, sir, what percentage of that, what percentage of the value of that coffee is actually going towards the farmer? And what is going towards the marketer? What is going towards the transporter? What is going towards each member in the value chain? Do we know how that cup of coffee is split up in terms of percentage, in terms of the value of it? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have one more? Or if it's, oh, just pass it.
Je m'appelle Biloso Moyene Apollinaire. Je suis professeur à l'Université de Kinshasa, faculté des sciences agronomiques et directeur de cabinet du ministre de l'Agriculture. Je voudrais poser la question pour la digitalisation de l'agriculture, surtout pour les pays qui n'ont pas encore établi les registres nationaux des agriculteurs. Quelle stratégie mettre en place et quel partenariat peut-on aussi établir? Merci.
Can have the last one there.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur, pour la parole. Je suis monsieur François Kamba-Lenzanzou. Je suis directeur de l'ONAPAC à provenance de la RDC. ONAPAC, c'est l'organe de régulation de la filière café au Congo. En tant qu'agronome, j'ai beaucoup apprécié les intervenants qui parlaient sur la digitalisation et les nouvelles technologies de la filière café, et qui n'était pas aussi loin du programme de réforme du café Kenya, où j'ai salué le professeur Joseph, qui a parlé des défis qui concernent le temps que nous attendons pour atteindre la production. En tant qu'agronome, lorsqu'on parlait de la technologie de la filière café, je m'attendais à ce qu'on puisse parler comment nous pouvons raccourcir le cycle végétatif du caféier pour que nos producteurs atteignent la production avant les 3 ans. Très rapidement, je me suis souvenu d'un projet qui était au Congo avec Kabi. Je crois que Kabi a son siège social ici à Nairobi. Nous avons travaillé sur le bouturage du caféier Robusta. Pour le bouturage du café Robusta, nous avions 2 objectifs. Le premier objectif, c'était celui de maintenir le caractère de résistance contre la trachéomycose qui ravageait les champs de caféiers au Congo, Mais le deuxième objectif, c'était de raccourcir les cycles végétatifs de la plante. Les producteurs pouvaient accéder à la production à moins de 3 ans. Alors je me dis, pourquoi pas capitaliser cette connaissance à nos producteurs d'Arabica afin de raccourcir les cycles végétatifs. C'est parmi un grand problème pour ces temps-ci où nous voulons avoir la production rapidement, mais le temps, 3 ans, c'est quand même beaucoup. Et nous avons certaines expériences par rapport à ça. Je suggérerais donc que nous puissions mettre en place des mécanismes de raccourcissement des cycles végétatifs du caféier en partant par la méthode de bouturage. Merci beaucoup.
Can we have the last one here, please?
Bonjour messieurs, félicitations à nos brillants présentateurs. Je suis Fernand Kofi, je suis en charge de la promotion café au niveau du Conseil du café cacao en Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais donner un peu l'expérience de la digitalisation dans le secteur café. Chez nous, on devait à un certain moment et depuis longtemps recenser les producteurs de café et de cacao. On est passé par plusieurs mécanismes. Parfois, ça n'a pas marché. On s'est retrouvé il y a moins de 2 ans avec la nouvelle direction à décider de faire ce recensement. Mais on est allé plus loin. Aujourd'hui, ce qu'on peut dire, c'est qu'on a pu recenser sur l'ensemble du territoire, en tout cas, pour toute la zone de production de ces 2 produits, recenser les producteurs. Le système de recensement consiste aujourd'hui à non seulement cartographier les plants, les plantations, donner des informations justes et précises sur chaque type de producteur, selon qu'ils produisent le cacao ou le café. Et aujourd'hui, ça nous permet de travailler beaucoup plus facilement avec les producteurs. Nous pouvons, en ce moment où nous parlons, par notre système, savoir dans telle ou telle zone qui est le producteur, quel âge il a, combien d'enfants il a, combien d'enfants vont à l'école, combien sont sortis du système éducatif, qui sont ceux qui sont malades, comment il dépense son argent et quels sont ses besoins en intrants. On est allé plus loin en acceptant d'intégrer le système de paiement de sorte à sécuriser les producteurs eux-mêmes, parce que le transport physique de la monnaie crée beaucoup de problèmes sur les routes, les braquages, les tueries. Et donc, la digitalisation dans le secteur de l'agriculture est pour nous, au niveau du Conseil, un impératif. Et nous pensons que tout pays qui veut avancer est obligé de faire de la digitalisation une priorité. C'est l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire que je voulais partager avec vous. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And I think I'll give the presenters a chance to react to your questions, possibly starting with Soyun.
Thank you very much for the very important question that was asked about logistics. Indeed, logistics is one of the chronic area that has been costing. In fact, to make you even not competitive is the logistics area that we are working very hard with the public and private sector to address that. First, in partnership with the African Union, one of the areas that we are working is the continental regulators, for example, in the cargo industry. Last year, the first meeting that we have taken is how can we be able, all African aviations and the airlines in the cargo industry, how heavily they can be able to participate, one, and also in order to make it cost effective, that how positively we can be able to disrupt. For example, one of the areas that we are working and studying is that the route of the aviation, it needs to be revamped. And it has been there for the last 60 years. It was made during the colonial time that only to import items from, to export items, not necessarily among ourselves that we can be able to exchange items. For example, some of the routes that we have been working on and looking at it is item from Kenya to go to Senegal. How does we ship it from Senegal? It goes outside the continent and it goes back to Senegal. From Senegal, you can route to Burkina Faso by car, by truck, but some of them it goes outside the continent and it comes back to Burkina Faso. So how can we reroute this mapping of the aviation industries and it can be more cost effective? That is one. The second item is that as we have been, our business among Africa is just only 2%. And that makes it also more costly for the aviation industries to frequently to fly from one place to the other place. So how can we boost? This is why the ASEFTA is coming. This is why we're positively disrupting the logistics industry now, because the demand will be increased and the cost will be lower, dramatically will be lower. Because instead of going half size of the airplane cargo, now it will be full. Instead of going maybe once a week, it will be twice, 3 times a day. So that reduces dramatically the cost that will be bringing. That is one. The second one is digitalization is also brings that transparency and making the demand and supply visible to the market. Where when you have the 3PLs, for example, cross-border, just within the neighboring countries here from Kenya, when we're crossing, what if we are digitizing and the number of 3PLs, the number of shipping companies are already in the system, that the consumers or the shippers will have the opportunity that to be able to choose which one is the cost effective for he or her shipment is going to be. And that gives the transparency of the logistics. That's why the platform is important, that we are bringing it. And you will have a list of options that by the date, by the speed that you want to send for if you need it, for example, within 5 days to arrive, the cost will be this one. If you need it within 1 day to arrive, the cost will be this one. That option need to go down to the consumers, so it can have knowledge-based decisions on that. And I hope I answer your questions on that. And my sister is a very, very important question you ask. And today, in our continent, every single year that we have a young graduate, up to 12 million young graduates coming to the job market. The question is, how can we be given that opportunities? And within the A-Trade Group initiative, that what we do is we are partnering with a number of universities in the continent, and we will work with you and to address that we are looking forward to hire people. Our continental headquarters is here in Rwanda, so one of the neighboring countries. My colleague, Treasurer, the Chief Operating Officer is here. Please bilaterally discuss and communicate, and we can go further with the universities to address the number of things that right now currently we are looking young people to come to the job market, and we are hiring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sayum. Maybe Paul.
I am sorry, just one more that I didn't answer for my brother here. Yes, indeed, digitalizations in the coffee industry is extremely important. And it is not just only the grower of the producer of coffee, but also the countries who do not have to grow coffee. This is very important to have. I think I may give some extra job to the Secretariat that data collection will come and to all the members information can be able to share, and that data can be used not just only to the grower or producer, but also to the consumer as well as to the processor and so on. So I think as part of the institution to strengthen the Secretariat as an institutional strengthening part, we will be contributing to support that, to share that information. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
This is not on?
Yeah, you just press. Yeah, so. Now, one more. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Let me start with the easier question. How much of my espresso is made up of what? I just found a data point from UNCTAD that I wish I could put up on the screen, because if I put it up on the screen, it would be very dramatic. But let me give you the statistic. The breakdown of your morning coffee. 1 cup of coffee, 4% is actually the coffee itself, 4% is the milk, 7% is cups, napkins, etc., which you need. 25% is profit and tax. 60% is a shop, the cost of the rent, the staff. 0.4% of the money you pay for your cup of coffee goes to the coffee farmer. So you can see the data point we're talking about. Because coffee, when I go to buy, and this is just maybe a harsh fact, when I go to buy my morning coffee in the morning, I'm actually purchasing an experience. I'm going to meet him to discuss a piece of business in a coffee shop. Coffee is a lubricant, it's a social lubricant for the occasion. So value addition should be looked at very, very contextually. In fact, one of the things I forgot to add in the morning in my presentation was, and it's not related to my presentation really, but I just thought, if you look at the size of the coffee liqueur business, the alcohol that is coffee-based, things like Baileys, things like, it's a very big business. So one of the questions that the value addition guys yesterday might have talked about is, maybe there should be a conversation about the use of coffee in alcoholic drinks by the large alcohol producers in this country as a serious initiative, and then driving that. Because alcohol is a very difficult, it's a very easy conversation to have in this country when it comes to conversion of users and persuasion. It's not a complicated conversation. Trying to convert people to drinking alcohol in some age groups is actually easier than trying to make them drink coffee. But that's just said with a light touch. So somebody asked about climate friendly. How can you use technology to create climate friendly coffee? I want to suggest that maybe there's a lot of coffee that is already being grown in this country sustainably, but not being marketed with the label of sustainable coffee. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm sure you do. Meaning that the practices of the farmers are already sustainable practices. They're already using inputs that are sustainable, but because it is not communicated as such, the person who's paying for that coffee does not pay the premium that he should be paying, because he was not told how that coffee was grown, because there was no data to go back and say it's grown using local manure, it's grown in a sustainable way, It's grown by women self-help groups using support from the communities and that sort of. So information is part of the digitization story. The last issue is about, the second last question is about how do you make the technology we are proposing farmer-friendly? But I'd like to pose this challenge to the farmer producers themselves to say that just like governments have to solve problems of transportation, problems of roads, we must find interventions to give tools to farmers that are going to help them raise their standards of living. So if I was a cooperative owner, for example, or a cooperative manager, I would create programs to actually put some of these handsets into the hands of farmers. And if you look at the cost-benefit equation, it's a very easy equation to make. A handset will cost you 6,000 shillings in this country, 5,000 shillings, but the benefit in terms of use of technology would more than outweigh the thing. And some other people may say, okay, fine, it's not really a cost issue, it's a usage issue because many of our farmers don't want to use newer technology. But this is where the youth may come in to support. There are other family members who can come in to support. And I think this is a question that I would like to throw back to the audience. The last one is about, I just want to comment and just agree and just maybe recognize one of the last questioners who talked about Cote d'Ivoire, I think, and what they're doing with digitization. Actually, that is the best example of the benefit of digitization. It's the best example. And in fact, you have even gone further. When you're doing things like recording how many family members there are on a farm, how people use their money, you get very, very rich data that can inform policy, but also help the farmers themselves. And I would like to talk to you so that I can I could learn more about what is going on in the beautiful country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think, ladies and gentlemen, for the purposes of time, I would like us to stop at this juncture. We have taken quite a bit of time, but you'll agree with me this is a very interesting subject and is a subject that is critical to improving our efficiency and most of the coffee value chain areas where we can do better than we are currently doing. At this juncture also, I would like to give apologies from Amir Hamza, who is the chairman of AFCA. Unfortunately, he was not able to join us here. He has a sick son who is in India, so he was not able to join us. But he requested me to inform the summit and the secretariat that he is very much in agreement with the declaration which was made here. So thank you very much, all of you, for your time and your patience. And I think you can join me in giving the presenters a hearty clap. Thank you very much, and over to you, Akuma.
Thank you, moderator. One more claps for the... Now we have eaten into a coffee break, and at this point I would request that we proceed for the coffee break and take about 20 minutes, and then we come back for the next session, which is on trade and coffee in Africa. So please, let's take a few minutes, and then we are back for the next session. We are doing poorly in terms of time. So 20 minutes and we are back here. Thank you.
culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique
Now there is
and diverse
an urgent
culture,
announcement
the continent's coffee is
for
among
delegates who
the
are having
finest.
coffee outside. There is an urgent announcement. There are those delegates who wish to have a COVID test. There are delegates who are expressing interest to have a COVID test within the hotel. The service provider is asking for those delegates to contact me so that I can know who want a COVID test. We refer them to where it can be taken. So please urgently, delegates who want COVID test this morning, contact me for information we organize for the COVID test. So once again, there are delegates who wish to have COVID-19 testing before they leave Kenya. Let those delegates contact us urgently so that we can organize for COVID testing as soon as possible. Unless you inform us, then we may not be able to assist. Thank you and enjoy your coffee morning.
Finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture, the continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture, the continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture, the continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture, the continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture, the continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture, the continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee. Deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture, the continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many.
We are about to start the next session. So delegates who are outside, please, you can come in with your coffee. We are doing poorly on time, so we are starting the next session in the next 5 or less minutes. So please, those delegates who are having coffee outside, please come in with your coffee. You continue having your coffee as we start. I invite the next moderator and speakers to the stage. Please. We are doing poorly on time, so we must start. The delegates who are outside will find us continuing. Now, before we start, there are some delegates who have demanded to hear something about Dedan Kimathi University in Kenya, which has coffee programs of training the youth. They want to have some more details from this university. So I don't know whether the delegates who wanted information are in the room. There are some delegates who expressed interest to hear about Dedan Kimathi University programs on the youth. They have not come in the room. So can you proceed without them? Please come and say you are given 1 minute. So let us welcome Dr. Regina Mwangi for 1 minute, just 1 minute. Daktari, you say a few things about what you are doing and how much school fees you are charging, and then we hand over to the panelists.
Okay, thank you, Engineer. There are some people who are asking about the courses we offer in the university, and these courses started in the year 2010 when we had the curriculum which was developed by the coffee stakeholders. It included the coffee stakeholders from the whole value chain. So we have 3 types of courses that we offer in the university, and the environment that allowed us to have the courses, one is because we have the coffee farm, and I said yesterday 116 hectares. We also have the coffee lab, and we also have the 2 experts in the university. So the 3 courses that we offer in the university, that is the academic courses. One is the certificate in coffee technology and quality management. This certificate course requires you to have a D+ as a mini grade and D- or D plain in mathematics, chemistry, and biology. The second course we have is the diploma in coffee technology and cupping. This diploma really emphasizes on the coffee cupping, and this is the one we train the coffee liquorers, and it requires a C- as a mini grade and D+ in biology, chemistry, and mathematics. Number 3, we have the short courses. These are customized for the farmers. If you have a group that requires to be trained, if you have some youth or some women or some members that require to be trained about coffee, we have the short courses that are customized for our customers. And then when we have these academic courses, the certificate course takes 6 months. That is 4 months in class and 2 months attachment. The diploma takes 9 months, 6 months in class, and 3 months attachment. So when we are done with the coursework, we send our students to the coffee industry in the whole value chain, where they do their attachment and get the skills in the field of coffee. And after that, then they are supposed to be certified by the Coffee Directorate. They do an exam, the coffee and recurring exam, so that they can be certified by the coffee industry to be the Kenyan liquorers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Regina. Now, I wish to invite the moderator of the next session. The moderator for the next session is Mr. Mamadou Mala. Mamadou Mala has a master's in insurance and finance from the University of the Maine in France, and a master's in economic engineering from the University of Montesquieu, Bordeaux in France. Forgive me for the pronunciations, please. He is the managing director of the Guinean Export Promotion Agency called IQUIBEX since March 2022. Before then, he was responsible for projects at Casa de Mirons Albas in Lyon. Again, forgive me for the pronunciations of the French words. He has solid expertise in the development and implementation of projects and partnerships. He has mainly worked in the banking and insurance businesses and is used to designing and planning market campaigns. That is the moderator for the session. I now wish to invite him to take over the session. Welcome to the session speakers.
Bonjour. Yabaria Yenou. Yabaria Yenou. Je ne peux pas prendre la parole sur cette belle terre kenyane sans m'acquitter d'un devoir de mémoire pour deux illustres fondateurs de l'Organisation de l'Union africaine. Il s'agit du président Jomo Kenyatta et du président Ahmed Sékou Touré. Ils font partie de cette génération de leaders africains qui ont porté très haut la voix de l'Afrique. C'est le lieu de saluer leur mémoire ainsi que les autres pères fondateurs de notre belle organisation, l'OUA, aujourd'hui appelée l'Union africaine. Puisse leur combat forger notre ambition au niveau de l'OIAC. Ce premier sommet coïncide avec l'anniversaire de la création de l'Union africaine, sur une belle terre africaine dont l'un des présidents, Jomo Kenyatta, fut un véritable défenseur de la valeur africaine. Cette belle coïncidence est à saluer. Elle prouve en un mot l'ambition de l'Afrique vers nos valeurs, vers ce qui nous appartient fondamentalement. Je tiens à saluer particulièrement nos hôtes pour cette hospitalité et cette belle amitié qu'ils font égard dans notre présence. Depuis notre arrivée, ils ont su nous accueillir. C'est la preuve qu'ensemble, nous sommes en mesure de répondre durablement et efficacement aux défis du continent. Et des défis, on en a beaucoup. La preuve, notre réunion de ce matin. C'est aussi le lieu de féliciter et encourager le secrétaire général de l'OIAC et son staff pour cette mobilisation exceptionnelle pour le renouveau du café africain. Mes chers amis de l'OIAC, le café est le produit le plus important après le pétrole. C'est l'une des boissons les plus consommées dans le monde. La part de contribution africaine dans la production mondiale du café se situe aux alentours de 12%. En 2021, d'après les statistiques, la production mondiale du café a rapporté à peu près 500 000 milliards de dollars africains, ce qui veut dire qu'il y a des potentialités. On l'a vu hier sur les différents panels que nous avons eu à passer, notamment le panel numéro 2 où le docteur Benson et ce matin le professeur Joseph Kiar, que je salue particulièrement, qui était dans la salle, ont eu à nous édifier sur le paradoxe insupportable lié à la production et à la commercialisation du café. Il s'avère que d'une part, 90% de la production du café se situe au niveau de l'hémisphère sud, et d'autre part, la commercialisation, la transformation et la consommation se fait plutôt au niveau de l'hémisphère nord, ce qui est un paradoxe insupportable aujourd'hui. En Afrique, on voit qu'il y a deux blocs de consommation du café. À l'Afrique du Nord, il y a l'Éthiopie qui font office de très bons élèves. Donc c'est le pays par leur démarche qui inspire les autres pays africains en termes de consommation intérieure, bien évidemment, mais aussi en termes de valeur ajoutée. Il est évident qu'il existe au niveau des États africains des niches, des potentialités énormes, exceptionnelles, sur lesquelles nous devons travailler, des marchés porteurs. Sur la cinquantaine d'États ici, si on fait le calcul très rapidement, le ratio est vite fait. Nous avons un bloc en Afrique du Nord et un autre bloc qui est l'Éthiopie en termes de consommation. Donc vous voyez bien que l'Afrique centrale, l'Afrique de l'Ouest et les autres pays d'Afrique ne consomment pas beaucoup. We find that the rest of the countries in Africa, when you talk of consumption, it is a bit low. Therefore, we find that there's a lot of potential that we can work on. Il est tout à fait légitime et tout à fait normal de se poser la question sur la non-exploitation de ces marchés qui existent aujourd'hui.
Talk about the market that exists today. We have a lot of opportunity.
Par ailleurs, on peut se poser la question aussi sur la valeur ajoutée. Et deux éminentes personnalités ici nous rejoignent sur la table.
And I have other personalities that are joining me today.
Qui est là à ma gauche, qui est un frère
we have my brother from Ghana.
Monsieur Fred,
and also Mr.
je l'appelle Fred parce que c'est un habitué de la maison, c'est l'ancien secrétaire général de l'OIAC. Donc l'état habitué de la maison, ils l'appellent affectueusement Fred, au lieu de Frédéric Kaouma.
Instead of Frederick because he's my friend.
Nous allons commencer par notre ami Komi Abissi Prosper, qui est un agroéconomiste avec plus de 15 ans d'expérience dans un domaine du développement agricole international, des réformes des politiques agricoles, de l'agro-industrie, du commerce agricole, de l'accès au marché, du développement du secteur privé de l'alimentation, ainsi que la réduction des pertes et des déchets. Il est actuellement conseiller agricole principal auprès du secrétaire général de la ZLECAF, qui est basé à Accra, au Ghana. Avant son détachement auprès du secrétariat de la ZLECAF, M. Bissi a occupé divers postes à la Commission africaine. Au cours des 10 dernières années, notamment celui du responsable du programme détaillé de développement de l'agriculture africaine. Il a travaillé comme conseiller principal en agro-industrie auprès de l'Agence de développement de l'Union africaine basée en Afrique du Sud. M. Bissi est également champion associé de l'initiative mondiale de réduction des pertes et du gaspillage alimentaire. Il a coordonné le développement des cadres stratégiques clés pour guider le programme de transformation du commerce agricole du continent, y compris la stratégie continentale de l'agro-industrie. Pour stimuler le cas, il a aussi travaillé sur la stratégie post-récolte de l'Union africaine, le cadre continental pour stimuler le commerce intra-africain des produits et services agricoles et plus récemment la stratégie du commerce privé. Donc vous voyez bien que M. Bissi a une expérience avérée. Et donc, je vais lui laisser la parole. Donc, on va s'organiser sur 2 points. Ils vont prendre la parole, chacun aura 25 minutes de discussion. Puis, on viendra aux étapes de questions-réponses où chaque intervenant aura 2 minutes pour poser la question afin de laisser beaucoup plus de choix aux uns et aux autres qui poseraient des questions. Monsieur Bissi, vous avez la parole.
Mr. Bissu, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's my pleasure to be part of this consultation this afternoon. As my senior colleague rightly said, I'm Komla Bissi from the Africa Continental Free Trade Secretariat, where I serve as a senior advisor to the Secretary General on Agriculture, Trade, and Value Chains Development. I work originally for the African Union Commission based in Addis Ababa. So those of you who might have known me in my past life, there is no confusion. I'm the same person. I also bring you warm regards from the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Secretariat, H.E. Wamkelemeni, who could not be here today because of other schedule constraints. We, from the Secretariat, are hopeful that the outcomes of these deliberations will really define some concrete steps that we can take back to our head of state in the next few months for consideration as we advance on the implementation or the adoption of the declaration that was enacted here in the last few days. I must also recognize the effort of the ICAO Secretariat for putting all this together. I was discussing with colleagues a few minutes ago. It is not clear to me as a person, as an African, and also for us collectively, if coffee has such economic potentials, why has it taken us so long? Even 16 good years after the continent agreed on what commodities could be strategic commodities, and yet coffee was not one of them. It's just because my experience in the African Union Commission, we prioritize agriculture-based commodities because of their food security concerns. And therefore, not much emphasis is put on commodities that are of commercial interest, such as coffee. And therefore, I appreciate the effort of colleagues for really taking this bold decision to bring us all together here to have this dialogue and build consensus on coffee to be considered as a continental strategic commodity. Now, back to my presentation. I'll take you through just a few areas that the AFCFTA is working on currently. More specifically, just give you a brief update on where we are on the negotiations. I will not spend much time on that. I make the presentation very comprehensive so colleagues can have it and read through for themselves, not to change this discussion to a very technical discussion. We will also discuss what we're doing with respect to supporting the private sector on value chains development in this context where coffee falls. I'll give you some brief on that, as well as what we're doing with respect to collaborating on coffee specifically. And for that matter, what we're doing with ICAO in the last few months. And I would like you to guide me in your interventions on what specifics you think we should be doing to support you so that we can be able to realize the full potentials of coffee, not only within the context of the intra-Africa trade, but also in the context of the global trade. Last, we will also discuss some of the partnerships arrangements that we put in together at the Secretariat to be able to support your effort. And we would like your feedback on some of these areas. Thank you. I will not go more into the background of AFCFTA because more colleagues have already presented that. But we all aware that I think the most important issue here is that we're supposed to start trading in January last year. But actually, trading has not really been taking place within the AFCFTA because we have not yet concluded the negotiations. I will elaborate on that. But that said, there is a lot of momentum in this regard. And more specifically also, I must mention that the AFCFTA agreement recognizes the importance of taking industrial development approaches to developing regional value chains, more specifically in the context of achieving the agricultural development targets of the continent and also food security. And this is why this debate on coffee fits well into the broader AFCFTA agenda and the broader African Union agenda. As we speak, 54 countries so far have signed on to the agreement. I believe most of you are aware of that, of which 43 of them have already rectified. That takes us to about 80% of the continent have really endorsed the AFCFTA agenda, and they are all at different stages of designing the implementation processes and arrangements. Currently, also, I must mention that we have achieved 87.7% of the tariff negotiations. What it means, therefore, is that we're able to determine how much of a commodity should constitute an African content for that commodity to be able to benefit from the preferential trade arrangements under the AFCFTA arrangements. And also considering that we have achieved more than 80% of the continent has really endorsed and rectified the AFCFTA protocols, our principles have guided that we could now move on to concrete implementation of the agreement, that is concrete trading under the AFCFTA arrangement. For us to be able to do that, we currently publishing what we call the AFCFTA tariff book. And this tariff book explains how the protocols are, how the tariffs are, so everybody should be able to understand what is needed to be done within the commodity that you intend to trade, in this context, coffee, what will be the requirements, and all these are explained within this tariff book. The tariff book is currently at a draft stage, and we hope that by the middle of the year, towards the end of the year, it will be fully functional. Everything related to what anyone needs to do or know about the tariffs, the custom procedures, etc., are all explained in this one booklet. I must mention again that the second stage of the negotiations are currently ongoing, and this includes negotiations around investment protocols, intellectual property, digital trade. Colleagues mentioned earlier about the importance of digital technology for trade. So the Secretariat is working with all state and non-state actors to come up with protocols or regulations that help us to be able to use digital technologies for trade very efficiently and sustainably. Now, coming to the real business, the Secretariat has considered it important to develop a strategy that will help leverage support to private sector to be able to participate in the AFCFTA process. In that regard, we already in the process of finalizing what we call the AFCFTA, Private Sector Engagement Strategy. This strategy works to identify specific commodities that have the highest potentials for helping us to achieve the AFCFTA implementation agenda. And these value chains are mainly agriculture and agro-processing related value chains is a priority in that context. I will explain why. The second value chain we'll be looking at is automotive value chains. Transport and logistics, we already mentioned how difficult it is to move commodities within the continent, especially in the context of trade. I'm sure all of you are aware that perhaps it may be easy for somebody to import coffee from Brazil to Ghana than to think of bringing coffee from Uganda to Ghana. Why? Because of the logistical constraints, the logistical challenges, the transport-related challenges. Therefore, in the context of even agriculture or supporting agricultural value chains in this area, we're also thinking of what must we do to be able to improve the transport and logistical constraints that are within the system. In the last 3 days, I spent some time in Mombasa trying to understand the situation in this port, especially with respect to movement of agriculture-related commodities within that port to the rest of the region. So we're looking at the value chain in this perspective. So when we talk about coffee, we will be talking about what exactly we're supposed to do or to help you to be able to effectively produce, process, and trade. And therefore, all these interlinked areas will be discussed when we get into the practical implementation of the AFCFTA agenda. I must also mention that there's a lot of emphasis we put in on supporting SMEs, smallholders, youth, and women to be able to participate effectively within the AFCFTA architecture. With respect to the value chains development, we're putting together what we call the AFCFTA SME financing architecture or program. We're working on this program with a number of other partners, including the Afri-Exim Bank, the African Development Bank, and other development partners, including the MasterCard Foundation, to see how best we can be able to leverage the needed incentives for SMEs to be able to produce, process, and also be able to trade under the AFCFTA architecture. And this will not leave out SMEs that are engaged in the coffee value chain. This is why it is important for us to have this conversation. And as I mentioned, in time of your contribution, I would be glad to know from you what specifically you think we should be doing in the context of all this that the Secretariat is thinking about. I think this slide is just to give you a brief of an update on how we're thinking of prioritizing value chain, especially in the context of the AFCFTA implementation. As you may see, the first priority of value chains that the Secretariat considered is agriculture and agro-based value chains because of their ability to contribute to our economic growth. We know agriculture sector is the backbone of our continent. We don't have to go through that history. It employs more than 60% of our people, etc. Therefore, it is understood that for AFCFTA to be able to leverage the needed impact for our populations, it will depend also on the effectiveness of the agriculture sector and how value chains are being supported so that we can be able to have commodities that meet the required standards to be able to trade to achieve the AFCFTA agenda. We also recognize that it's not sufficient just to make the rules of the trade, to make the protocols, etc., when we don't have commodities to trade. And this is why it is important that we work together to ensure that we strengthen the value chains. And in this case, this is why we're having this debate today, to see what exactly can be done to be able to strengthen the coffee value chain so that we can be able to participate within the AFCFTA implementation agenda. The other value chains I mentioned, transport and logistics, pharmaceuticals, and automobiles are there, and you can see how they feature within the profile of their feasibility and sustainability, economic growth, and also inclusivity, most importantly, that they are able to include participation of women and youth within these value chains. And agriculture value chains are being seen to be more responsive to the issues of engagement of women and youth. However, I'm a bit surprised again, just as I mentioned earlier, if all this, Ambassador, is very important about the coffee, why it took us so long as a continent to get this place. And we recognize your effort in this regard. I'm sorry you were not in when I made that statement. And we'll carry this back to our principles. And we stand in to support you in any way that in order to move forward the declaration that we signed 3 days ago within the African Union structures. Now, I heard earlier a colleague, speaker, also spoke about the challenges that the youth in Kenya, and for that matter, the continent are facing. For example, access to land, etc. And I must mention, these challenges were the challenges we used to learn those days in School of Agriculture when I was young, more than 20 years ago. And I'm surprised that even today that we are in charge, still these challenges exist. It shouldn't be so. I think as a takeaway from here, maybe we should make some consensus so that at least those things that we know that are challenges, we put in place the needed mechanisms to address them. And also, I challenge also our political leadership. We need to do something about all this because we cannot continue to discuss the challenges, every time. I don't think it's sufficient. So if there are issues specifically to be done about youth, at the moment the AFCF Secretariat is looking at developing a protocol that addresses issues related to youth and women to be able to participate in the AFCFTA process. Please, let's have these issues so that we can be able to put them into the perspective for the political leaders to continue to consider them. Yes, as I mentioned, the agriculture sector is considered heavily under the AFCFTA protocols and arrangements. But more specifically, I must mention that with respect to the private sector strategies that we're talking about, it is being indicated that if we are able to implement the interventions that we're talking about within these value chains or add value process, to be able to meet the requirements of the AFCFTA and be able to trade. We should be able to add more than $11 billion to the African's economies in the next 5 years in terms of production. At the same time, we should be able to add more than $5 billion per annum to intra-Africa trade development. That is if we are able to do all that we're talking about, not only in the sector of coffee, but also in the other areas. And more importantly, we should be able to add up to 700,000 jobs in 5 years to the Africa's economies. That means if we are able to do all this, we should be able to employ at least or generate employment for up to 700,000 people. And we estimated that at least 55% of this should be youth and women because of the importance of youth and women, and everybody's talking about it. I had many colleagues earlier spoke about this. More specifically with respect to coffee, we have not left coffee alone. As you are aware, the AFCA Secretariat is new. We are less than 5 years old, just 2 years specifically we've been in operation. However, we've considered coffee very important. The first commodity value chain or collaboration that we have signed is with ICAO within the coffee sector. And this tells you the importance that the AFCF Secretariat puts on the coffee sector development. More specifically, our collaboration is currently defined around the areas of enhancing and strengthening market access for coffee and trade for coffee within Africa. You know, that is the priority. How do we ensure that more people in Africa are encouraged to drink more coffee so that we can be able to create more markets for producers, and also how do we add value, etc. So coffee is a priority. Another area we'll be looking at will be in the area of capacity building and training. I had a lot of colleagues were asking about what exactly should we do to new graduates, people interested in coffee. We have some partnerships currently that we are already putting in place. I believe you might have heard of, for example, about a Beulah training school that is here in Kenya, that they are able to train people in coffee processing, you know, the grain processing, etc. I'll talk about some of these partnerships as we move forward. But from the secretariat perspective, we will be supporting a lot of efforts to ensure that the right capacities exist in terms of processing, value addition, and trading within the coffee value chains. We'll be doing some policy works also to ensure alignment of coffee-related trade and policies and regulations are consistent with the continental policies, etc. We will be working on private sector development initiatives, including working with the African Standard Organization to ensure that all the standard issues related to coffee and coffee trade are well addressed. Enough capacities exist locally. People are well trained to be able to understand what it needs to be able to produce coffee, process coffee, and be able to trade coffee, move coffee from one country to the other. And also, we will be working on areas of data generation and collection so that we can be able to inform effective policy making and decision making within the coffee value chains. So coffee is a priority for us. We have already seen it. We will be doing similar thing in other value chains, cocoa, meat, oil seals, etc. So please feel free and reach out to us if there are specific areas that you are working on at member state level that you think you should bring to our attention. Please feel free to let us know. But we have not left coffee behind at all. It's for us, it's our number one as we advance to practical implementation of the AFCFTA agreement. We've also been working to see what kind of partnerships we can facilitate to be able to support you along the value chains as you proceed to working to participate in the AFCFTA process. One area we'll be looking at is on technology development and technology-related services provision. I must mention that as we were signing this agreement with ICAO, we are also thinking who else, which partners do we bring on board this partnership with ICAO to be able to support you? We have identified a few of them, and we will continue to work with all of you to also see who else will be there for us to bring on board this process so that we can be able to undertake effective transactions and processes to be able to support you much. With respect to technology sites, we've been working with our colleagues from the Beulah Group. I believe some of you might have known Beulah Group, the mainly technology providers globally. And we've been relying on them to guide us on providing total solutions to addressing the value chain concerns from production, from processing, value addition, trading, marketing, etc., including some element of financing. So Beulah Group have agreed to work with us closely to be able to support you. We're also working with a number of finance institutions, such as the African Development Bank, the Afri-Exim Bank, the MasterCard Foundation. As I mentioned, we're working with these partners to put together a financing architecture that respond to the financial needs, especially for the SME sector that are participating or that will be participating in the coffee value chains. In the context of this partnership also, as I mentioned, we will also be working on some market development areas, especially on practical trade facilitation. How do we move coffee from Uganda to Ghana? How do we move coffee effectively from Kenya or Ethiopia to South Africa? What exactly needs to be done? So that we can be able to sell our coffee locally, consume locally, as we all talking within the context of the AFCFTA. So we will rely on you to understand what exactly the challenges are and what interventions you think we should put in place so that we can be able to support you most effectively. I must mention also that the Beulah Group's guys have a lot of technologies. I've been discussing with them how they can be able to develop technologies that really respect small processing of coffee. Not only at a big industrial scale, but at small scale level, so that the equipment can be really developed. A miniature equipment can be produced so for SMEs to be able to do their roasting, processing, etc. So this is the kind of partnership we think we could bring into the discussion table, and we will continue to rely on your guidance. As I mentioned, the Secretariat is new. A lot of these are just new ideas. We still need more ideas from you to see how best we can put all these together for coffee to continue to maintain its position as a continental priority commodity at continental level, and also we continue to maintain our space at the global market level. I think this is what I have to share with you this morning. I have my email address in there. Please feel free and reach out to me anytime beyond this discussion. I hope we will not be able to address all the questions here, but feel free to reach out to me anytime. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bissy. Il a respecté le chrono, 25 minutes. Parfait. Dans son interlocution, dans le débat qu'il vient d'avoir, Monsieur Bissy s'est concentré exclusivement sur la zone ZLECAf, qui est une opportunité pour l'Afrique. 80% des pays l'ont ratifié, donc il en reste des pays. Donc c'est une véritable opportunité de voir. La CEDEAO, d'où je viens, a pris de l'avance là-dessus parce que nous avons une communauté africaine, des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest qui a pris de l'avance sur certains États. Donc je pense que c'est une belle opportunité pour le continent africain. Et je retiens aussi dans ce qu'a dit M. Bissy, la priorisation sur l'agriculture, ce qui est un véritable, ce sera l'un des moteurs en tout cas du développement de l'Afrique. Et la deuxième chose que je retiens particulièrement, c'est la place qu'accordera la ZLECAf aux jeunes et aux femmes. Et je pense que la jeunesse et les femmes sont véritablement la colonne vertébrale de nos sociétés. La jeunesse parce que la fougue de la jeunesse, on est capable de soulever des montagnes. Par la femme parce que de notre culture, de notre tradition, la femme est quasiment la colonne vertébrale de la société. Dans la mesure où je considère qu'une femme épanouie, c'est une société qui est épanouie en général. C'est une famille qui est épanouie, donc potentiellement on a de nouveaux citoyens qui sont capables de faire un pays meilleur.
And
donc,
therefore,
très chaleureusement notre intervenant. On va passer au deuxième intervenant qui est M. Dr Frédéric Kaouma, comme je le disais tout à l'heure. C'est l'ancien, c'est un habitué de la maison. Il est affectueusement appelé par les gens par l'OIAC Fred. Il est titulaire d'un baccalauréat en commerce de l'université de Makerere, d'une maîtrise en communication de Wheaton College aux États-Unis et d'un doctorat en leadership entrepreneurial de l'université Reagan aux États-Unis. Et comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, il a été secrétaire général de l'Organisation interafricaine du café de 2012 à 2021. C'est un cadre expérimenté avec plus de 30 ans d'expérience dans les secteurs publics et privés. Un consultant professionnel accompli du café dans la conception stratégique, le développement institutionnel, le développement commercial, le marketing, le développement et la gestion des partenariats, la gestion des performances ainsi que le suivi de réalisation des objectifs organisationnels, en plus de 30 ans d'expérience dans l'industrie du café. Il a été expert auprès du Centre du commerce international ITC dans le développement de support pour la formation continue des responsables marketing en Afrique. Il a été consultant auprès de la Banque mondiale au sein de la division des produits de base et membre du conseil consultatif de l'International Task Force for Commodity Risk Management. Il est actuellement président du Café Africa. Il a reçu plusieurs distinctions, dont entre autres la mention élogieuse du Congrès américain en 2004, prix d'excellence du café du président de l'Ouganda en 2017, prix AFCA pour l'ensemble de ses réalisations en 2018. Il a été nommé ambassadeur de bonne volonté pour le café africain en novembre 2020. Donc c'est aussi un éminent spécialiste sur le café à qui je vais laisser la parole afin qu'il puisse nous édifier sur sa vision du commerce du café en Afrique. À vous la parole, Monsieur Fred.
The floor is yours, Mr. Fred.
Thank you, moderator. I'm talking today on trade and coffee in Africa, challenges and opportunities for economic transformation of the coffee value chain. So that's my abstract. I'll go through the slides fast. So, Africa is the origin of coffee, as we have been told, and we have seen developments in Africa over the years as part of the colonial enterprise. We know that in our countries, although Africa is the origin of coffee, coffee has not been developed that much in Africa. But what happened is colonialists took coffee from Africa and took it all over the world. So you find coffee was taken to Asia, it was taken to Latin America, and so on. And then as part of the colonial enterprises, the African countries were set up not to trade amongst ourselves, but to trade with the colonial masters. So you find the Francophone countries were to trade with France, the Anglophone countries to trade with Britain. In fact, you'll find if you go into the archives of the LIFE, London International Futures and Options, Futures Exchange in London, which used to be London Commodity Exchange,
you'll find in their archives that Uganda coffee was what was used to set up the London Coffee Exchange after the Second World War. So the trading of coffee in Africa was really to serve the interest of our colonial masters and to provide raw materials for the industries, the industries in the developed countries. But we know that coffee is very significant in our economies in Africa. It's quite significant, especially in Eastern Africa. I know that West Africa, if you look at Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, cocoa is the biggest, the most important commodity. Cocoa in Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and even Cameroon. But in East Africa, coffee is really, really important. Now, what are the achievements and successes that we can celebrate? There's been an emergence of the local entrepreneurial spirit, and this is really operating with resilience. You can see from the presentations that we have had. Yesterday, you had the testimony of an entrepreneur who is an engineer, software engineer, and now in coffee. And we have so many different entrepreneurs who have come into the space, and we have seen an increase in cafes all across the continent. And there's the beginning of the integration of the value chain within our individual countries. And there's also reported improvement of in terms of quality, which we are very happy about. And there's still more to be done to improve that further. There's also a growing pool of professionals, agronomists, quality analysts, experts, baristas, as well as local investors. We have many local investors who have come onto the scene. And there's an increasing presence of local brands in our supermarkets and grocery stores. There's a time when you went to the supermarket and all the coffee you would find would be Nestle or whatever, or coffee that is imported from outside the continent. That is still there, but now you find more and more of the local brands, which is an encouraging thing. So there's also the increasing domestic consumption, and that is very positive. That's something we are happy about. These are achievements which need to be celebrated. However, we have some challenges. We have challenges, and one of the key challenges we have is limited trade between African countries. As my brother Komla has already said, the African countries were not set up to trade amongst each other. So you find that the ocean liners, when they come to Africa, they are to take things from here to take to Europe to export, or for us to export to Asia, to import from Asia, from China, we import a lot of things. So the ocean liners come here not to help us trade amongst ourselves. So if a coffee exporter in Cote d'Ivoire wants to take coffee to, for instance, Nigeria, that coffee will take many months to move from Cote d'Ivoire, just not many miles from the port of Abidjan to Lagos. It will take so many months. He has already mentioned it. I don't need to elaborate. So we have that problem of the limited trade between our countries because of the way we are set up. The logistics just don't support it. We have also a value chain that is underdeveloped. I mentioned earlier that the value chain is developing, but it's still underdeveloped, and there is need for us to broaden our product lines and have an efficient use of the coffee byproducts. If you go to Brazil, for instance, you'll find a lot of byproducts made from coffee. There are industries that have been set up to do these things, which we have not yet developed in Africa. I know that in Uganda the government has supported research, and there's some incubation that is going on in using some of the coffee byproducts, and hopefully there will be entrepreneurial initiatives that will take full advantage of that. We also have a lack of common standards for coffee trading, where these standards exist, there may not be enforcement. Now, in discussing at the African Union, there's seen a need for us to have standards which are common, so that when somebody from an African country, an importing country in Africa, so let's say Morocco wants to import coffee, that the coffee that they're importing, the standard of the coffee is similar. The standardization that when he's importing coffee from Kenya, the grading in Kenya will also be similar to the grading in Tanzania, will be similar to the grading in Ethiopia, and so on, so that it makes the trading easy, because you don't want to take so much time to understand what is this grade, and so forth. So this is one of the things which I think the IACO Secretariat is working on also with FCFT and the African Union. And there's a lack of spirit of excellence that we see in doing business in Africa. I know there's a lack of excellence we have at the production level, but even in the business itself, there's lack of excellence. And we need to address the issue of efficiency in the infrastructure, logistics, and so on. And also address the issue of creativity and innovation. You know, as we have seen, there are a lot of young people who are coming up with many creative ideas, and this is good, but we have not yet reached the level of creativity that makes us really competitive. So that's one of the challenges that we have. We know that China used to be a copycat kind of economy. They would get goods from the US or Europe and then reverse engineer and make, but now China, they have also gone ahead into developing their own intellectual property and so on. They are making a lot of progress. In Africa, we have a challenge of that mediocrity and the copycat thing. So what are the prospects for the African regional market? I look at possibilities for incubation and product trials for breaking into the regional and international markets. And as I mentioned earlier, in Uganda, the government has supported research, and so many options have been brought out by the research community. And this actually gives opportunities now for entrepreneurs to see how to take those research findings and commercialize them and go into serious development of products for the market. So the incubation is going on. There's an incubation program between the Makerere University and the private sector, and that is also bringing very interesting results. I know that in Cote d'Ivoire there was an effort of incubation. The government actually allocated $1 million where the government got some young entrepreneurs. They even sent them for training in Europe and helped them to acquire equipment so that they can go into the processing of coffee in Cote d'Ivoire, into the value chain transformation. This is very interesting, and I think such incubation programs need to be looked at by other countries. There's a growing middle class in Africa, and the cafe culture, which is a great opportunity for us, and the prospect for increasing consumption in Africa is there. There's also the impressionable young population. As we have seen with the presentations earlier, the cafes at the universities here in Nairobi, Kenyatta University, and also Egerton University, and others, the young people are getting interested in coffee. And this is a great opportunity because you can imagine if you get the young people when they're still at the university, when they leave university, in their offices, they'll make sure there's coffee consumption. Wherever they are in their offices, they will promote consumption. So this is a very good thing. And then we also have the prospects for the transformation of the value chain regionally and other industries that develop connected to that. Because as you develop the value chain, there's several services that develop. And all this leads to economic transformation. So it is good for us to look at how we take advantage of all this. And then there is a stimulus for creativity and innovation that I believe will come from Africa and will grab the world's attention. You see, in East Africa, we had M-Pesa coming up as an innovation. And as a result of that, the whole world has picked up, the whole thing of mobile money. It was an East African innovation. So there's an opportunity for us in Africa to come up with innovations that even the West will say, yeah, this actually has come from Africa. Okay, what are the inhibitors? And I'll not go through the detail of this, but you'll get the presentation, I guess, from the website. We are told that a link will be sent. There are a lot of inhibitors. We have numerous non-tariff barriers, which my brother Komla has mentioned that FTA will handle. We have unsupportive cultural practices in Africa. There's a lack of exposure to international best practices. We have limited social capital, limited access to information, limited research and development, and also intellectual capital registration. We don't have that many registered intellectual property that belong to Africans in the area of coffee. So those are things that we need to do, and the skills are still lacking. And then there's the issue of affordable financing, which Komla has already mentioned. Then we have technological barriers. So people like Bula and so on, we hope will help us to go over that. And also I've seen in Egypt, there's been a lot of development of machinery. So as we talk of trade within Africa, maybe the machinery like that produced in Egypt can be used in us getting over technological barriers. And then the challenge of the unpredictable policy environment. Many times in Africa, the policy can change so rapidly. Sometimes you hear announcements and people complain that, what is happening? So those are things that need to be addressed. So what can be done to address the challenges that I have pointed out? We have the main actors, and who are these actors, and what should they all do, and what is the way forward? Okay. We have the private sector and entrepreneurs who are responsible for the production, processing, marketing, and so on. The Secretary General and the Secretariat of IACO launched what is called Drink African Coffee, Build Africa, DACBA, the DACBA initiative. Now, this is something that the entrepreneurs in Africa should take advantage of in promoting the consumption of African coffee. Then there was also there has been the moot of establishing an African coffee exchange. That is the private sector to see how that can work. And with technology today, as we were told, things are possible. Then investment in maritime logistics. Komla has talked about what can be done by the AFCFTA, but I believe we have people in Africa, like in Nigeria, we have many billionaires. I believe these billionaires can invest in some, maybe some big boats which can move coffee from Abidjan to Lomé to Lagos and so on. So we don't have to depend on those big liners which don't want to move within Africa. So I think the private sector can play a key role there. And then the government, ministries, departments, and agencies can provide a supporting environment to address these issues. And then we have the regional bodies, like IACO, the CFTA, the regional economic communities, and so forth. They all have a role to play. So I won't go really too much into all this. So what do we need to do? How can the private sector can serve as catalysts in driving the required change? And I believe that there are models that are available, and we can look at best practices. We don't need to go into much, but look at, for instance, the establishment of a roasters guild. The African roasters can establish a roasters guild so that it facilitates sharing of experiences and information. The Secretary General mentioned the establishment of the African Coffee Training Institute, and that is an opportunity of partnership with the private sector. So there are many opportunities that can be pursued. So what? Okay, I've already talked about this. I don't need to go into. So what resources are required? And this is a multi-million-dollar question, as I say. There are short-term, medium-term, and long-term actions which require, to be looked at, and estimates on, all this can be done maybe by looking at what has been done elsewhere, and some planning experts can work out details for us, I believe. So what we do in terms of the way forward, I believe that individual investors and entrepreneurs can apply the hedgehog principle, where you identify low-hanging fruits and invest in those ventures which will address those constraints that we have observed. But also, just as Komla said, a comprehensive strategy may be required, where we probably can have a task force which can come out of our discussions here to pursue the implementation of some of the recommendations that have come out of our discussions, where we have the private sector, we have IACO, the AFCFTA, and the African Union, where projects can be developed which will objectively analyze the issues and see how to provide a roadmap for implementation in each of these cases. And this can be presented to the summit, the next summit, so that we show our heads of state, these are the things which we need to do, and this is the kind of implementation plan that we propose. I think this will make us move forward so that we don't just come to talk, and then there's no action. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asanteni sana.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Le constat, il est déjà fait. Donc, les perspectives d'avenir, on l'a déjà. Donc, il a passé en revue plein de choses, plein d'actions sur lesquelles on peut travailler finalement. Moi, je retiens principalement ce qu'il a dit en développant les chaînes de valeur. On est capable de catalyser d'autres développements, d'autres secteurs sur lesquels on n'a pas aujourd'hui à date connaissance. Donc c'est des
We
choses
need
qu'il
to
faut
update our
saluer.
knowledge as far
Et
as the
surtout
value
l'implication
chain
du
is
secteur privé.
concerned.
Et je pense que
Also, he
c'est
talked about the
formidable qu'on
importance
soit capable
of
un jour
the private sector.
que le secteur privé puisse influencer. Sur le continent
Because
africain, nous avons des gens qui sont
private sector has a lot
extrêmement
of
riches,
influence in the
ne serait-ce
African
qu'à
region.
investir un pourcentage de leur montant dans une des
And
filières,
they
je
are
crois qu'on soit
able
capable
to invest
de
a
réussir
lot
le
in
pari.
the value chain.
Donc,
as far as coffee is
félicitations aux deux et on va
concerned.
passer à la
Thank you
série
very
de
much. Well
questions-réponses
done to both
afin que chacun
presenters.
puisse soit des suggestions,
And,
soit des questions.
If
2
there are
minutes
any
par personne,
questions,
ou moins.
now is the time to ask them. 2 minutes per
Monsieur.
person, please. Yes, Mr.
Good afternoon. My name is John. I am a farmer, a producer, and as well as exporter. My question goes to the two gentlemen for ACFTA. You talk about Africa having a good number of estimate middle class. And currently I'm working on a shipment to Nigeria. And my client told me that, we have an estimate of 320 million consumers of coffee from Africa. Apparently, these 320 million consumers, they get coffee from Europe and Asia. So if now we have the G-25 Africa Summit, this is a big market for the producers from Africa. What measures are you putting in place to ensure that Africa can now trade between Africa? Secondly, is we understand that there are actually cross-border trade going on and also internal trade going on between countries. But there is limited data, collection on that, which are documented. Is it possible for the Africa Continental Free Trade to document that data so that it can help the producers to have a wider access of market? And finally, is actually on the issue of African brand. You realize that most of the brands from overseas like Colombia, they are well marketed, but the African coffee brands, they are not marketed. That is why accessing the market is actually very limited. And finally, on the issue of shipping, to ship coffee from Nairobi to Nigeria is almost the price of coffee. So what is Africa Continental Free Trade doing in terms of actually intervening for the issue of rates? I mean, freight rates, if it is possible to have some charter which can actually lower the price for coffee. Thank you so much.
Merci. Monsieur juste à côté.
The gentleman next to him.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom. I come in from Bueller Group. First of all, I really share our serious attitude to contribute to supporting Africa develop the coffee value chain, not just modern class machine technology, also trading and also marketing development. Secondly, regarding I just want to share some ideas regarding the sales of the coffee, for example, to China. I think right now the most one of the major sales in China actually online shopping. I would like to say why not try this part, because in 2020 May in China the Rwanda embassy in China, he did a very super famous events in China. He sold 1.5 ton Rwanda coffee bean in seconds. 1.5 ton in seconds. So this is something maybe we could try. And secondly, I have a question is we are talking about the shipment to how to keep the coffee in the fresh flavor. Then why not Africa go outside Africa to invest in the consumer area? For example, invest in China. And for example, I love the Java house here. Why not Java house go to China? Thanks.
Merci. Monsieur?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Juste un verre, s'il vous plaît.
My question goes directly to toward the areas of global warming challenges, whereby Africa has got several large rivers which drain in our oceans. When we come to estate and plantations, they are allowed to abstract water from those water volumes, whereas local farmers do not really assess the same. Secondly, this one goes to areas whereby marketability, though it has been mentioned about, that between the time when the farmer maybe deliver his farm produce and the time he receive the proceed, financial proceed, they are almost maybe once in a year or another season has come, and much of the farm produce get lost because they are incapacitated to pick that rare commodity. Thank you.
Merci. Juste à côté.
Thank you. Right next to him.
Je réponds au nom de John Katambo.
My name is John Katambo.
Directeur commercial
I'm the director
à l'Office national des produits agricoles du Congo.
For the
agricultural
produce in Congo, DRC.
Ma préoccupation s'adresse à Monsieur
question is for
Fred.
Mr. Fred.
Je voudrais savoir
I would like to know
si un pays producteur
if
du café, dans le cadre de la ZLECAf, peut exporter vers un autre pays producteur du café.
Area
Et si c'est oui, comment
be
les organisations,
an importer.
je prends l'Organisation internationale du café et l'Organisation interafricaine, peuvent-elles contrôler les
organizations
statistiques?
in Africa,
Merci.
could they control
Merci. D'autres questions?
the trade?
On va prendre la dernière question et puis on passe à l'avant-dernière.
We'll
Juste
take the last
sur la même
question.
rangée jusqu'au bout, à l'extrémité.
Right at the end.
Je vous ai pas oublié de l'autre côté. Hein?
I've not forgotten you.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you, Mr.
Mon nom,
Moderator.
c'est Salim Bangoura,
My name is Salim
de
Bangoura
l'Agence guinéenne de promotion des exportations.
from Guinea.
Et ma question
And
est
my
adressée à
question
monsieur
is
Koumla
for
Bessi.
Mr.
Vous savez
Bessi.
que dans le cadre de
You
l'exportation,
know
il y
that
a
when you
des
talk about
documents techniques à
exportation,
prendre.
we have technical
Par exemple,
documents
je vais prendre
to
l'exemple sur
take
mon
care
pays,
of. I'll give you an
qui est la
example of my
Guinée-Conakry.
country, which is Guinea-Conakry.
Les documents techniques que nous
We
délivrons
have
dans le cadre de l'exportation des
technical
produits,
documents that
il y a
have
le
to be
certificat
filled.
phytosanitaire,
We have
le
phytosanitary
certificat contrôle de
certificates
le certificat
that control
sanitaire, et
quality,
pour couronner le tout, le certificat d'origine qui
as
montre
well as
la
the
provenance
certificates of
d'un
origin
Donc,
for
ma
a
question,
specific product.
je veux
My
savoir
question,
comment
I would
exporter
like to know how
sous le régime de la ZLECAf.
how
Est-ce
this
qu'il
is
y a
handled
un
in
document
the
technique à prendre
AFCFTA
pour un exportateur
region,
qui veut exporter sous le régime de la ZLECAf.
and
Merci.
how is this handled when we talk about origin in
On
this
va répondre à cette
region?
vague de questions et
We
puis on
are
passera
going
sur une autre
to
vague
answer
de
the
questions.
questions
s'il vous plaît.
that have been asked, then we'll
Nos
proceed to the
nos
next.
deux panélistes,
The two panelists,
je vous laisse répondre. Il y a
I
des
will
questions sur
let you
beaucoup plus
respond.
de questions sur la
We have
ZLECAf.
very many
Donc je vous laisse
questions related
Bissi
to
reprendre et après on passera sur
AFCFTA.
à Fred, s'il vous plaît.
I will
Vous
give
avez
the floor
5
to
minutes.
Fred. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the question. I will. There's the issue of the big market opportunity in Africa. When you look at the African middle class, you gave a figure of about 350 million. That's what is assumed to be the middle class in Africa. And if you look at, I'll give you an example of Brazil. Brazil has a population of about 215 million people, and Brazil consumes about 21 million bags of coffee per year. That's Brazil. Nigeria has almost the same population, almost same population as Brazil. So Nigeria could actually easily consume all the coffee that is produced in Africa at the moment. So this opportunity can be taken advantage of. The problem we have is the issue of logistics. I remember one of the commercial officer at the Nigerian embassy in Abidjan was telling me that the coffee that would arrive at the port of Lagos, there are people who are ready to buy it, but there is a very limited movement within Africa. I think Mr. Amir Hamza shared with us last year how he tried to export coffee from Tanzania to Nigeria, and it took 6 months. So these are the challenges that logistically have to be resolved. The issue of documentation, there is an effort by IACO to work with the AFCFTA in coming up with a certificate of origin to support the movement of coffee, identifying the origin of coffee from the different countries as it goes across the continent, but especially also out of the continent for purposes of data collection. Because one of the challenges we have in Africa is data. So through documentation, it will be possible to have good data collection, and the option now is to use technology. As the earlier panel talked about technology, I think IACO is looking at, with AFCFTA, how to use the technology to even address this, so the certificate of origin can be a digital one. Somebody asked about how trade can be controlled by African countries. I think the guidelines that are going to come out of the AFCFTA will help us to know how we are going to trade. But I think the removal of all these barriers and obstacles is critical in order for us to be able to be effective in having trade that is beneficial to the member states. Because we have no railways, we have no railways moving from across the continent. It's a big challenge. So we have a big problem there. I don't know what is going to come out of. We have proposed a task force. Maybe that will propose some action points. Java House going to China. Now, these are business opportunities, and I think this can be pursued. There's nothing impossible with this. There's nothing impossible. So these are opportunities that the respective entrepreneurs, I think, can take advantage of. Climate change, I don't know. I don't know whether Komla wants to say something about that.
Merci à vous. Thank you, colleagues, for the questions. First of all, John, I think the AFCFTA architecture, the aim is to help us to be able to trade between ourselves. This is all that the AFCFTA is working towards, by ensuring that the non-tariff barriers are worked on, the issues of standards, regulations, harmonization, simplification of procedures are all done and put in place, and all the protocols are put in place to ensure that we can be able to work among ourselves. For example, once we begin to implement the protocol on trading goods that defines the rule of origin. That allows us to be able to trade between ourselves at preferential or reduced tariff rates. What it means, therefore, is that the coffee from Uganda could be traded in Ghana at a reduced or no tariff or horrible. Now, if somebody decides beyond that to bring coffee from Brazil, that will be required to face the tariff requirements. Why should I pay more for coffee from Brazil, maybe of the same or quality or whatever, if I can pay the same from Uganda? And this is where the opportunity will be open for us to be able to work among ourselves. So the whole AFCFTA architecture is centered around this. The issue of data, I've already mentioned that together with ICAO, we're going to work on the issue around data collection to understand what is going on within the sector and how those can inform, our planning and decision making. So there is no doubt about that. African brand, yes, I must also say that there is a dedicated effort by AFCFTA, we call it Made in Africa Revolution, to support branding of African commodities that will be traded within the AFCFTA arrangement. So that process is going on, is being developed, is being discussed at various levels, and I believe very soon we will be able to roll it out. But the whole thing is for us to be able to brand our commodities, as African, and also be able to bring the quality dimensions, that they have, so that they can be able to trade. We can be able to trade with them competitively with those other ones that are coming from abroad, and add, more value in terms of financial benefits to traders. About the shipment, we all acknowledge in this meeting that we have huge logistical challenges, transport logistics, that is hindering trading between ourselves on the continent. And I mentioned in my presentation that the Secretariat is looking at how to address some of these issues. It's not only even the Secretariat, but also, what kind of guidance we can provide to our member states to ensure that we direct investment to these areas that allow us to be able to develop the logistic required for trading. I mentioned in my presentation a typical example, just to bring coffee from Uganda to Ghana. I think it's easy for somebody to bring coffee from Brazil to Ghana than from Uganda to Ghana because of the logistical challenges. And this is what we're talking about. And I also mentioned that I spent the last few days also in Mombasa trying to understand, the architecture and with respect to the port serving the region and also beyond, in this, and what we can recommend in terms of investment and interventions. So all this is going on at different levels in terms of Secretariat's thinking, with respect to facilitating trade within the continent. The issue on documentation, complexity, as you mentioned, the rule of origin, whatever, as I mentioned, we're publishing a book that will guide, traders on what exactly needs to be done. But if I understood your questions well, the Secretariat is putting in place a dedicated effort to, first of all, simplify the custom procedures at the borders and also harmonize these procedures. There's a lot of effort going on digitization to ensure that these procedures are well, digitized. You don't have to do the same thing over and over again from one border to the other. So there is a lot of exercise that are going on. And I believe some of them are really at a very early stage. So I believe by the time they are rolled out properly, you will be able to see their impact and how they are able to make the transactions at the borders simple and easier. But yes, there is a dedicated effort being put in place to ensure that we simplify the border procedures, the standard procedures, the measurements, all as effort of removing the non-tariff barriers that hinder trade within the region. So the Secretariat is working on that. We can discuss the details of some of this, beyond this panel. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. On va prendre le bloc de questions de l'autre côté, s'il vous plaît. Devant. Vous pouvez passer le micro, monsieur, sur la première rangée, s'il vous plaît. Juste.
Thank you, moderator, and the presenters. My name is Matthew Mukisu from the Capital Markets Authority, Kenya. I'm also a member of the Coffee Subsector Reforms Implementation Committee chaired by Professor Kerr. Now, my interest is on the proposal to have an African commodity exchange. And I think we are already aware that we have an East Africa Commodity Exchange whose founding CEO was from Kenya, Paul Kukubo, the one who presented the morning. But really, is East Africa Commodity Exchange trading commodities for East Africa, or is just Rwanda? So what are the challenges there? I know that they tried to set up some warehouse in Kenya, but they closed again. And we ended up under the Northern Corridor for development of commodity exchanges, that each country does develop its own commodity exchange, and then we can have interlinkages. So if within the region is not working, how are we going to do the one for Africa? Now the last maybe is just a thinking. You have talked about Nigeria being a consuming country. We also have maybe North Africa and South Africa. Can we think of having maybe a commodity futures exchange in those deficit regions to interlink with commodity exchanges, spot commodity exchanges in the producing regions? Maybe that way there's a win-win where you are developing both markets and creating regional trade within Africa. Thanks.
Merci. Monsieur, juste devant, s'il vous plaît, docteur.
Thank you, the moderator. I also want to thank our presenters, Bwana Kome Bisi, for the wonderful presentation, and also Dr. Fred Kauma for the insightful presentation that you have made. I have two questions, which I think may cut across. One, African Continental Free Trade Area seems to be the promised land to address this issue, and I believe that it is within the structure of the African Union. So my main question is, in the African Union, we used to have the economic wing, which is also well structured within the African Union. What didn't it do well that the FCT will now be able to accomplish for us to enhance this trade within the African states? Then the second thing is, as we talk, you talk that we are going to have to encourage free trade within the African states. And we know that in the world economy, because you talk of putting some tariff barriers to those countries that would like to export coffee to Africa, and we know that there are some we are living in a country, in an environment where we have free market economy. Market equilibrium and price equilibrium are left to be determined by the forces of supply and demand. Is Africa going to live in isolation? And how about the possible retaliation from the Western world? How are you going to take care of that? Is it that we are trying to close our eye on this because they have been trading with African before? And there's a likelihood that there is going to be some element of retaliation. And how can we be assured that this retaliation is going to be handled? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Une dame, s'il vous plaît, monsieur. Une dame d'abord. S'il y a des dames qui veulent poser des questions, de préférence que ce soit une.
Hello?
Il y a une dame qui veut poser une question ou pas?
Am I to ask my question?
Give it to the lady.
Okay, the lady. Oh, somebody.
Tenez, il y a une dame qui est juste au mieux. Voilà. Merci.
Thank you, moderator, and the presenters are from AFCTA. My name is Faith Karimi from Coffee Nav, coffee growing company. My question goes to the two presenters. In consideration, you have said that you are simplifying the trade in terms of logistics, documents, and all that it goes with it. Are you considering also on the money movement, the payment? I'll give a scenario of one of my growers that I assist, or we partner in the trading of the coffee, and they made a sale to Morocco. And it took about 2 months for them to actually get their payment. And it is quite absurd for an African producer to make a sale to an African buyer, and your money has to be routed to somewhere in New York, and then I don't know where. By the time it gets back to the seller, you are also again faced with another challenge on the dollar exchange or the currency exchange. Do you have that component as you look at simplifying the Pan-African trade and also in promotion of the domestic consumption? The second question is about the tariffs. One of the trading obstacles that we have is actually the tariffs across the member states in Africa or even globally. So what role or what initiatives is AFCTA doing or thinking to do in order to harmonize the tariffs and make them as affordable as possible? Because we find that you are faced in some of the market destinations, you cannot make a sale, a profitable sale, because of the taxes involved and the tariffs that are there. And this can also, I can also give the narration of the coffees that we consume from the Western, the value-added coffees that we are consuming from the Western world, the market world, where our coffees is sold. We are making sales of the raw bean, and they are able to do the value addition in those export destination and bring back that coffee to us to buy as a value-added coffee to consume. And it is more affordable than a coffee that has been added value in Kenya or in Africa. So what incentives are you going to do to enable that affordability so that we can promote the domestic consumption. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. On a pris le bloc de 3 questions. Nos panélistes vont reprendre à ça et on a à peu près une dizaine de minutes pour finir. Donc je pense qu'on va réduire le 2 minutes, on passe à 1 minute la question. Et nos panélistes vont essayer d'être très très synchro et afin d'avancer très rapidement. Je vous laisse répondre.
Thank you. I mentioned the first question regarding the commodity exchange. Yes, we mentioned in my presentation about the need to look into the coffee exchange, especially with regard to area of price stabilization, etc. I believe there is value in understanding what experiences exist on the continent as we move on to discussing establishment of whatever it is, whether it will be the Africa Commodity Exchange or the Coffee Exchange. I think all these are at infant stage of discussions. So yes, it will be great to work with our colleagues here in the Eastern African region. We are aware that some of these already exist, and it will be great to work with all of you to understand what exists and where the gaps are and what exactly we need to do. But there's a global understanding that this is needed at a continental level. So I appreciate your contribution. Surely we're not closing our borders. AFCFTA, I don't think the intention is to close Africans' borders. But the protocol will allow us to be able to trade more with ourselves and among ourselves. And if we are able to remove the barriers that traditionally was not allowing us to be able to trade among ourselves and be able to trade more effectively with ourselves, there's nothing wrong with that. Others are also welcome to trade with us. But what is the point if I can buy a Ugandan coffee in Ghana, maybe for $5 per kilo, and because of the tariff concessions, what is the motivation for me to buy a Brazilian coffee for $30 per kilo? I mean, this is just how it is. That does not stop us from trading from Brazil. I think it's a matter of choice. People will be free to buy whichever one they. We are not saying that Brazil should not export their coffee to us. So I think that is a beautiful contribution, but the intention of the agreement is not to block the borders for that purpose. With respect to money movement, yes, the AFCFTA arrangement has made provision for enhancing financial transactions. This has already been launched. We call it the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. That allows countries to be able to trade among yourselves, I mean, using your local currencies and payment systems. The only thing is that even though the initiative is launched, it's still at some kind of a pilot stage. So you may not yet be experiencing it, but once it's fully rolled out, the issues regarding the currency differentials, delays, and huge transaction costs will be addressed. But the AFCFTA recognizes this challenge of payment as a challenge to trade within the continent because our currencies are not compatible. And that has already been addressed by this framework. So the African Import and Export Bank, the Afro-Exim Bank, is leading us in this process, but this initiative is already launched. It was launched in February this year, and I believe we can discuss more around this. With respect to, I think, the last non-tariff harmonization, those are the fundamental principles of the AFCFTA. So there should be no worry about the tariff differentials. Once the protocols are fully endorsed and we roll on into actual practical implementation, we will be able to realize the benefits of the tariff reductions and removals, as you mentioned, so that we can be able to participate more effectively in a smooth trading between ourselves. Thank you. I'm here, so I will be happy to answer more questions. I think time will not allow us to continue.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Fred, très rapidement pour qu'on...
The question of the costs as a result of barriers, tariffs or whatever, non-tariff barriers. I know that in the case of East Africa, we have an arrangement that in each country there is supposed to be an NTB monitoring committee, and basically the private sector should be proactive in engaging the National Committee on NTBs to see if there are any issues that need to be raised. Then they can also be brought up to the level of the East African Community Secretariat. And now in the case of the AFCFTA, there is going to be a constant review of how these barriers are being addressed. So I think it is a process which will be addressed and hopefully resolved. But the challenge that was brought up on the payment system, which Komla has explained, Africa was not designed to trade amongst ourselves. We are supposed to trade with Europe. So that's why the Afrexim Bank has set up this the Mansa system. It is named after Mansa Musa. This Mansa system is supposed to facilitate that trading arrangement, and it has a payment system which is supposed to be linked to all the central banks in the country, in the continent, so that the payment is supposed to be seamless and almost an immediate payment when all the documentation, which will be digital, also are completed. So it is a process as Komla has explained. What about the Trade Department? I think the issue of what's the difference between AFCFTA and the Trade Department at African Union. Ask yourself, what is the difference between the Kenya Revenue Authority and what used to be the Revenue Department in the Ministry of Finance? I think there's an issue of trying to create efficiencies and specialization in dealing with issues, so that now this AFCFTA was created so that it can handle all these issues instead of just the department at the African Union. So this is now to really create an efficient system so that all issues can be addressed under that auspices.
Merci beaucoup Fred. Vu le temps imparti, donc je pense qu'on va réduire la séance. Le café a de beaux jours devant nous, mais le plus important qu'on doit retenir, c'est d'abord le leadership. Je remercie le secrétaire général ici qui a fait énormément d'efforts pour qu'il y ait lieu ce premier sommet. Il est à saluer ainsi que son staff. Et la seule chose que je veux rajouter à la fin, si hier nos pères fondateurs de l'Union africaine ont été porteurs du message politique, il est de notre devoir de porter le message économique. Ayons le leadership économique, faisons en sorte que le café soit un des produits phares du continent. Comme on le dit ici, à santé sana.
The coffee agenda. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Now let us applaud the panelists once again. Thank you for the insightful discussions. Now, before we break for lunch, I wish to make one announcement that the testing of COVID for those who are traveling tomorrow is ready upstairs here. So as we go for lunch, I will urge you, those who want COVID tests, to go through the room upstairs here and undergo your COVID testing to ensure that your results come out before tomorrow. So number 2 is that we are doing poorly in terms of time. We are supposed to be back here for this afternoon sessions from 2 p.m. It's now 2 p.m. So I would urge you to be back here at 3 for the afternoon sessions. Now I will invite somebody to pray for lunch. There was a priest yesterday who can pray for lunch. Please proceed. So enjoy your lunch. The microphone, please, for the prayer.
Let's give thanks for lunch. Everlasting Father, in the mighty name of Jesus and in the blood of Jesus, we thank you for the day. We thank you for the moment. Father, dear Lord, in the book of Exodus 23 and verse 25, your word says, whoever will honor me, I'll bless their food and their water, and I rebuke every disease and every infirmity, and I'll also deliver them from every barrenness. Father, feed the spirit man as you feed the physical man. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
The birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee find a drink varied and many, each just as important. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage.
As you can see,
has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last. Africa is the birthplace of coffee. Its landscape is among the best in the world for cultivating coffee, deeply rooted in its unique and diverse culture. The continent's coffee is among the finest in the world, characterized by the typical bright acidity and winey flavor profile. Brewed around the world and in high demand due to its richness, unique flavor notes, and the skilled farmers who tend to the crop. African coffee is more than just the world's favorite beverage. Each cup has a distinct storyline. There's a story of life behind the drink we all love so much. The hands coffee passes through before it reaches the cup are varied and many, each just as important as the last.
Oh, septembre 83 boya kotala bamodele ya sika 5 ans anniversaire ya Fabrice 5 ans anniversaire ya Fabrice le 18 septembre 83 boya kotala bamodele ya sika 5 ans anniversaire ya Fabrice.
Fabrice akende sango mokili nde mobimba atongela yo abato solata mpe obima baninga balula yo Fabrice mosoni monene na kati ya Bruxelles nakende lisusu wapi ye mama
yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi ye mama yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi ye mama
mipali na 20e siècle balingi kolata lokola basi akota na Fabrice apona ya ye model aponela balingi abima na pokwa na kati ya inedi soki otali ye alumbi solo ya malasi ye
yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi ye mama yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi ye mama
PDG Fabrice directeur Engels bakopesa yo talo ya se ya mongongo Fabrice alakisaka oyo azwaka mingi oyo azwaka moke bango nyonso balata Fabrice akende sango na poto mobimba XL bayebi ye Fabrice mwana malamu akende sango mama
yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi ye mama yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi ye mama
bikolo nyonso ya Afrika mobimba balingi balata bilamba Fabrice atongi balingi balata abakonse Fabrice atongi kende na Fabrice bandeko soki olingi olata banda lokolo tina moto sapato ezali simisi ezali mama
yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi ye mama yanga tayero Fabrice nakende lisusu apie mama
5 ans ya Fabrice bimisi masangu 5 ans ya Fabrice bimisi mbuma eboti 5 ans ya Fabrice tosepela na monoko tosepela na elongi bato batala bino bolata abakoso ya Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama nasala nini Fabrice akende sango mpoto XL bayebi ye
yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama
Fabrice alatisa moto nyonso bandeko mama soki olati lipanko ya Fabrice azipi yo mokongo azipi yo panzi azipi yo libumu soki obimi na miso ya bato otiaki malasi bakotala nani asali abakose
yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama
PDG Fabrice directeur Engels olingi libanko tuna bango bapesa yo talo ya se ya mongongo na moi soki olati okei na muzika nova na poko pakoli malasi okoti safari okoti mambo okei epai ya delu batali yo obongi avakanse ya Fabrice nakeishe babe
yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama
Fabrice akende sango mama soki outi Kinshasa okomi na Bruxelles kende na XL okota na Fabrice otuna oyo yolingi alatisaka talo moke ozwaka mingi alatisi yo nakende lisusu wapi mama Fabrice oyo nani abungi ye na XL mwana ya nsomi
yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama yanga taero Fabrice nakende lisusu wapi mama pesa tolingana wanande kimyaha Bolingo koni konyo kolonga, nekoni loko la koloko. Malo batolo bakatango to kanaka, etikali loko la ba foto, nenge nyai na lingiyo. Linganga sherie, soto mwana moto yo konyo kolo, yeba zali pe moto. Bolingo na pesa na yo, ezali ako batelama, motema ya mwana moto, eboya bakasi ya lamo, soki ngai na lingi yo. Linganga sherie, omi pesa tolingana, wana ndeki nyara. Bolingo koni konyo koloma, ekomi lokola koloko, malo batolo bakatango to banaka, etikali lokola bafoto, nenge ngai na lingi yo. Linganga sherie, soto mwana moto yo konyo kolo, yeba zali pe moto. Bolingo na pesa na yo, ezali ako batelama, motema ya mwana moto, eboya bampasi ya lamo, soki ngai na lingi yo. Linganga sherie, omi pesa tolingana, wana ndeki miaha. Bolingo koni konyo kolonga, ekomi lokola koloko, malo batolo bakatango to banaka, etikali lokola bafoto, nenge ngai na lingi yo. Linganga sherie, soto mwana moto yo konyo kolo, yeba zali pe moto. Bolingo maladi du cœur, ezanga na pelo kotolo, koko ya tenoki na kokufa, sima ngai na loboko ya mobali, l'amour maladi du cœur, ezanga na pelo kotolo, koko ya tenoki na kokufa, sima ngai na loboko ya mobali. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mama, 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 mama. Mama, mama, mama. Yeah, mama. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mama, 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 mama. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mama, 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 mama. Nakufa, mama. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nakufa, mama. Bolingo maladi du cœur. Namuka kisi simbate. Ezanga na pedo kotolo. Nakene monganga aboye. Bolingo maladi du cœur. Mala. Ezanga na pedo kotolo. Nawe, mama. Bolingo maladi du cœur. Nakufa, mama. Ezanga na pedo kotolo. My baby, Michelino nawe Matalanza.
Franco de mi amor, que petit frère te rende hommage. Lukasa ya mbongo, utamai, mafebia. Salon Gabriel, Carlos Telecel, Boss Matuta, epai wapi bomona babeta penalty sa gardien biyangoyo matata ya mwasi na mobali sila tena mokili mama mama oh mama 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 oh mama likambo nini nzambe osala biso mibali tosalelaka basi bango baliaka palataka biso mula mobimba patalo moko na nzoto ye oh mama matata ya mwasi na mobali sila tena mokili mama 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 oh mama 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 oh mama mama bota ngai mwasi oyo akonyokolo ngai mwasi nzambe apesi ngai etumbu naputaka basi bandeko banyokolo kobala ya bato nayokaka motema pasi bandeko oh mama oh mama 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 matata ya mwasi na mobali sila te na mokili mama 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 mama
Décide de changer, oh, malo bébélé, chéri nangayo. Nakomi momo ya basusi, papa nangai, yo yo yo. Olingonela nakomi de koregrete, oh. Olingona moni ekomi se trop tard, regrete, oh. Nasingi maboko montemba, oh, malo nangayo. Nakobali susute, oh, montemba, oh, malo nangayo. Molingo zonga senga yo pardon, pardon, tala tasimeli na ngai esingi maboko ekoluka nakosala nyonso nakorekipere yo sheri na ngai yo absence na yo na ko supporter te na vinanga yo 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 olinga lelo na komine ko regrete olinga na moni ekomi c'est trop tard na regrete na sigi maboko monte babo baona ngayo na kobala lisusu te monte babo baona ngayo.
Akobala ndeko na yo te moto mosusu akouta mosika akobala ndeko na yo mpona nini motungisi na mabala o nzambe aloba na mokili bala osala ya yo fami ndeko na yo ya mwasi akobala akosala ya ye fami tolingila mpe ezala na fami yo bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo nalembi ye yoyoyo oh ah ngai nabaye oh yoyoyo oh mpona nini kaka ngai likambo ya motindo mboye ngai nabaye oh yoyoyo oh ah ngai nalembi ye yoyoyo oh mpona nini kaka ngai bandeko ya basi yoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo bandeko ya basi yoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo bandeko mibali bandeko basi nzembo oyo ezali koyemba mpo nayokaka mingi ke soki nayembi nzembo epai ya bandeko basi bakolobaka nazali kofinga bango me awa nazwi 12600 lettre euti epai ya basi ya mabala na ngonga moko koza koyoka mboka moko naza kotanga mikanda miango merci bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo mikanda nazwi euti na bamama ya Zaire naponi mokanda ya citoyenne mosapi ayebisi boye uta ye abala azalaki malamu na basemeki na ye me sikoyo basemeki babalukela ye balingi lisusu te alambela mobali bango moko basemeki bakomi kolambela mobali na ye eske wana ezali malamu bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo ya basi ya mabala ya Congo Brazzaville. Naponi ya Madame Bikuma. Madame Bikuma yebisi boye. Uta ye abala chance ezali te po ako akobota. Mobali asali nyonso moyen kaka te. Me basemeki mosala kofingaka ye ke ye mosala kotamwa na voiture kolata babijou. Me abondeli mobali ke abala mwasi mosusu mpo akoka kobota ye moyen ezali te.
Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka base bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo. Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka base bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo.
Mikanda nazwi euti epai ya basi ya mabala ya Gabon. Naponi mokanda ya Madame Iyeku. Ayebisi boye. Semeki na ye mokolo mosusu akei kofinga baboti na ye. Eske nalingi na yeba. Ngai moto na bala na ndeko na ye to baboti na ngai bato abala na ndeko na ye. Soka alingi kofinga. Aya kofinga ngai moto na zai epai ya ndeko na ye. C'est tout.
Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo. Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi ya bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo.
Mikanda nazwi ya basi ya mabala ya mboka Cameroun. Naponi mokanda ya Madame Obima. Madame Obima ayebisi boye. Semeki na ngai soki ayoki ata likambo olio ya kotuna ngai na maleme na ndako akoya kaka bani kotomboka kofinga ngai devant bana basi bakoli akofinga ngai bato nyonso bakoyoka nde akofinga ngai poto ngai nazali mwasi ya ndeko na ye.
Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo. Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo.
Mikanda nazwi ya basi ya mabala na mboka Togo. Naponi mokanda ya citoyenne Afia. Ye ayebisi boye. Mobali apesa ye mbongo asalaka mombongo azwa mesa na zando ya Lome. Kuna soka za koteka bilamba basemeki na ye bakoya kodefa bilamba. Metango akofuta balingi kofuta te. Réponse na bango ezali mbongo ya ndeko na bango.
Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo. Bandeko ya basi yoyoyoyo balingaka basi bandeko mibali te mpona ninyo yoyoyo.
Oh Mario, nasi na pekisa yo kolingaka pesi bazali na mbongo yoka ndenge azali kokaba yo na mitema ya basi mpe na mibali yo moto ozali na badiplome mitano Mario salaka meme efort oluka mosala Mario mpona nini oza kobebisaka kosambwisa kombo nobo Mario. Nalembi
baproduinga na pakolaka nzoto ekoma sembesembe okopetenga na zoka lobi na zwa maladi ya kanser lobi ntango nakopola yo kimina ye Mario nabaye Mario nalembi
bafamille ya Mario bakanisaka Mario apesaka nga mosoro nzokanga moto nalatisaka ye nalisaka ye nalalisaka ye Mario nalembi ye bima bima na ndako na ngai Mario mpo na nini nyongo ya bolingo kobetenga na zuwa epai zuwa ya lokuta epai zuwa ya biloko akutaki ngai na yango likambo moke mosala koboma biloko ya ndako na somba nalembi Mario nabaye yo kende Mario nalembi yo Mario okutinga na biloko mobali mosusu asomba oyoko elengi ya kovanda te Mario oyoko elengi te olia na mesa kaka soki zuwa ekangi yo na poitrine olingaka kobeta ngai nakoboma biloko Mario sinasalisa yo mingi diplome asima ngambo nasalisaki yo Mario bongo lelo ngakomi mwasi mabe Mario likambo te mokili eza kaka boye mobali akutinga na bomengo asengi akoma ndenga na ndimi mobali akutinga na bangenge asengi adirige nga na ndimi na bandi kobima na ye babandi kopenga ye monsieur Mario abimbi moto akanisi biloko na ngai ya ye Mario nabaye yo kende Mario nalembi yo Mario asongi epai ya baboti akuti mbeto na ye ya bomwana ekomi ntango akolala mbeto mokuse makolo milai Mario nalembi ye somba mbeto na baye Mario nalembi ye koyoka motema pasi te nakonga moko nafutaka bilamba nasombela yo natikeli yo souvenir ya bolingo oyo ezali na lavage nakotindela yo na bato Mario nalembi yo kende na yo nabaye yo Mario zuwa lokola fusée Mario Mario mosala kobetela ngai bana bikoko bana ngo ya yo olingo obeba mama mobokoli akobetenga na zuwa epai zuwa ya lokuta epai zuwa ya biloko akutaki nga na yango likambo moke mosala koboma biloko ya ndako na somba nabaye yo Mario nalembi yo bima bima nabaye yo Mario nalembongwa likelemba mitutuku misato nasombi Mercedes 190 nayebisi Mario mokomosi tobima tokende kosala promenade tokomi na nzela Mario bina ngai yozonga kote ngai nazali nakumba voiture mpo bamona ngambo nasombeli yo yango nayebisi Mario te ngabina na poso nakumba mpo eloko nasombi sika bato so bamona mpe ngambo nasombi toweli volanga na Mario atuteli nga voiture na nzela
G-25 in Tanzania in place, and his role, Mr. Primus is now also focusing on fostering sustainable coffee production to spearhead the goal of reviving and scaling up coffee production and productivity in Tanzania. That is the profile of Mr. Primus, and at this juncture, I want to hand over the floor to him to invite the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Primus. Karibu.
Thank you, Enosh. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As Enosh said, I'll be moderating the coffee finance. And before we call the panelists, I'd like to say a few words about financing, specifically for coffee producers. And as we know that coffee producers around the world have long been faced with a raft of financial challenges. And many of these challenges can be traced back to low or unstable coffee prices, but unfortunately it's not always simple as just paying farmers more. It's more than that. And the world of finance is very complex. Before you consider the fact that coffee is a seasonal crop. Coffee is not like other merchandising products. Coffee is seasonal. So imagine how can a farmer, you receive payment once and you distribute that payments throughout the year. Further still, producers often have to contend with prolonged payment systems, terms, lack of available collateral, and high interest rates. So today, I'm going to invite the following panelists. First, Bwana Vincent Marangu. Is Mr. Marangu around? Who? No, it's not. So I've been told that Mr. Isaac Zakaria Tugane Mithenya will be speaking on behalf of Mr. Vincent Marangu. Karibu na Isaac. I would like also to call upon Bwana Peter Onguka. Most welcome. And one last is Mr. Timothy Mirugi. Timothy Mirugi, please, if you're around. Now, Mr. Isaac Zakaria, he is the bank manager in the agricultural business sector in the cooperative bank with a special focus on coffee subsector. Isaac has been in the banking industry for close to a decade and has a wide experience in agricultural financing, supporting farmers and farmers organizations. Education-wise, he holds a bachelor degrees in finance and banking from Moi University and an executive certificate in agricultural financing from Kenya School of Monetary Studies. Bwana Isaac, karibu sana. With me also I have Bwana Peter Onguka. Yeah. On my left side, Peter Onguka is the head of lending for the African portfolio at Root Capital, a lender in social impact investment in rural communities around the world. In this role, he focuses on providing innovative financial products to coffee enterprises in East Africa and to other small and growing agricultural businesses across the continent. Since starting his career in microfinance, Peter has spent almost 2 decades expanding nationally overlooked population in his home country of Kenya and beyond. Over more than a decade at Root Capital, Peter has developed his expertise in loaning, structuring, risk assessment and mitigation, cultural finance. If you ask him what he enjoys most about his job, Peter will tell you that it is that no day is ever the same. Working in smallholder finance is action-packed and full of adventure. Karibu sana. Thank you very much. Karibu sana. The last panelist, unfortunately, I've been asked you'll speak about your bio on your own because it's very complex. I couldn't manage to talk about it much. So as time is not on our best ally, I would like to welcome Isaac to provide us and enlighten us about coffee financing. Karibu sana.
Sorry. Yeah, to speak about coffee financing and the support that Cooperative Bank specifically gives to farmers in the coffee subsector. I will start with a brief introduction about Cooperative Bank so that at least we understand why we have the interests of the farmers at heart and why we have specific focus to also financing in the agricultural sector. So Cooperative Bank was started 54 years ago. We opened our doors on 10th of January 1968. And the bank was founded by farmers through their cooperative societies, hence the name Cooperative Bank. And before the year 1968, there had been a journey behind that before we finally opened our doors. And the journey started in 1965, which was just shortly after our country gained its independence. In 1965, the farmers desired to have their own financial institution which could cater for their unique needs. At that time, they were having a challenge accessing credit and banking services. So they decided to have a bank that would cater for their needs. So in 1965, they approached the government and registered their interest to start a bank. And at that point in time, the capital requirement to start a bank was 2 million Kenya shillings. That was a hefty amount for farmers to raise, but the government was gracious enough to give them an exemption, and they were required to offer 500,000 Kenya shillings at the time to start their own bank. So they embarked on a journey to raise the capital and went back to their members to come up with the core capital. And by 1968, they had only managed to raise 255,000 out of the required 500,000. Again, they made a plea to the government, and this time the government also was again equally gracious, and they advanced the founders, the cooperative societies, an interest-free loan that would be repaid over a period of 10 years to cover the deficit. So proudly, we started the bank in 1968, and we are now 54 years old. And at that point, then, that means it was primarily focusing on farmers and the cooperative movement in the country. In 1994, we changed to a fully fledged commercial bank by moving into or adopting the universal banking model, which then meant that we opened our doors outside of the cooperative movement. We were now able to accommodate corporate and institutions and also individuals into the banking services. The bank was listed in the Nairobi Securities Exchange in December 2008, and this meant, again, we changed the structure of the bank. So the bank moved from an entity that is registered under the Cooperatives Act to a company registered by shares. But the interest of the farmers was retained through a special purpose vehicle which they formed called the Cooperative Holdings Cooperative Society Limited. This is the entity that retained the majority stake in the bank to cater for the ownership of the cooperative societies, and currently accounts for 64.56% of the shareholding of the bank. Then the balance is what is at the Nairobi Stock Exchange, having been listed in 2008. Currently, we are the third largest bank in Kenya by asset base. I have updated figures. Other than that, what has been displayed there, we were able to release our Q1 2022 reports yesterday. And as at end of Q1 2022, our total assets now stand at 597 billion. Our loan book stands at 324.5 billion, and our total deposits at 410.8 billion. We pride ourselves being the bank that supports the 15 million strong cooperative member movement. And by direct account holding, we have 9 million account holders. We are present in Kenya and South Sudan with a branch network of 178 branches and 27,000 Kwa Jirani agents or bank agents distributed across the country. We are present in all the coffee growing regions of the country. So I will now talk on the bank support to the coffee value chain, specifically on coffee financing, and I'll touch on access to credit by coffee farmers, and also touch something on digitization, how the bank also comes in facilitation of coffee trade, and other services that we offer to the cooperative movement and the coffee farmers in general. So financing on the coffee value chain at CoopBank, we start all the way from production onwards. We don't start midway on the process. We start all the way from production, and these facilities are available to our coffee farmers, the smallholder coffee farmers, through their cooperative societies in which they are organized into, but it's also available to individual and estate farmers. Under production level, we have the capital expense facilities, or the CAPEX, that is utilized for capital expenses at the production level. This will include establishment of a factory or pulping station for the farmers, or establishing the coffee nurseries. So that the facility is available for a maximum tenure of 36 months. And the repayment is pegged on the inflow of proceeds from the sale of the coffee by the farmers. We also finance inputs through our input finance facility. And the way it is structured is that it is a facility that supports the coffee farmers for inputs for a particular coffee crop. At the beginning of the season, we are able to do our initial appraisal for the coffee cooperative societies, where we look at the average annual coffee production. We look at their approved maximum borrowing powers, because cooperative societies operate under the Cooperatives Act in Kenya, and before they're able to access credit, they need to get authorization from their members at the annual general meetings, and one of the critical documents that they register is the borrowing powers. So having done that review, then we're able to appraise the cooperative society in whole and come up with limits that will cater for that cooperative society for the entire crop. So as far as farm inputs is concerned, we're able to approve a limit for the cooperative society for the entire crop. And on average, that comes to about 10 shillings per kilo of cherry based on the average production. So this limit is marked at the beginning of the season with the repayment pegged up at the time where the society expects proceeds from the sale of coffee, and this is clearly, you can clearly see it from the annual cycles that they have. The maximum tenure for that is 12 months. Then the disbursement process, at the cooperative level, the smallholder farmers are able to aggregate their input orders and relay that to the cooperative society, and the cooperative society is able to deliver that to us for disbursement. We do not disburse directly to the cooperative society for them to source for the inputs, but rather we expect them to have done competitive procurement for the input suppliers, then source the input suppliers, the input from the input suppliers, and have them delivered at the cooperative society. Then at that point, once we verify that that has happened, we pay we disburse the facility, the funds directly to the input supplier and mark it against the society limits. At processing level, we support the farmers with working capital. These funds that they will utilize for normal society operations during the coffee year. And working capital will go to buying processing materials or doing the repairs and maintenance at the pulping stations or the factories, going towards wages and salaries, or even paying for utilities. This again is a one-season facility, or a maximum of 12 months, but repayable upon receipt of coffee proceeds. This is also available for estate farmers for the operations during the coffee year. At the harvesting level, we support farmers with advance payments, where we give farmers advance based on the cherry that has been delivered to their cooperative societies, and we do this at a rate of 20 shillings per kilo of cherry that has been delivered to the cooperative society. Again, this limit is appraised and marked at the beginning of the season, awaiting the harvesting. So at the point of harvesting, to reduce the turnaround time that farmers previously were complaining about, is that since the limits are already marked, when they aggregate the request from their farmers, they're able to deliver that request to the bank, and we're able to pay directly to their farmers, into the farmers' bank accounts within 24 hours. Similar to the cherry advance, the advance payment, we also have parchment advance, where in this case we are not looking at the cherry, but rather the parchment that has been able that is already delivered to their marketing agent. And at that, when we are looking at parchment, we finance 40% of the value of the parchment that has been delivered to the marketing agents. Other than financing directly to the coffee farmers, we are also supporting them with other banking facilities, which I'll be able to, I'll want to mention briefly. And these I'll mention as digitization, or what we're doing with farmers through digitization. As a bank, we've come up with a coffee management system, which basically is a system that manages the coffee value chain all the way from production to sale of coffee. We are currently on pilot basis. Once done, we are able to move beyond that. We'll roll it out to all the coffee farmers in the country. But basically, the structure of this facility is that we are able to onboard the farmers through their cooperative societies, and these farmers will upload the cherry records, the historical production and the biodata of the farmer onto the platform. Then once we start the harvest period of the coffee, the society will update the harvest reports onto the platform. When the society has received the cherry, they'll update that onto the platform. And after pulping, they'll also update that record onto the platform. Then when it moves up the value chain to the miller also updates onto the same platform. It's an online platform that we are onboarding all these value chain players, all the way to the milling entity, the warehouse, all the way to the marketing of the coffee. Upon sale of the coffee, we have also linked with the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, and the auction results are updated onto the platform. When the coffee is bought, the buyer pays into the coffee management settlement account, which is able then to relay the payments back all the way to the farmer. This system is also integrated with the other banking system, and that is how we're able to pay directly to the farmers. And that we also support farmers with the trade facilitation of trade. In this case, the export trade the export of coffee through facilities such as the letters of credit. I'll not get into the details of how the letter of credit operates. We have documentary collection and open account. But in this case, other than just providing the services, we're able to do the advisory services for them at that point to make sure that the transaction moves on flawlessly. We also have support to farmers in terms of consultancy and capacity building through our subsidiary, COP Consultancy and Bank Assurance Intermediary, which now gives the capacity building, the trainings and the workshops to build capacity within our cooperative societies, all the way from the board of management to their members. So in a nutshell, other than financing, we offer all these other services to the farmer, the coffee movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you very much for keeping time. Another round of applause, please, for Isaac. Thank you. Isaac has taken us through key 4 areas, I might say. One is on how they finance production, processing, harvesting, patch or cherry advance, and another area is on digitalization, on coffee management systems, and also most importantly is on trade facilitation, and lastly but not least, the services on consulting and capacity building. Thank you. What I didn't hear though is that how much interests most of the financing institutions, we are farmers, they are always cry or speak about a high interest rate. Most of the lenders, they say maybe is the know-how on how to borrow, etc. So I'd love to hear much from that. Now, our second presenter, of which I was unable to give you his profile at the beginning, because I was still reading it, is Mr. Timothy Mirugi. Timothy Mirugi is the MD, Managing Director of the newly Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, new KPCU PLC. He holds bachelor's in international business with honors at Makerere University Business School, has got MBA in strategic management from Kenyatta University, and has over a decade experience in public services. Mr. Timothy, karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I'm going to talk about the coffee financing from the government perspective and what the government has done in terms of assisting or supporting the coffee farmer access adequate and affordable finance in Kenya. So in a nutshell, I'll talk about New Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, which is the government's body mandated to support the coffee farmer in Kenya. And it was established about 3 years ago. That was in 2019. And our mandates are as highlighted there. We are a milling agency and a marketing agency, and we also provide affordable financing to smallholder farmers. So our mission is as given there, as well as our vision. I don't want to dwell on them because of time. So since establishment, those are our mandates, the milling and the marketing. Those are our core mandates. And then we also have now the financing part, which we'll look at it in a short while. So in terms of coffee financing, we assist farmers in accessing finances once they have sold their coffee, or once they have their coffee in their cooperative societies, or in case of estates, once they have packed their coffee, they can now fill in some applications, and they can access the fund from new KPCU. Some of these funds mostly have assisted farmers in terms of accessing the daily utilities at home. We also have seen farmers also accessing healthcare facilities in terms of payment of the medical bills, and also in terms of paying of school fees for their children as they wait for their coffee to be sold. So one of the challenges that we have seen with farmers is that one is the high cost of inputs. As you know, right now, currently the average bag of fertilizer in Kenya is going for about $60 US. And that is mostly we find that it is out of reach for most smallholder farmers. Also, we see there's also the high interest from loans currently, and my friend would have told us better that probably average interest rate in Kenya is about 14 to 16% in terms of loans, and also the high labor cost. As we all know, in Africa, coffee is high labor intensive, and as it is high labor intensive, it also tends to eat into the farmer's costs. Then also there is the prices for the dried berry, sometimes due to delays in harvesting. As I mentioned, coffee is labor intensive in itself, from fertilizing to harvesting, and especially harvesting where it is a manual process in most of the households. So it tends to become quite labor intensive, and when the farmers do not have even that labor, it ends up in delays of harvesting of the ripe berries. And you'll find that now some of the berries would actually be attacked by insects or start falling because they have overripened. Also, the low production, in terms of if I refer to His Excellency the President's speech, we have moved from 140 metric tons to a paltry 40,000 metric tons. That's a huge drop in terms of production, something we're trying to see how we can address it in terms of assisting farmers, even in terms of financing the various processes in terms of coffee production. Then there's also the high processing costs, and then international price fluctuations that also destabilize the farmer's income. So basically, in terms of coffee financing, we look at the transparency that has resulted into a healthy market competition, increase the coffee prices, which has resulted in increased coffee prices. We have moved from an average of about Kenya shillings 35 to about Kenya shillings 80 between 2018 and 2019 and 2020 and 2021. And we are looking currently in the current season, or the just ended season, we have farmers who have been recording a price rate of about 100 shillings and above, which is very encouraging to the farmer. And you're seeing the farmers going back to the farms because they're encouraged by what they're getting out of those farms. sorry. So I will go straight to the models that we have in Kenya for the coffee financing of the smallholder farmer or the estate farmer. And recently there was an introduction of Kenya shillings 3 billion, which was injected into the coffee sector by the government of Kenya to help ease liquidity and help farmers to access basic commodities such as farm inputs, pay for the health care, for their health care, pay for the education of their children, as we saw earlier. So this 3 billion shilling is what we are calling Cherry Advance Revolving Fund, and it's a revolving fund as it is mentioned, as it is called, because farmers are advanced based on the cherry that they have. The cherry acts as collateral for the amounts that they have applied for. So basically, there is no other collateral such as car logbooks, title deeds. We use cherry advance or the cherry that is harvested as collateral for that advance. Members of cooperative societies, since they harvest the cherry, they are advanced at a rate of 20 shillings per kilogram of cherry, or the estates which have packed the coffee and they have brought in what we call parchment, we give 40% of the prevailing sales price at the coffee exchange. The coffee cherry advance attracts a 3% administrative fee, which is quite low as opposed to what I had mentioned earlier on in terms of a bank interest loan. And this is just an administrative fee, which is deducted at the onset of the advance. So, for example, if someone is borrowing 100 shillings, they advanced 97 shillings, and the 3 shillings is deducted. Then there's quick disbursement. These are some of the benefits. And then also the advances reducing farm gates to brokers. Initially, we used to see what we call coffee hawking at the farm gate. But now, so that the farmer can get quick liquidity, immediately they harvest their coffee. But with this advance, it is helping us to reduce the farm gate prices to brokers who would otherwise buy that crop at a very low price and sell it to other intermediaries, then enjoying the margin which would have otherwise been enjoyed by the farmer. So there is also the recovery is made after the coffee has been sold. So the farmer does not need to get worried as to where he'll get the money to repay the advance. The monies are deducted once his or her coffee has been sold. So basically there are also challenges. One of them is the low productivity or production and poor quality coffee. So basically is that the cherry advance is synonymous or is actually related to the production, because like we've seen before, the farmer will be advanced based on the kilos he delivers to the cooperative society or the parchment that the estate farmer delivers to the mills. So the low production also means low advances. Then sometimes it takes long for for example, if a farmer is not milling with, or if he's not getting the services of milling and marketing from New KPCU, we insist that the miller on the other side, or the private miller, or where the farmer prefers to take his coffee to, gets an undertaking, does an undertaking that they will deduct the monies and pay the cherry fund as a fast charge once the coffee has been sold. So sometimes that takes long and delays the disbursement of the advance to the farmer. Then there are also operational costs. Sometimes farmers or the cooperative societies tend to increase or balloon the operational cost, and this eats into the margins of the payout, the final payout of the farmer. And then also there is the low uptake due to the farmer being overburdened by previous loans, and then also some governance issues that farmers continue to experience at the cooperative society level. So all these challenges are aimed at being solved or toward being solved through some of the initiated reforms that the government has put in place, and through some of the things like the bill. There's a coffee bill that is currently being debated on at the National Assembly, aimed at bringing in coffee-initiated reforms that are going to bring a lot of transparency to the sector, and also make some of these provisions like the coffee financing affordable and reachable to the farmer.
You've remained with 4 minutes. Huh?
Okay, thank you. So, aside from the coffee advance or the cherry advance, we also have the coffee input subsidy program. This is a program that was initiated at the onset of this year to assist farmers to access quality but affordable inputs. So a farmer pays 60% and the government subsidizes the cost of the inputs at 40%. So currently we have that is the number of farmers who have currently registered for the program, which is about 80,000, and 59,000 out of those ones have already received the farm inputs, which are subsidized, where the farmers paid 60% and the government has provided the 40% relief or the subsidy. So basically that is it. I beg to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timothy. Another round of applause, please. Timothy has taken us through the current status of the coffee sector, the challenges, production levels, high cost of inputs, interest rates, labor costs. He also took us through on how now with the establishment of new KPCU PLC, we have a healthy market competition, increase the coffee prices. This is a bit interesting because of you cannot differentiate the effect of Brazil and the establishment of KPC, the new KPCU. However, I think it's something to note, and congratulations for that. You have also introduced to us about how coffee cherry advance revolving funds work, and lastly, on coffee input subsidy program. So thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call upon our last presenter from Root Capital. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've known Primus for like 12 years. We've been traveling with him, talking about coffee. Yeah, so the picture that you can see represent what our farmers go through, what our cooperatives go through. So being a coffee farmer, being a coffee producer, it's not a walk in the path. So as Root Capital, these are the challenges that we see. These are the challenges that we acknowledge, and then we help you walk through them. Because as you can see, the first picture, that's coffee rust. You know the kind of harm or the kind of challenges that those farmers who are affected really faced. So we had to come and rescue them. We had to look at how do we help them come up with new coffee plantation? How do we help them come with it's called what? Resistant varieties. Yeah, so that's how we did it. The second picture, this very recent, 2019, COVID came, and you know what happened. Most of them could not produce, most of them could not process because of the COVID protocols that they had to follow. So as Root Capital, we also had to see how do we work with them. So this just shows the level of instability that most of our smallholder farmers and our cooperatives face. So as Root Capital, we thrive to grow those rural and those growing producer organization. The second picture is just about, slide is about how we operate. So you've heard of the concept, the missing middle, where we have organizations which are too big for microfinance banks, and they're also too small for commercial banks. So they need a special kind of lending instrument that takes care of their need. So as Root Capital, we come in with financing that ranges between $100,000 and $2 million. And we do that because microfinance, that amount is just too huge for them. And then for commercial bank, which I'll be explaining, you'll see that the level of that enterprise development is not well formed. They are still in early stage and formative stage, meaning they're not lending ready. So as Root Capital, we have to make them be lending ready. We have to prepare them, help them set their offices, help them set the systems, so that now when my colleagues comes with the commercial bank's loan, at least they are now ready to be loaned to. Yeah, so we meet that gap, and we meet it through advisory and credit. So this is our model, the triangulation model. So triangulation, what it means is that the producer organization identify the buyer, the end market. Then us as Root Capital, we come with the financing. So they get a contract from one of the international buyers. They come with the contract to us, and then we are able to discount that contract and give them an advance. So we advance between 70% and 80% of the contract value. So now they are able to go to their farmers, pay them cash, as we heard yesterday that it takes 6 months for our producers here in Kenya to be paid. But our model helps them to shorten that time to even 15 days, because we give them advance, we give them working capital, we give them that payment so that the smallholder farmers, whenever they present or whenever they deliver their coffee, it's weighed and they are able to be paid. So that one really attracts them and motivates them to continue doing what they do best. Then you can see now they'll be able to ship the goods, the buyer will receive the goods, the payment will come to Root Capital, then Root Capital will deduct its advance plus interest and then remit the difference to the producer organization. So if you look at this cycle, it really creates a lot of efficiency because they're able to buy, process, export, buy, process, export. So it really has helped us, and it has really given us a lot of footing, both in Africa, Latin America, and in Asia. Yeah, then there you can see how we look at additionality. Additionality, what that means is that we are able to lend to enterprises which no any other financial institution can lend to. So 90% in 2021 were businesses which no one could go to. So that's what we do, and we really pride ourselves in that. Then, advisory is very critical component. Our theory of change is that when we give credit plus capacity, we are able to create organizations which are resilient, organizations which are able to absorb the shocks. Because we've seen that there are so many shocks that our farmers, our producer organizations go through. So they need someone to be able to work with them. In DRC, you know what they go through, right from Beni, Butembo. We are there. If you go to Uganda, if you go to Rwanda, if you go to Tanzania, we are all there because we work with them. We go to places where no one wants to go, but we don't go it alone. We go it with our advisory department. They are able to help them set up their offices. They are able to help them come up with system that is able to track their inventory right from the farm to the washing station to the dry mill and off to Naeb or wherever they are being exported outside. We have an accounting system that we help them with. We even help them with real data in the sense that they're able to know what they're holding as cherry, parchment, and green at any particular time. So that one also helps them to curb theft and also to create efficiency in terms of the outturn rates. Then you can also see the governance. Cooperatives are faced with a lot of governance issues because they do hold elections, which we know are also political. So we help them by training them on governance so that they're able to elect officials who hold the cooperatives close to their hearts, who are also visionary and able to push the cooperatives to the next level. These ones we've seen with cooperatives in Rwanda, like Musasa, who we've worked with since 2005. In Uganda, we have Ankole, who we started with them from zero, and right now they are really up there dealing with so many lending organizations. So this is how we work, because we want them to be stronger, we want them to be resilient. Then technological solutions, right now, we've even come up with digital solutions for them. They're able to get climate weather alert, they're able to get digital agronomy help. They just dial and they're able to be responded to on time. Yeah, so that's what we do, and that's what helps us to create resilience in these enterprises. Then finally, it just shows you that whatever we do has a lot of impact. Root Capital is an impact investment fund. It was founded by one Willie Foote in 1999. We operate in Africa. In East Africa, we are in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, DRC, and Tanzania. In West Africa, we are in Ghana. So we do this, and we do it also in Latin America and in Asia, where we are in Indonesia. So these are our impacts, the number of borrowers we've reached, the number of farming families that we've touched their lives, and the number of enterprises that we've worked with. So this is Root Capital for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. And another round of applause, please, for Peter. Yeah, Peter has taken us through who are their clients from the missing middle. That's what they're dealing with. I talk also on their model of operandi, the triangulation model, whereby Root Capital deal with the contracts to disburse payments, and coffee is taken to the traders. Also, there are other role of advisory on inventory management, accounting procedures, and technical solutions. Lastly but not least, he emphasized on how Root Capital is related to impact investing fund. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Q&A. I'd love to, for any comment, question to our panelists, you're most welcome. Thank you. Please. There is a hand here.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. En fait, je me nomme Salim Bangoura de l'Agence guinéenne de promotion des exportations Agipex. Je n'ai pas de questions. C'est juste une idée que j'aimerais partager avec l'ensemble des participants. L'idée, c'est que les 25 pays producteurs de café, à travers, bien sûr, l'OIAC, doivent essayer de trouver un programme qu'ils vont introduire dans le cursus scolaire. Parce que on est réunis dans cette salle aujourd'hui pour parler du développement durable et de croissance économique dans le secteur du café africain. Donc s'il y a un programme qui existe déjà dans le cursus scolaire, les jeunes ou la jeunesse aura le courage de se lancer dans la culture du café. Cela permettra non seulement, comme je le disais tantôt, de pousser les jeunes à cultiver le café, mais aussi à créer une nouvelle génération de producteurs de café. Mais tout en les promettant une promesse qui viendra de leur État, que lorsque vous finissez votre cursus scolaire, il y a des terres arables qui vous attendent. Il y a des pépinières de café qui vous attendent. Et l'ensemble des accompagnements qui y vont avec.
Able to provide the service
la jeunesse,
you'll need. Young people,
où les jeunes auront le courage
will have
de se lancer, je le répète encore, dans la culture du café.
The production of coffee.
Donc c'est l'idée-là que je voulais partager avec l'ensemble des participants dans cette salle.
In this particular room.
Et je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question, please. Welcome, Zé.
I'm a farmer from Murang'a County in Central Province, Kenya. I first commend the Cooperative Bank for its good work it's doing. Being a chairman of a society in Murang'a, these people are very fast in offering us commodities for farming. But there is one thing you talked about, Bwana Moderator, the interest of the materials we get, or the money we get from that place. There was another body which we are getting money from, the food commodities, but this money is no longer offered by this commodity fund because we apply for this fund, but of which we are not getting it. But sometimes we are getting it at 5%. You asked about the interest of the bank, Cooperative Bank. Cooperative Bank is a body of farmers, as Isaac said, that it was started by farmers and given some money by the former president of Kenya, Bwana Kibaki. So I tend to think that the interest they ask from us is too high because it's over 10%. And commodities fund used to give us at 5%. I asked Bwana Isaac probably to go back in the bank and reduce this amount to something which farmers can afford. I also commend the KPCU for the good work they are doing in giving us subsidized commodities. Thank you very much, Bwana KPCU. Asante.
Thank you very much. There is one hand.
Thank you very much. Otherwise, I'm a farmer from Kiambu County, specifically Githuguri Sabu County. As we commend this summit, which is getting concluded, there are some few concerns out there as far as land area in coffee, land area in Kenya under coffee. If you look at what have been happening from 2000 to now, every available agricultural land is getting segmented. And that is segmentation, as we lament the number of tonnage which Kenya used to set out from here, this is one of the areas which should be relooked. And we do believe that the agriculture minister, there in the past used to have agricultural extension officers who at least had that kind of understanding of what coffee is as far as balance of payment as related to this said imbalance between Kenya export and import. So unless this area is addressed again or re-engineered, we may end up having no particular area in Kenya left for proper, productive coffee growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question or comment, please? This side, there is a hand this side.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Maslin Kwamboka Nyabuto. I come from Kenya, Kisii County. I am a teacher but unemployed, so I decided to venture into coffee farming. Specifically, I do coffee nursery. So that is where my question goes. So do you, Cooperative Bank, finance youths, and at what interest rate, and what are the requirements? For instance, we can tell deeds, and where I come from, ladies were not given land by our fathers. It doesn't work there, unless you get married and then you go farm in your husband's land. So that is my question, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Ireri, a coffee farmer from Membu. My question is directed to my good friend, Mr. Mirugi. Cherry Fund was initiated by His Excellency the President in 2019, and farmers have been complaining there is low uptake. Does it worry you as the person in charge of dispersing this fund that there is a problem? Because the last time I checked, less than 10% of that 3 billion and been dispersed to farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take the last question and then we will allow panelists to respond.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Claude Bizimana from Rwanda. A quick question to Mr. Mirugi about the subsidy program on inputs. Can you elaborate more on that? And what the government of Kenya, how the government of Kenya has been dealing with the recent hike of input prices due to COVID-19 and the crisis of Ukraine and Russia war. And the second for root capital in terms of recovering loans from farmers. Anything to share? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I welcome panelists to start responding. Peter, on the side, can you start? Respond, please. Karib.
All right, thank you. You know, in lending, we always say we don't lend to angels, and also angels don't borrow. So, in short, yeah, we do have challenges. The only advantage for root capital is that we don't finance directly to the farmer, but we work with a cooperative which has already purchased the cherry from the farmer, process it to parchment, and then to green coffee. So we finance them based on the volume they expect to export, and that one really mitigates that primary risk of dealing with the farmer. But even with the cooperatives, we face challenges, especially to do with governance, where the official just decide to take a flight or they decide to misuse the funds. Yeah, so those ones are there. So the way we deal with them is like what I highlighted of the trainings. We do hold 2 trainings, the pre-season and the post-season, and this one is mandatory for all our clients. So that's how we deal with it. So finally, about the youth, is that yes, we as Root, all our clients, we ask them to come up with youth programs and we give them a grant. So the grant ranges between $10,000 to $20,000 so that they come up with youth programs. So that is geared towards nurseries, is geared towards creating the next generation of youths in coffee, and finally also working with universities so that they can attach their students in the cooperatives, and as Root Capital, we help by paying their stipend every month and for a period of 1 year. So that's how we are creating the next generation and sustainability and inviting the youth. So finally, for a country like Rwanda, with their policy on old coffee and old farmers, yeah, we are also working on doing that and replacing the old coffee trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to respond to the issues that were directed at me, then also make my comments regarding the comments that have been raised by the participants. First, I would like to clarify on the interest rates that we charge for the facilities that we give to our coffee farmers. I mentioned that we have the CAPEX facility for factory establishment and seedlings and the nurseries. I also mentioned about the farm input facilities that we advance to farmers and the cherry advance facility that we advance to farmers. Those facilities are drawn from a fund in the bank that we refer to as the STABEX fund. The facilities are we charge an interest rate of 10% per annum, which is at reducing balance. So I will give an example, for example, on the cherry advance, when the farmers in, say, central region of the country start receiving the harvests in November, December, and then draw the facility in January, they get their proceeds around March or April. So in the event that they draw the cherry advance, the interest rate is charged on the facility amount that has been drawn, and for the outstanding time that it has gone. So if it is 3 months, then that will translate to about 2.5% interest. 4 months, 3.3. So basically, it's a reducing balance. For the operations facility that we advance to coffee farmers, that is drawn from the commercial at commercial rates because it's from the depositors' funds, and currently stands at 13% per annum. We are, however, not limited to these facilities to our customers or our farmers. We also have the facilities that are also enjoyed by our customers who are not necessarily coffee farmers. So coffee farmers might also want to have an asset finance to procure maybe a truck or a tractor, or facilities to purchase land and so forth. So these are charged at the commercial rates of 13% per annum, reducing balance. Then there was a question that has been asked by Marceline regarding youth financing. We do not discriminate. In fact, we encourage youth to come into coffee, and this is communicated through our interactions with farmers, and even through the capacity building and workshops that we conduct through our subsidiary COP Consultancy and Bank Assurance Intermediary. On the question on whether we can finance the business on the seedlings in the event that now normally we'll ask for collateral in terms of land or debentures, but we are open to other forms of collateral to secure the facilities. We can use alternative securities, like for example the chattels, or we can also collateralize the stock that you have, in this case the seedlings, and ride on the contract that you have with the offtake or the buyers. So if you're able to enter into contracts and the title contracts with the buyers, then we can sign a tripartite between you, who is the seller, the buyer, who is buying the seedlings, and the bank, and enter into a tripartite, and also sign indemnities to make sure that upon the sale of the seedlings to the buyer, then they are going to channel the proceeds to the bank, where we are able to recover the facilities. In this case, it's a form of contract financing, so it is possible without providing the title deed. which we might be out of reach of for most of the youth. Others, we also do encourage the youths to operate under in terms of groups and cooperative societies, where we use the social security as collateral. And for cooperative societies, we are also able to finance them. Case in point is the facilities that I was mentioning. In Cherry Advanced Farm Inputs, we don't ask for securities from the coffee cooperative societies. We finance against the coffee stocks or the stocks that they're having, the tripartite agreements that we sign between us, the cooperative societies, and the marketing agents, and that secures the facilities. So, so that is possible. I welcome the comment on looking into the encouragement of youth into the coffee subsector. The coffee farming in Kenya currently is largely dominated by the elderly, but now we've seen the trend now changing to where we're having young people now being interested and engaging in coffee farming. So this is something that we commend and support and encourage, and really encourage as a bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timothy.
Thank you. I'll start by the question about the low uptake of the Cherry Fund. One of the things that caused the low uptake was the fact that initially the Cherry Fund was largely misunderstood by farmers. One of the things that caused that was the fact that first, when it was introduced, remember it was introduced during the time of COVID, when very little sensitizations were done, so farmers were not able to understand what this kind of fund was. COVID, there has been a lot of sensitizations that have been done to farmers. Farmers are beginning to understand and appreciate the fund. For example, one of the misunderstanding factor was that they have to be affiliated to New KPCU, which was largely false. And now they are beginning to understand what the fund can do and can't do, what the parameters of the fund, and diminishing and causing to apply for this fund because it's meant to cushion the farmers. Then secondly, we are also working on amendments. We have realized there are some parts of the fund that are not very encouraging to the farmers, especially, for example, when you talk about the advancing 20 shillings to the farmer, for example, vis-a-vis the cost of inputs, which is approximately $60 or 6,000 Kenya shillings. So it becomes very discouraging to the farmer even to borrow that fund. So we are also looking into amending some of the clauses or some of the areas or some of the regulations that govern this fund to make it more appealing for farmers and to make it more useful even to the farmer to apply for it. So secondly, I'll also look, I'll look into the question about the subsidy program. The government of Kenya introduced a $10,000 subsidy program meant to cushion farmers from the skyrocket through New KPCU, being the government agency in charge of matters coffee. So what happens is that the farmer is required to pay 60%, and then the government subsidizes the 40%. So the initial stage was, first of all, we get the data of the farmers, and then also now, once we have gotten the data and the chemicals, sorry. So they can access any of the two or the two, so long as they pay the 60% and then the government pays the 40%. That has benefited from this program under a span of 2 months. So I think that is quite commendable, and I think even one of the farmers, the chairman from Muranga, is also one of the beneficiaries, and he can attest to that. Also, in terms of the crisis with the fertilizer and the other inputs, yes, there has been a crisis, but thankfully I think some of these input suppliers have a way of getting the inputs into the country. On the coffee sector, we have not felt actually the shortage, but we continue to anticipate that at some point it will bite. But thankfully, some of these are manufacturers in other countries who are also shipping these commodities into the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timothy. Any follow-up questions, comment, please?
Ndungo, I'm the acting managing trustee, Commodities Fund. I want to respond to what the farmer from Ranga has alluded to on the issue of Commodities Fund not able to give the credit to the farmers. Yes, we will acknowledge that we have over soon. He will advise us on the issue of concurrence, because on our loans we have to get concurrence with him so that we are able to access this to the farmers. So we are on that, and I can comfortably million shillings to the farmers in the coffee sector. We are operating also in a coconut. We are doing loans to cashew nuts. We will be giving cashew nut. We are also in the sugar sector, advancing loans to the farmer, affordable and accessible. And I can say that we are working along the whole value chain, from mechanization, from it to inputs, and also actually we are also focusing on women and youth. And yes, the challenge is there on the issue of collateral. I think we have to rethink on the issue of collateral, especially to the young lady who has asked that, because we should focus and look at that, and we should be able to fund such a venture, because it's at 3%. So we will be able to work, because for us in the public sector, we are supposed to help those farmers access affordable and accessible credit where the commercial services are not there. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Received from all panelists. What we gathered today is that financing is without financing. But the most important thing is that for the farmers, the really worrying elements are about 4 of them. One is the interest rate we have seen today, that the higher the interest rate actually becomes quite a disincentive to our farmers to take loans or to get financing. The other issue is collateral. Most of the farmers, they don't have assets to secure loans. And if the assets are there, then they're minimum, not to the required amount they request. And this results to a higher interest rate. Another issue relating to financing from farmers' perspective is the payment terms. We see farmers, when they're applying for loan, it can take from loan application to disbursement. Actually, you may find that the purpose of that loan is already long overdue, and time also taken to repay is also another factor which is a bit worrisome to farmers. And lastly, for the farmers is the financial literacy. Most farmers, they know how to farm, how to harvest, but they don't have the financial awareness. And this is the big problem to most of the producers. To bankers, to lenders, we find some of the farmers, they are really working for the banks. Everything they gather going back to the financial institutions. That's why the issue of governance to our cooperatives is very crucial on how best they can keep on lending less and less from financial institutions. For our lenders, we have seen that most of the financial institutions, they are more concerned, or the appetite is on marketing. Appetite is after cherry has ripening. Cherry advance, processing, marketing. We see very little investment in opening new farms, something like this. And also the costing about the whole total structure of the package. So in a nutshell, what we've learned today, and I thank you all for your listening and participation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let us applaud the panelists once again. Thank you for the insightful discussions, and I wish to refer members to the Marabou Declaration in Equatorial Guinea in 2014, where the heads of states committed the member countries in Africa to dedicate 10% of their budgets to agriculture. But many of us are not allocating those resources to agriculture. So in your policy statement, you can refer to that declaration of Marabou in Equatorial Guinea in 2014, so that we enhance budgetary support to agriculture in our countries. And we refer to that document of 2014 Marabou Declaration by heads of states to increase funding to 10% in our national budgets. In Kenya, you have heard we have funds which are billions of shillings. Some of the justification is based on the Marabou Declaration. So we can use this document to argue for more allocations to agriculture. Number two, members, is we are discussing farmers as being the target of funding. In Kenya, if prices go up, coffee prices go up, farmers simply finance their coffee. So the trading pit, the traders, the exporters, the young people who are exporting coffee, who are roasting coffee, who are creating markets, may need funding so that they can be able to access the coffee from the market and sell it up where the markets are. And by creating markets, these traders may stimulate production. So we may need to create also packages for financing the young people who are getting into trade, so they can be able to buy the coffee and sell it, maybe in our markets outside our countries. So now I want to call upon the next panel, which is on youth and women in coffee. Now I wish to call on Mr. Simon Maramba to take the stage. And the panelists are Dr. Ospera Langat and Mr. Komi Agiboko, the founder and the CEO of the Chokotogo Limited in Togo. So please, Mr. Maramba Simon, the moderator, and the panelists are Mr. Komi and Dr. Ospera. Take the stage, please. I now wish to introduce Mr. Simon Maramba, who is the moderator of this session. Mr. Simon Maramba is the Deputy Director General of the National Office of Agricultural Products of Congo, a regulatory authority of coffee in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. Mr. Maramba is an economist and is a researcher at the National Pedagogical University of Kinshasa. Mr. Maramba has 42 years of experience in the coffee sector, and he has spent his entire professional career in the coffee industry. So you can hear what the moderator comes with a lot of wealth of experience. And at this point, I want to hand over the stage to him to carry on with the moderation and take us through the session. Welcome.
Bien, merci. Bonsoir à tout le monde. Merci bien. Je crois qu'on fait là déjà la course contre la montre.
Thank you for being here.
Tenons d'abord ici.
We are going to start by
remercier les autorités kenyanes.
Thanking the Kenyan authorities
for nous avoir reçus.
Receiving us well,
et aussi,
and also for the
dire,
good organization.
L'Organisation interafricaine du café pour,
and also we would like to thank Ayako
cette grande organisation,
for the wonderful organization of this conference. The subjects that we are going to tackle right now
la femme
is women.
Jeunes et les femmes dans les cafés.
Women and the youth in coffee.
Nous rappelons ici aux uns aux autres que
remember that
nos États en Afrique surtout.
Our African countries.
Cette situation de jeunes et de
This
femmes
problem of women and young people
est très préoccupante à tel point
is
qu'aujourd'hui
very important, and it still persists to date.
elle est devenue une préoccupation vraiment très importante.
It's a very important
à tel point
issue,
que
such that
nos États en ont fait des ministères.
Our countries,
je crois que c'est presque dans la plupart des États africains,
I think it affects all African countries,
où il y a des ministères
where we
de
have
la jeunesse
ministers of youth
et du genre.
And gender.
Ce sont des ministères qui sont en progression presque à travers
These ministers are found in almost all African countries.
Et à ce titre, l'OIAC n'est pas resté
And because of this, IACO was not silent on this issue.
Il accorde aussi une grande importance à
Therefore, they accorded it great importance, especially youth and women.
Bien. C'est comme vous êtes en train de le remarquer à côté de moi.
As you have seen, besides me, I have two presenters who are going to lead us
sur ce thème.
As we tackle this theme.
Nous avons le premier intervenant qui
we have the first presenter who will be Mr. Komi Agbuku.
Je pense que je n'écrase pas son nom.
I hope I got it right, the name right.
Très bien.
Okay.
Il sera le premier intervenant.
He will be the first one to present.
Alors, qui est Monsieur Komi?
Who is Mr. Komi?
Détenteur d'une maîtrise en psychologie de la
He
santé.
has a master's in psychology
de l'université de Lomé.
Health from the University of Lomé.
Au Togo.
In Togo.
Il est aussi diplômé d'études
He
supérieures.
also has a PhD.
De leadership et
leadership and entrepreneurship
de l'école internationale de
from
leadership
the International Leadership School
sportif à Stellenbosch
in Stellenbosch in South Africa.
Détenteur d'un diplôme supérieur
He also
de langue
has a higher diploma in
allemande
German language
DSH de l'université
from the University of Munich
en Allemagne.
In Germany.
C'est comme qui dirait, c'est un entraîneur certainement. Monsieur Komi s'est formé en 2013 en chocolaterie.
He formed in 2013 a chocolate producing
à Modica en Sicile, en Italie donc.
In Sicily, Italy.
A fondé en 2014.
In 2014, he formed
Choco Togo,
dont
il est le PDG.
Where he's the founder and CEO.
Choco Togo, c'est une entreprise spécialisée.
Choco Togo is a special enterprise
dans la chocolaterie,
in
100%
the chocolate
naturel,
sector, where they deal with 100% natural chocolate in Togo.
Il est fondateur.
He's the founder
et PDG
and CEO
de Enfant Foot
of Child Football
Development, une ONG qui a pour objet
an NGO whose main aim is to train,
de former,
to train
et d'éduquer les enfants
and educate children
et les jeunes à travers
and young people through games
et le sport
and
dans une approche
in a holistic
et
and integral approach, using an holistic and integral approach, creativity, leadership and community development.
Il a été dans le passé
in the past
directeur Afrique de la Fondation Service
Director
Amical
of Africa for the Friendly Service Foundation, Switzerland.
Et représentant résident
and he was the resident representative
de l'ONG allemande
of the
Action
NGO
Togo au Togo.
Togo Action Togo in Togo.
Monsieur Agboku Komi est un activiste de la transformation des produits agricoles
an activist in the production
africain à l'origine
of products from Africa.
Voilà, donc celui qui sera notre première intervention.
He will be our first presenter. He'll be the first to present.
La seconde,
The
c'est notre
second
maman.
one is
Vous allez m'excuser,
our
moi je
own.
suis matriarcat naturel.
She's our mom.
Je respecte bien les mamans au lieu
I
d'appeler femme.
respect
J'appelle
women.
toujours maman.
I call them mama as a sign of respect.
Vraiment. Le docteur Rose Bella
Dr.
Lagat,
Rose Bella Langat
est une entrepreneuse à
is
impact
an entrepreneur who has
avec
had
une
great
vaste
impact,
expérience
and she
en
has
stratégie
great
commerciale.
experience in strategies in terms of trading.
Et en mise en œuvre couvrant le bien de consommation rapide.
And she has also tackled issues related to fast-moving products.
La santé publique, l'industrie de la construction et
She has been involved in strategic management
de l'Est.
in East Africa.
Ses recherches doctorales et ses publications
Her
ont porté
publication
sur
for
la
her
manière
PhD were concerned
dont les agriculteurs reçoivent et perçoivent les informations
how
issues de la recherche.
the
en
producers
milieu
receive
rural.
research, information on research in the rural areas,
En particulier dans les zones rurales
particularly
du Kenya.
in the rural areas of Kenya.
Rose Bella est
Rose
particulièrement
Bella
intéressée à trouver
is very interested in finding
des moyens
means
d'autonomiser
to
les femmes et
to
les
empower
jeunes
women and young people
dans les zones rurales
in the rural
grâce à la
areas
génération de
through
revenus à partir de l'agro-industriel et du café en particulier.
especially in the coffee industry.
Elle est PDG
She's the CEO
et cofondatrice
and co-founder
de Ship Sangor
of Sheep Sangha
Hills Coffee Farms,
Hills Coffee Farms
spécialisée dans la
that
production
specializes in the production of
de
coffee,
spécialité
specialized coffee,
avec la marque Toulon. Et aussi
and also
la connexion des acheteurs de café
connecting
aux caféculteurs.
the producers to the consumers.
Son but est de parvenir à une production et une
Her
consommation
aim
durable de
is
café
to find a durable or a sustainable consumption for coffee
et de créer
and
une
to create
synergie
a synergy
entre
between
le nord et le sud.
the north and the south.
Elle est secrétaire générale
She's the Secretary General
et l'un des membres
and one of the founding
de
members
l'association
of the association
Women in Coffee
Women in
Industry
Coffee Industry
au Kenya.
in Kenya.
Une représentante
She's a representative of WIFCA,
International Women Coffee Alliance,
the International Women Coffee Alliance,
et fondatrice
and the founder
de
of
Sanger Women in Coffee,
Shapsanga Women in Coffee.
une organisation communautaire
A community
des
organization
femmes dans
for
le
women
café
in coffee
à Nandi au Kenya.
in Nandi in Kenya.
Voilà, vous avez
Therefore,
les panélistes
we have the panelists
qui sont ces panélistes qui vont nous entretenir, donc ils ne
who
sont pas moindres, vous les
are
constatez.
going to lead us in this
Sans
session.
plus tarder, nous donnons
Without further ado,
la parole
we give
à
the
Monsieur
floor to
Komi.
Mr. Komi.
Vous avez la parole.
The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup.
Sir, thank you very much.
Okay. Donc, avant d'aller sur scène, je voudrais
Before continuing,
qu'on nous présente
I would
une
like
petite vidéo
us
pour que nous
to
puissions voir un
watch
peu.
a short video.
Je suis dans une localité qui produit aussi de cacao, mais malheureusement, c'est des gens qui continuent toujours à vivre dans l'ignorance. D'abord des vertus nutritionnelles du cacao, des vertus thérapeutiques du cacao et surtout le poids financier que cela apporte dans l'économie nationale du pays.
Cette session va permettre de montrer à travers les ustensiles que les populations, les producteurs ont l'habitude d'utiliser à la maison, qu'on peut transformer le café, qu'on peut transformer le cacao en différents produits.
Souvent, nous avons mis des cacao magré. Voilà, donc, il y a
moi, mon souhait, c'est que la population, plus notre population togolaise, qui a la grâce d'avoir le cacao comme un produit vraiment de très bonne qualité, eux-mêmes puissent en consommer. Et c'est seulement lorsque nous produisons nous-mêmes le cacao, lorsque nous transformons nous-mêmes le cacao et lorsque nous en mangeons nous-mêmes le cacao, que nous pouvons apporter une valeur ajoutée à l'économie nationale.
Dans le temps, on était dans l'ignorance. On ne comprenait rien de cela. On était dans l'ignorance, on ne savait rien. On ne savait même pas que nos produits que nous produisons là, ça avait une grande valeur.
On nous avait croire quelque chose qui n'est pas vrai. Le cacao devait être plutôt, ça devait faire partie de notre alimentation première.
Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est les femmes qui animent ces différentes coopératives. Et ça permet, à travers ces femmes, d'apporter une valeur ajoutée, d'améliorer les moyens d'existence des ménages au niveau de la zone de production de café et cacao. Je commence par comprendre que quand on veut parler de la consommation locale, ce n'est pas le fait de faire la promotion du Choco Togo, mais c'est plutôt de permettre à ces mamans de commencer par intégrer ça dans leur nourriture de maison.
Non, vous allez. Ok, il y a une longue vidéo, je pense qu'il y a
a very long video. I think there's a technical problem. But I would like to start by saying a very big thank you to Mr. Rutega for the conference that he has organized.
Je représente la voix de ceux-là que peut-être on considère peut-être qu'ils sont incapables, qui ont des problèmes. Au même moment, je représente aussi ces mamans que vous avez vu là-bas, qui n'ont pas de voix.
Who don't have a voice.
J'ai suivi tout le panel.
And I followed everything.
Dans cette salle,
everything I've had here is that the coffee sector is full of
Pourquoi
problems.
nous, les Africains, nous voyons le secteur comme un secteur de problèmes?
Why are we looking at
Alors
it
que ça
like
fait
a
la
sector
joie
that is full
dans
of
les autres continents?
problems, and yet we
Effectivement,
have
nous
joy
allons
in
vous
this
donner un modèle
continent?
que nous faisons avec le cacao.
We've seen
Mais
what
je me
the
tiens
women
ici
are doing
aussi
there with the
par
cocoa.
rapport à mon,
And
à mon
also,
rang. Je suis le trésorier
I'm also
du
the
conseil
treasurer
interprofessionnel de la filière café cacao de mon
of
pays.
the coffee
J'ai
produce,
été
the coffee organization in my
pendant 6
country.
ans dans
I've
ce
been
conseil
there
où nous devons
for
lutter
6
pour
years.
les familles de cultivateurs
And we've been
de
able
café
to
et de
fight for
cacao.
the rights of the families that
Tout
produce cocoa.
Tout ce que vous avez vu ici, c'est juste
All that you
une
have
manière
seen
de nous
here,
dire que ça
it's
soit
just
le
a way
financement,
of
que ça
telling
soit la
us that
digitalisation, que ce soit tout ce qu'on est en train de dire, une chose reste, le problème, c'est de poser la meilleure question pour trouver la
The
meilleure
problem
réponse.
is we need
N'est-ce
to
pas?
find the correct
La
question
question
to
est de
find the
savoir
correct answer.
pourquoi
The
nous, les
question
Africains,
is why
nous
do we
produisons le cacao
Africans
ou le
produce
café
cocoa or coffee?
et que même pour avoir accès au café,
And
on n'a
yet,
même pas de financement.
to have access
Et
to
ceux qui
coffee,
en
we do not
consomment
have money
ont
to
tous
do
les
this.
privilèges sportifs.
We do not have that
Pourquoi nous allons
privilege.
continuer? Et on sera toujours à faire des sommets et qu'on ne fasse pas
If we
des
don't
pas concrets.
deal with this issue, we will continue
Ce
to
que vous
have
avez vu
many
là-bas,
more meetings with
c'est
no
la
solution.
petite contribution que nous voulons donner.
This is
juste
the
pour faire
small
comprendre que
contribution that
on
we
n'a
would
pas
like
besoin
to
de grandes
make.
stratégies pour
We
pouvoir
do not have
faire
very big
de
strategies.
de faire de grandes idées.
We
Nous avons
do
une grande
not
vision.
have
Nous
big
croyons
ideas, but we have a
que
big
si
vision.
Cette dame
We
que
believe
vous
that
voyez,
if
j'ai
these
souhaité
women
parce
that you have
qu'il y a
seen,
des questions que nous avons posées au niveau de la vidéo.
we
La vidéo
have
elle-même,
some
c'est pourquoi j'avais donné
questions
la vidéo.
that have
C'est
been
pas-
asked in the
Si
video.
cette dame que nous voyons
If these
aujourd'hui,
women that we see today,
nous avons constaté quoi?
what
À
have we
chaque
seen?
instant,
We see that every time
nous parlons de cacao,
when we
café,
talk of coffee,
cacao,
cocoa,
et nous nous focalisons sur
we
le
always
cacao-culteur,
focus
sur le café-culteur.
on the
Et en se focalisant
producers.
sur lui,
And if
lui,
we focus
il est
on
souvent au
them,
marché. On a vu beaucoup
We
plus
will-
énorme. Et c'est lui
we could have a very long list,
qui
and
subit
yet
sur toute la chaîne.
it is
C'est lui
the
qui subit.
producers that are the
Alors
main
que,
actors in this
stratégiquement
chain.
parlant,
When we talk
on n'a pas
strategically,
vu comment nous pouvons tirer en
We-
haut ce secteur.
we need to
Ce
find
secteur
a
ne
way
peut
of
qu'être tiré
helping
par la
this
consommation. Vrai ou faux?
sector. This sector depends
Ceux
on consumption,
qui
true
consomment,
or false.
C'est eux qui décident du prix.
The consumers are the ones
C'est
that
eux
decide
qui
the
donnent la
price.
valeur
It's them
au
that
produit.
give the value to the product.
eux.
It is them.
Et comment se fait-il que pendant des
And
siècles,
how
nous continuons
can
toujours
we
à
continue
produire
over
et nous-mêmes
years?
nous n'en consommons pas?
How can we continue to produce and we don't
Vous
consume?
pensez que par exemple, ces mamans
That these women
produisent le cacao
who produce coffee and cocoa, do you know they do not
café
consume
devient
them
un
in
luxe.
their houses?
Le
It
chocolat
is
devient un
a
luxe.
luxury.
Moi, je considère,
For me,
notre génération nous considère
in our
que nous ne
generation,
pouvons pas être
I think
aussi bénis sur des terres où le café ne se produit pas n'importe où.
we
Le café
cannot.
ne se produit pas en Europe.
We find that coffee is not produced in the West, yet they are the
Je
consumers.
voudrais revenir sur cet aspect.
I would like us to
L'aspect
focus
de la
on this
consommation
aspect
résout
of
tous les
consumption
problèmes.
because it will solve all the
Pourquoi?
problems. Why?
Si nous prenons donc la femme et les
If
jeunes,
we take the women and the
deviennent
young people,
ça dit que nous devons voir ça sous forme d'une stratégie.
it means that we can form a strategy.
Pourquoi c'est stratégique?
Why? Why the
Si nous
strategy?
prenons maman,
If we take them,
Si nous
mama,
l'éduquons,
for example,
nous lui apprenons à transformer
and we teach
d'une
her
manière avec
how
des
to
utensils de
manufacture using the
Des choses qu'elle peut
locally
faire
available
sans
materials, then
Vous allez voir que cette dame
will
a
this
commencé
be
par
part of the
introduire
solution
cette
to the problem?
dans la maison.
I believe
N'est-ce pas?
that through this
elle
woman,
introduit ça
she
dans la
can
maison,
introduce this to the
C'est elle qui
family.
va commencer par faire
It is
manger
her
les enfants.
That
Et son
will
mari aussi en
start
mangera.
introducing the product to
Ces
the
enfants qui
children.
commencent par être quand on a commencé à leur donner ça,
And
la
when
génération
she
qui va
starts
venir sera
by
des générations
giving
de
her
consommateurs.
children the product,
Vrai ou faux?
then the coming generations will
Donc,
continue
si
to consume
aujourd'hui
the
nous voulons
product.
résoudre le problème
And like
que
if we
le
do this,
cacao-culteur a,
then we will have resolved the issue of consumption by incorporating also knowledge and technology. We find that the woman is very strategic for the development of the sector. And if we put them in cooperative societies and we train them, and if we give them financing, we will find that we will be able to develop the rural economy where the young people do not leave the villages looking for employment because they will be involved in activities locally. Therefore, today, this sector in my country that I consider gives us the most hope for the future. And this is why we see how the young people are strategic. I'm going to share my experience. When I started Toko Shogo, when I went to the bank to look for financing, I was a student. I didn't have anything. And they told me they can't help me. For 5 years, we tried and we failed. And every year we went back. But today, it is the bank that looks for us to give us financing.
La jeunesse, on ne doit pas voir la jeunesse seulement comme une jeunesse qui reste sur aller envoyer les jeunes dans les fermes. Ils ne sont pas habitués à ça.
The young people are not used to going to their farm. Today we are living in a digital age. We are talking of strategies, and that is why we are very passionate about everything that is happening. Can we imagine
à l'élévation de ce secteur-là? Donc, les jeunes,
the young people,
tout à l'heure, on a parlé de financement.
When we talk of financing,
le financement
we don't include them in financing because we think that financing the agricultural sector, they don't have, the producers do not have access to financing.
Mais les jeunes aujourd'hui peuvent prendre ça comme une opportunité.
The young people today can give services.
Des start-upers vont se maintenir pour aider ces gens-là. Ma mère n'a pas fréquenté. Mais quand j'étais jeune,
and when I was young, it is me who dealt with everything around the house.
Ici, voilà.
And therefore, as you can see,
cette photo-là,
in the photo,
tout le jeu est joué là-bas.
Everything is right there. Everything that is in the cup comes from what is beneath it. When we talk about revenue,
le café qui est là-bas,
the coffee that is there, when you sell it as raw material, it does not benefit us.
Ni à la famille du cacaoculteur.
It does not benefit the producers, neither does it benefit their families. But once it is transformed to...
histoire d'hier. Hier, j'étais en Afrique du Sud.
Yesterday, I was in South Africa, in Johannesburg.
J'ai raté le premier, je prends le second. Et il fallait que je m'assoie pour prendre quelque chose.
I had to take something.
J'ai pris une tasse de café.
I took a cup of coffee.
Et on m'a tendu $3.
I paid $3.5 for one cup of coffee.
Alors que le 1 kilo de cela est moins de 3
1 kilo of coffee is less than $3.
Je voudrais vraiment dire un grand merci.
I would like to thank you for organizing this forum. We are the leaders.
Ce secteur comme un secteur de problème pour l'Afrique.
This is a sector that is full of problems in Africa.
Je ne pense pas que c'est un problème.
I don't think it is a problem. It is an opportunity for us.
Que nous avons fait la déclaration de Nairobi.
Yes, we have done the declaration of Nairobi.
Des feuilles
it could as well stay in the shelves and gather dust. And we will come back next year and we say the same thing. But this generation, we are not going to rest. I have already given you a vision. We have gone to 5-6 villages to show them this, because we know that today we know that this is the greatest investment. The people need to learn about the economic and health values of this product, so that we can influence them on it. This is just an example. Supposing that every morning, in every family,
tout le monde se permet de prendre une tasse de café,
everyone takes a cup of coffee or chocolate
chaque jour dans sa famille.
Every day in their family.
Vous pensez que nous allons penser à exporter le cacao?
We will even need to export this cocoa or coffee?
Et en ce moment-là, qui décide du prix?
And at that moment, who will decide on the pricing? It is them.
Tout le monde va avoir accès à toutes ces valeurs nutritionnelles que nous connaissons.
The people need to learn about the nutritional value, and we need to ensure that it is accessible for everyone. And we will find that this product will get a local market.
Quand on amène tout le monde au marché, au champ,
when we take everyone to the fields and they cultivate the product, we are not dealing with the product, because but when we move on to ensuring they can consume it, we increase the value of coffee, and that is what we will sell. And that is where the selling will start. I would like to finish by drawing your attention to two things. First of all, coffee or cocoa.
Qu'en sortant de cette salle, nous devons savoir que c'est une grâce, c'est une bénédiction de Dieu.
It is a blessing from God for us as Africans.
Et elle doit faire partir de nos plans stratégiques.
It needs to be part of our strategic plans at the state level, at the family level, in all our businesses. Because when you're talking of the value chain, from production, transport,
la transformation,
the transformation, we have very many activities
de cette chaîne de valeur.
That can take place in this value chain. The second thing, we would like to say that strategically the women have a great role in promoting local consumption. And if we look at them from this point of view, today we look for a lot of money, but time is passing. And with time we will not have this money.
Et c'est ça qui crée le problème entre nous.
And this is what is creating problems between us.
Trouver des stratégies.
We need to find strategies.
Nous qui sommes
us,
des décideurs.
Who are the leaders?
Qui sommes les suppliers, ceux qui
are the suppliers?
Prestation de services.
Who give services?
Sur chaîne de valeur.
All of us who are in the value chain do not consider so much, do not concentrate so much on coffee, because it doesn't change. But we need to consider the young people, because the youth can carry this coffee and take it very far. And I would like to finish my presentation there. I think we already have all the data that we need, and what we need to consider now is these important people in the value chain. We need to think of the woman and the youth. That is the future of our continent. Thank you very much.
Bien.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. You've seen he's a CEO. We have followed everything. We would like to congratulate you for the very clear presentation. Invest in the women and the young people. I would like to add, invest in women and children, because the mama is the blessing, is a blessing. Thank you very much. I think we have decision makers here. They have followed the speech. Therefore, the mother and the children have to contribute to a great extent. And I think we have taken note of all that you have said, because even the women are here. Now we will move to the next presenter. She's a mother, Mama Bella.
Thank you very much, the organizers, Secretary General, and all protocols observed. Thank you for according us as women this opportunity to talk about what we face in the coffee industry across Africa. We don't take for granted. As I stand here, there are thousands of women standing behind me. You can visualize it that way. And thank you, Komi, for presenting that video, because if we were sitting only with the women, we would be singing now. I don't want to call upon the women here to sing, but I know they are capable of singing while we are talking. Thank you very much. You have already been told who I am. I have committed myself to go to the ground and work with the experience and the competencies that I have to solve community problems and business problems. But I stand here on behalf of the Association of Women in Coffee. Association of Women in Coffee Industry. This is an organization that was, Association in Women in Coffee Industry is a membership organization. One second. Sorry. It's moving faster than... Yeah, Association of Women in Coffee is a membership organization in Kenya. It was registered in 2020, and our aim is to take action to bring women into full participation in the mainstream of the coffee value chain. We are currently the chapter information of the IWCA, which is International Women in Coffee, Women's Coffee Alliance, which is a global organization that represents women in coffee. Why we came together, mainly we had clear objectives, we have a clear vision, we have clear objectives and a mission. And it is about women. About women in Kenya, in coffee, and of course, we are sitting here because of coffee in Africa. This can extend to the larger group of the women in coffee in Africa. We are looking at an equitable and thriving coffee sector for women in Kenya as an association of women in coffee Kenya. But I am sure this can also translate to the women in coffee in Africa, because that's what we are looking at. We want to ensure equitable and sustainable linkages among the women in the entire value chain. Our current membership, or what we are looking at, is all the women in the entire value chain. As you have been told, I'm a coffee farmer myself, but in our membership, we have women in research, we have women in logistics, and most of them are sitting here today. We have women in trade. We have women in even coffee training. We have women who are training in cupping, and I've seen most of them here. And this association is to bring together those linkages, because there are so many things that we can learn from each other if we were to come together as women. So we have clear objectives in fact, one of the key ones is information dissemination. And I think somebody mentioned earlier that there's so much information that has been researched, but it hardly gets to the ground. And specifically so, the women. We want to create market access for women. We have talked a lot about market today, especially to the regional countries, that is in Africa. But how do we access that as women? Do we have that capacity to do that as women? We want also to create networks. There are women from Ethiopia here. There are women from DRC. There are women from Uganda. But do we have that network? Do we have that connection, even as we sit here? And yet there's so much that we can be able to learn from each other. I cannot even talk much about access to finance, because I think everybody that has spoken today has talked a lot about access to finance. It's a key issue for the women in coffee. There's an issue of advocacy. Who will talk for us as women? Somebody has to speak for us. There's so much that we can do, but somebody has to stand there to represent us. There is an issue of digitization, and I'm so happy with what was discussed today morning, but how do we utilize that as women? And then again, there is the issue of the best practice sharing and social responsibility. How can we learn this together as women? So those are our key objectives. And as you can see from the pictures there, we have women across the value chain. At that particular time, you can see the picture on the extreme left. Those are women coffee farmers in a village sitting together with some of the members of the association. And the picture on this side, we had gone, most of the members in the entire value chain had gone to a logistics company to see what happens and how we can be able to export our coffee. I want to talk a lot, or rather a little, just take a little time on what are really the gender perspectives, and this is based on research, so that when we are talking, you don't assume that we are just talking from stories. We are using empirical data, and we are using our own experiences. Even Komi has clearly put it, and I don't want to repeat on personal experiences or the experiences of women members here. But there's so much empirical data outside there. It has been researched, and it is clearly known. And these are general figures that can apply across Africa, that 30% of estate owners are women. 70% of people employed in coffee industry are women. But also research tells us that there is a challenge the women face. Kwamboka has just told us, I don't know whether she's still there or she has left. Women can hardly access finance when Kwamboka is still there. Women cannot access credit. It's very difficult for them to access credit, and she clearly put it. They don't have the title deeds. According to our African culture, we know the land belongs to the men. I know the Constitution has put it clear, but there are underlying cultural laws that you cannot just go and change. It's also evident that there is a benefit in closing that gap. The more we have a gap between the men and the women, the more we lose. But if we close that gap, there is a benefit. And this is also based on research. It has been confirmed that if we close that gap, there is always a benefit. There is also an indication that there is a link between reduced inequality and improved economic performance. So why wouldn't we take advantage of this if research has confirmed that if we reduce that gap, we will benefit as countries, we will benefit as economies. So this is really, these are not stories that we are saying, this is research that will actually improve our development if we invest in women. Sorry, I think it's going back. Yeah, there's some researches that have been done, and most of them that I came across actually were done in Uganda, and I'm happy that there are many people in Uganda here, that there's actually a difference between male and female farmers, that there's a gender gap, which I have already mentioned. That gap is there, and there's always an assumption, and this is for the people that are actually on the ground that are doing farming. You will find that even service providers always assume the decision maker is the man. So when they come to the ground, you will find that they are focusing on the man more than the woman, even when it comes to training. So you'll find that most of the trainings are structured in such a way that only men can attend. And I will explain this as we continue. it's not that anybody is doing on purpose, but it just does happen. If a training is done like this in a hotel like this, probably in a rural area, no woman will attend. Because first of all, they have commitments, they have daily commitments of feeding the children, they have daily commitment of milking the cows, and so forth and so on. So it means they cannot be able to attend the trainings. So supporting their families and building stronger, resilient coffee farming communities is so key. This is what will help us move on in Africa. Yeah, so in terms of training, like I have mentioned, access to training among coffee farmers, and these are things that I've experienced and I've seen. When trainings are done, you will find that in a forum, most of the attendants, 58%, or rather those who will attend trainings will be men. 46% would be women. And it gets even worse when it comes to female partners, let's say farm owner partners. 39% will be women that will attend the training. Again, there are issues on the ground because they cannot be able to attend. So one of the key recommendations, as you will see ahead, is how do we close this gap? How do we, one second. Okay, I think I'm going back. Yeah. How do we close this gap? But before we continue on, before we go ahead and see how we can be able to close this gap, I would really want us to look at the coffee value chain. What happens and who does what? That 70% that we talked about, where are those women? The 70% of the workers in the coffee value chain. Look at it, plant and care, most of them are women, isn't it? For those that, that are quite familiar with the coffee value chain, you will find that most of them are women at the plant care. Harvesting, most of them are women. In fact, it has been said that women are so good in picking the ripe cherry. When it comes to processing, there's a little bit of debate, but the numbers are larger still for women because they do the drying. When you look at the pictures for the drying beds, most of them are women. You will, of course, find the pulping station operator will be a man, but the other large percentage are women. But when you get to transporting, when you get to marketing and selling, majority are men. So again, what I'm trying to put out is that the women do a lot of work in the coffee industry, and we cannot be able to ignore them. But then what do we do so that we can close this gap? Because obviously we have seen there is a gap. They can't be able to access finance. They can't be able to get the proper trainings because they are not available to go for the trainings. They are busy with the household course. What are we going to do? And what are we going to ask IACO or African Union to do to consider the plight of women? And again, when I'm talking about women, and I'm not touched a lot about youth because Komi has touched a lot about youth, but I'm focusing mainly on women. So one of the things that we are recommending that we create this, we close this gap closure would be to establish a coffee fund specifically targeting the women and youth in Africa. I know one of the questions, I was talking to somebody yesterday and he was telling me, like, for example, in Kenya, there have been many funds. There is a women fund, there is a youth fund, and the uptake is very low. But it's just not a matter of just establishing a fund. It is a matter of going down into the details of why did the other fund not work? What is it really that can be done to make sure that the youth and women get these funds? And one of the key things is, of course, is collateral. Like we have said, are there methods that can be used other than just collateral? I met some women, I was with some women last evening, and they literally guarantee themselves. In Kenya, they are called chamas. I don't know what they are called in other countries, where they come together and guarantee each other. And you'll be surprised at the amount of money that they borrow from each other and repay. Can we consider such informal ways of collateral as we are doing those funds? We are suggesting that we create a traceability system, a platform, especially the people that did the presentation today about the digitization of the coffee industry. Can we have a platform that traces coffees of women to the grassroots, to origin, that when buyers are looking for coffee, they know this coffee comes from women on the ground, or when somebody wants to buy, they can trace it back to a coffee roaster who is a woman, or a coffee farmer who is a woman. I will tell you why, because there is market for this. There are people globally who are actually looking for coffee from women. Why not tap on this opportunity? We are here in Africa, and the women are here doing the coffee. Why can't we tap on this opportunity by creating a platform that can trace the coffee back to the origin of where it came from, and specifically for women? Now, coming to the training, is it possible that we do provide extension officers that will focus on the needs of women? We did needs assessment some time back, actually about 2 weeks ago, and most of the women were telling us, bring the training to the ground. Can you have the trainings in our farms? Can the extension be coming to our farm so that we spare 2 hours or 3 hours? So those are things that we should look at, especially at governmental level, at policy level. Can we have extension officers that will go to the ground to train women? Is it possible that we implement sustainable consumption and production? And I think most people have talked about this, and I'll show you a picture later. Women can, and youth can actually lead the campaign for domestic consumption. I need not belabor on this. I think most of the people have talked about this. Women can actually change a social norm of a society. Women can make the society, the household, drink coffee if they want. If they cook coffee in the morning, nobody will dispute in a household. So these are some of the things, and these can be supported as a campaign by governments, that domestic consumption supported by youth and women can be supported. And then the best practice sharing and trading among women in Africa. I know we've talked a lot about AFTA and about the regional trading. Have we considered getting the women together, forming a platform that they can discuss and even trade together? Maybe we can export coffee to Nigeria. The women in coffee in Kenya can export to women in Nigeria, can export to women in Togo, and we exchange, we import cocoa, things like that. The other one is affirmative action for youth and women in leadership and tables across the value chain and across even decision-making tables, even simple events like this. And thank you, organizers. I am the first woman today to speak in this forum. So if we can do more, you get the point that I'm trying to say. We can have more women on this table sitting in front here in many events. So that is some of the things. But I want to show you, and this is one of my last slides, by the way, so that when we sit in women meetings, we talk a lot. But today I'm trying to discipline myself. So these are activities that we have done in the Association of Women in Coffee, Kenya, and this can be replicated. And I'm happy that Komi showed what is happening in Togo. So it means a movement is actually going on. That is one of our members actually on the picture on the inside like this. This is domestic consumption. This is a rural village somewhere in the western part of Kenya that coffee is grown. And this is a specialty. One of our members, who is a Q grader, went and actually showed them how to cook coffee in the traditional way. There are no roasters, there are no machines in the rural areas to do that. But there's a way it can be done. And they actually did it. And after some, as we are talking now, when I went back to those women, they have actually been taking coffee. It is a tea growing area, but they are now taking coffee in the morning, and in the afternoon they are taking tea, and some of them mix tea and coffee in the same pan. So we don't limit their cupping styles, we don't limit their cup profile. They are the ones who know how they will do it. So that is one example of what we are doing currently, and it can be done across Africa. And then the other one is now on the upper scale, when you get women get involved in actual trading. These are women in the members of our association, and you can see that container as it is, full, 20-foot container, full, being shipped to Amsterdam. And this works coffee from women. Those women you see there, they are women in coffee. They are farmers, and they managed to get their direct market, and they took it. And this was this year. And there's demand, more demand. And the story of that buyer, they are always putting on their website saying that we bought coffee from women. Can you imagine we got coffee from women from Africa? So can we tap most of these opportunities that are there globally? So, so I want to leave you with just one quote by someone, and I've quoted the person there. If you teach a man to farm, his family will eat, isn't it? Yes. But if you teach a woman to farm, the community will eat. So, what am I saying? Even before the Secretary General here, if you teach the women and involve the women in Yako and in coffee in Africa, the whole community of Africa will benefit. Thank you very much.
Bien.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation.
Voilà que la maman a tout dit.
Our mother has said everything. Men have been called upon because they are making decisions on their own, yet we know the qualities that the women hold. Therefore, this is a challenge for the women, for the men, because the women work a lot in the fields. And what the lady wanted to know, what can be done to ensure good quality.
Je ne me fais pas entendre.
You can't hear me?
Bien, j'ai retenu une seule réponse.
I got a single response.
De mettre en place
Our mother
un fonds de café
proposed that we set up a fund for women and young people for coffee in the coffee sector in Africa. It is a cry of alarm.
Les débats.
I think now we could have debates. So if you have questions, the floor is open, or comments.
Oui, mon ami, vous avez la parole.
Yes, my friend, the floor is yours.
Protocole.
Merci.
Thank you.
C'est Alexis Tunkara.
My name is Alexis Tunkara.
Je suis le trésorier de l'interprofessionnel de la filière Café Cacao de Guinée et président de la cellule de réflexion pour la promotion de la filière. Je commence d'abord par remercier mon homologue du Togo, M. Komi, c'est vrai. Je vous l'assure que nous avons écouté il y a 3 jours des interventions. Il y a d'autres qui ont été longues, moyennes, etc., etc. Mais vous voyez que les 2 interventions étaient très courtes, mais profondes. Tout ce que nous avons demandé, mais c'est pour les jeunes et pour les femmes que nous avons demandé durant 3 jours. Notre mère l'a répété seulement. Les fonds qu'on peut mettre là-bas. Mais ce n'est pas pour les vieilles personnes qui ont la canne à la véranda, il n'en est pas question. C'est pourquoi les personnes adultes ont plaidé pour les jeunes et pour les femmes. C'est bien qu'eux-mêmes viennent confirmer la plaidoirie des personnes adultes. C'est ce qui est important. La stratégie de mon frère commis. Je pense qu'on va se voir tout à l'heure, on va échanger, c'est vrai. Lorsque je quittais une des villes de la Guinée, je suis allé dans mon village, j'ai trouvé que les gens étaient en train de dire non, mais il y a un café ici qu'on doit détruire parce que les jeunes vont là-bas, ils passent toute la journée et bien ça ne travaille pas, etc. J'ai dit mais non, c'est pas possible, vous allez les détruire là-bas. Ils vont aller où? Dans les mines. Répondez à cette question. Ils vont aller dans les mines parce que c'est le petit groupe qui reste maintenant. Tous les villages sont vides. Une partie se trouve en ville en train de faire les mototaximans après l'université. L'autre partie est dans les mines. La troisième partie se trouve vers la Méditerranée. Tous les jours, nous regardons sur Facebook, nous voyons que les décès et puis des larmes qui coulent. J'ai dit donc le petit groupe là, il faut les laisser là-bas. J'ai dit moi, c'est mon champ d'investigation. Et alors, j'ai convoqué une réunion. Je les ai dit, je convoque cette réunion parce que je n'ai que 24 heures au village, mais je vais vous dire l'importance de ce petit groupe-là. Le kiosque que vous voyez là, on l'appelle la BBC. Il y a 3 catégories d'hommes que moi, j'ai besoin de là-bas. Le matin, il faut constater vos fils. Il y a 3 catégories. Les premiers, c'est ceux-là qui sortent le matin bonne heure. Ils vont travailler jusqu'à 8h30. Ils laissent le travail pour revenir à la maison chercher à déjeuner. Et du déjeuner, ils viennent à BBC pour prendre le petit café. Pour continuer ailleurs. Ça, c'est le premier groupe. Le deuxième groupe, c'est ceux-là qui quittent le matin à 8h. Ils sont allés nulle part. Ils viennent à BBC au café, ils prennent un café chaud et ils vont travailler. J'ai dit, je n'ai pas aussi, c'est pas mon champ d'action. Le troisième champ d'action, c'est ceux-là qui rentrent là-bas à 7h pour ne sortir qu'à 18h. J'ai dit, voici la population cible que je cherche. Et c'est cette population avec elle que j'ai partagé. Jusqu'à ce que j'ai trouvé parmi cette population ceux qui se sont occupés du maraîchage, ceux qui sont occupés de la plantation de café, d'autres font la plantation de palmiers, etc., etc. Donc, si cette population qui séjournait du matin jusqu'à 18h au café, on les avait dit, quittez, ils allaient partir dans les mines. C'est pour revenir un peu sur une thématique hier qui parlait de la promotion des kiosques. Pour faire des kiosques, des centres d'écoute. Les centres d'éducation, les centres de récupération de la jeunesse en perdition. C'est une vieille citation que je vais dire. La jeunesse a raison. Ceux qui sont de mon âge et plus que moi savent que c'est le stratège M. qui l'a dit, que son âme repose un peu. Parce que la jeunesse, c'est comme l'eau. Elle prend la forme du récipient que vous voudrez que vous la mettez. Si vous la mettez dans ce récipient, elle prend la forme là. Alors, c'est nous qui allons orienter ces jeunes. C'est pourquoi nous devons préparer un avenir meilleur pour ces jeunes. Mais ce n'est pas un avenir léger, un avenir de l'endurance.
A future of endurance.
Le documentaire que je viens de voir rapidement ici, j'en ai beaucoup. Je fais tout pour entrer dans YouTube, pour aller au Mali, pour aller au Burkina, pour aller dans beaucoup de pays, les enregistrer et faire des documentaires pour que si je vais dans un village, ma sous-préfecture a 54 villages, mais partout où je vais, j'arrive à projeter les femmes qui font le maraîchage dans un désert où il ne pleut pas. Les gens qui récoltent des tonnes de maïs dans un désert où il ne pleut pas. Pendant ce temps, nous sommes dans les villages forestiers. Lorsque le riz tombe à terre, il devient quelque chose à vivre, mais on n'arrive pas à le faire. Donc, à travers des leaderships comme mon homologue commis, nous pourrons réhabiliter cette jeunesse-là. Parce que c'est l'avenir de ce continent-là. C'est l'avenir, n'est-ce pas, de toute la filière café-cacao. Donc moi je suis très content et je souhaite encore une fois découvrir des leaderships pour que nous formons un réseau de leadership africain à travers la plateforme avec le développement des ITC. Qu'on sache qu'en Guinée, au Mali, au Sénégal, etc., au Togo, il y a des gens qui sont en train de drainer, de faire bouger la jeunesse pour que l'Afrique bouge. L'Afrique ne bougera pas si nous abandonnons ces jeunes à eux-mêmes. Je vous remercie.
Merci vraiment.
Thank you very much.
Applaudissements de l'Assemblée.
You deserve
je retiens ce que Jean-Jacques Rousseau, un des grands auteurs français, il a dit.
He's already said it all.
L'homme n'est bon. Malheureusement, c'est la société.
Unfortunately,
c'est la société qui les
it is the society.
Donc, si vraiment nous suivons ce que dit notre aîné,
what he has said,
un réseau peut se formater aussi.
We need to have a network. We need. I think there is already a network in Africa.
La jeunesse.
With this network, we can be able to support the young people. Thank you very much. And it was not a question, it was just an additional comment to what our brother had already presented. Next question.
Oui, ma sœur.
Yes, my sister.
Protocole.
Protocol. We can't
I would
hear.
want to say that in Kenya, we may think that that challenge is so much. But I would want to say that the government has had interventions, and my boss will bear me witness. I was in a place where I was coordinating different projects and programs, both government and donor funded. And my mind comes back to one of the programs that we used to implement in extension. And I would want to say that what we are lacking is the information outside there with the youth. Because many different programs. How? Okay, I'm told to hold the microphone well. I was saying that there are different projects and programs that the State Department of Crops has been implementing. What is lacking is the issue of information. And I was saying that one of the programs that we implemented, I think about 15 years ago, there is something we used to call promotion of opportunities. And we held forums in the rural areas. We used to call them barazas. So you hold a baraza, and you call the community, and you tell them, in this value chain, this is where you can make money, you know. And then they would register and train them, and they are able to know this is what they will do. Currently, that one is not there. We have one of the programs that is funded by the ADB, and it is giving loans to youth. It is training. We are calling it Enable Youth, incubating youths in agribusiness. And the loans are free. And in Kenya, we are calling them 8 incubation centers. I used to chair the steering committee. But when you come to the implementation, do the youth know, or even did the implementers of that project, because I met it being done, did they know that the youth can be involved in one of the segment nodes to make money? No. Coffee is not there. We have vegetables, fish, dairy, and in the counties where we have coffee, the coffee is not included. Yet it can be. Our bosses, now we can go back to the drawing board and say, we can include coffee. But this calls for us in Kenya not working in silos, because whoever was implementing this program didn't know that they can make money. So we have good concepts, we have good projects and programs, but they are not working together in tandem to lift one another, because those facilities are there. I look at, I was telling my friend here, my colleague here, that we have the women representatives in parliament. They have their own fund. And I have one woman implementing somewhere in one of the counties. But do you know what they fund? The women request for tanks. The women request for 5 chicken. They request for different things. We have the Youth Enterprise Fund. It is there. I have been on the ground. But they don't request for such things. So I think it calls for us as stakeholders. And I think we talked with my colleague here that he should initiate a stakeholder meeting in coffee, so that we start talking as stakeholders within the country and get to know. We go out there and tell the people, hey, we are here. What do you want? We can start seedlings, you know. Hey, we are here. I give money. I give loans. Another one says, hey, I am here. I can do this. And then we start those mobilization barazas, you know, in coffee. That is the only way that the community would know I am here. You can make money, because the information is not there in the field. So thank you. It is only a comment.
Bien, merci.
Thank you very much.
Pensons que c'est toujours le commentaire.
I know that we still have some
comments.
Que
l'exposé était très accepté par tous.
I think
le panier circule.
The presentation was accepted by everyone. So if we have more comments, this is the moment. Comments or questions?
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you, Mr.
Je suis Fernand Kofi de la Côte d'Ivoire, de la structure de régulation du café et du cacao au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, je pense que les problèmes liés à la femme et à la jeunesse se gèrent avec beaucoup de minutie et de tact au niveau de nos différents pays. Au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, vu notre volume de production du cacao et aussi notre politique de relance caféière, à un certain moment, il est important de penser à l'avenir de ces deux produits. Chez nous, on a des plantations qui sont vieillissantes et on a des producteurs qui sont très vieillissants. Alors, pour régler le problème de la durabilité du café et du cacao, il est important d'associer les jeunes. Il est aussi important d'associer les femmes. Parce qu'un producteur, il n'est fort que lorsque sa famille est forte. La force d'une famille, vous l'avez dit, ça repose sur nos mamans. Au niveau de la structure qui régule le conseil, on a initié à un certain moment, c'est un partage d'expérience. On a initié il y a 2 ans, 3 ans, ce qu'on a appelé le projet de régénération et des producteurs et des plantations. Il est vrai que dans nos différents pays, on a souvent des problèmes fonciers. Donc, on a créé des balises. Le père vieillissant en partant, s'il n'a pas dissocié ou partagé équitablement sa plantation, ça cause des problèmes de foncier. Donc, ce qu'on fait, c'est de demander aux jeunes qui postulent de nous produire la certification de ce que vous avez au moins 2 hectares disponibles. Et à partir de ça, le conseil prenait l'engagement de vous accompagner sur au moins 2 à 3 ans, selon les types de production que vous avez choisi. C'est-à-dire que si vous prenez le cacao ou le café, on parle de 3 ans. Aujourd'hui, on a des variétés qui en 24, 26 mois commencent à produire. Donc pendant ce temps, le Conseil vous recommande de faire d'autres petites activités à côté. Ça peut être l'élevage, ça peut être la pisciculture, ça peut être des champs de riz, les semences et l'accompagnement technique est fourni par le Conseil. Ça permettait aux jeunes déscolarisés ou en fin de scolarité qui n'ont pas d'emploi de retourner au niveau de nos différentes contrées. Donc, essayer de maintenir les jeunes dans les régions de production que de les laisser venir tous au niveau de la ville où il y a, pour la plupart du temps, comme le disait le doyen, beaucoup de problèmes à gérer. Ce projet, il a fonctionné. Aujourd'hui, on est allé plus loin. On a pensé que si on crée une facilité de production, il faut penser à la transformation et à la consommation. C'est pour ça qu'on avait initié il y a 2 ans, 3 ans, des jeunes torréfacteurs que le Conseil a décidé de financer et la formation et l'installation. On en a formé. L'un des principes de ce noyau, de ce projet, était d'insérer les femmes. Vous aviez sur une dizaine, sur 10 qui ont été formés, 3 femmes. Donc, on a atteint le volet de plus de 33% de représentativité de la femme dans ce secteur. On va encore plus loin. Chez nous, chaque année, on a ce qu'on appelle la journée nationale du cacao et du café. C'est une célébration et des producteurs et de la productivité et puis de tous les intervenants du secteur. Il y a ce qu'on a intégré parmi les prix. Il y a un prix qu'on a attribué spécifiquement à la femme entreprenante. Donc, vous avez le prix du chef d'État qui est un prix dédié à la femme pour sa combativité et pour sa performance au niveau de la production. Mais je vous assure, depuis qu'on a instauré, on se rend compte que sur les grands producteurs, vous avez des femmes qui ont attiré pas mal de personnes à la production. Je vous donne l'exemple d'une dame qui a pris, qui a eu près de 2 à 3 fois le prix, qui elle a son mari qui est un commis, un enseignant en ville. La dame, elle a commencé à faire la plantation. Aujourd'hui où je vous parle, elle n'est pas allée à l'école, elle est analphabète, mais quand elle s'exprime, elle ne s'exprime pas en cabosse de cacao ou en fève de café. Elle s'exprime en milieu de fond. Parce que elle a une capacité de production mais vraiment incroyable. Elle m'expliquait quand je l'ai visité son installation, qui n'a rien à voir avec les buildings que nous avons, parce qu'elle vit totalement à l'aise dans sa plantation, avec tout ce que vous pouvez imaginer comme commodité. Elle a entraîné son mari, qui au départ était réticent, parce que bon, monsieur Komi ne voulait pas se salir les mains. Aujourd'hui, le monsieur, il a plus de 40 à 50 hectares de café et environ 30 hectares de cacao. Et le monsieur, à un certain moment, a décidé d'arrêter d'enseigner en ville et retourner au village. C'est vous dire comment ces effets-là peuvent permettre la durabilité de nos différents produits. Mais l'autre facteur qu'on doit intégrer, c'est la facilité de pénétration du marché de ces femmes et des jeunes. Dans nos États, on a pour la plupart du temps accordé des privilèges aux grands groupes de distribution qui maîtrisent le système de distribution. Pour la plupart du temps, les produits qu'ils distribuent, qu'ils nous vendent, sont des produits manufacturés qui viennent d'ailleurs. Parfois, ce sont nos matières premières qui ont été transformées et qu'on nous ramène. Et aujourd'hui, ils ont tellement créé de réseaux que quand un jeune qui est local
When we involve
mais un projet en place et qui veut pénétrer ces marchés, c'est très difficile. C'est à ce niveau que je pense que nos États et surtout nos structures de régulation doivent interagir pour que les projets de ces jeunes et de ces femmes qui sont l'avenir de nos différents produits puissent être accompagnés pour faciliter l'accès à ces marchés. Parce qu'il n'y a que par là que nous pouvons avancer. C'est sur ça que je voulais m'arrêter. Merci.
Merci, je crois qu'on peut applaudir l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you for sharing the experience of Côte d'Ivoire, a very big producer of cocoa. It's a big contradiction.
Vraiment, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Le panier circule. Oui, maman.
Yeah, the next person.
Voilà.
Yes. A woman will speak.
Good afternoon, this afternoon again. I am Dr. Wairimo. I said I am a lecturer and also a farmer. And I want to make a comment and a request. First of all, I want to thank our sister, Dr. Rangat, for the wonderful presentation, and also Mr. Komi for the vibrant example of the practicality of bringing the business down to where the person is. I happen to come from Nyeri, where we grew coffee. My father brought us up, the 7 of us, and educated us using coffee. Then I also got married in a farm where there is coffee. And my father now is 92 years old. He is unable to take care of the coffee, so I offered to give financial support so that he continues with the coffee business. And it is doing well. But we have one challenge in the villages, and I want us as Kenyans to be able to address this problem, because this is what is cutting the women and the youth hearts. When I farm my coffee, and we have sold that coffee from September, October, December, and January, up to today, our factory has not paid my father the dues. 600 kilos, and he cannot even take himself to the hospital. Yet, the coffee was sold. In the beginning, the prices were very, very high. They were going even up to 800 shillings per kilo. And they had assured the farmers that they are supposed to pay between 100 and 120 up to today. And we are now in June. We are starting to harvest the next season. And they don't have the money. They have no fertilizer. They have no inputs. They have no insecticides and herbicides to use. How are they supposed to survive? Who is supposed to monitor the cooperative societies where these small women, the widows who are left by their husbands to take care of coffee at very late ages, the youth, the young people who are idling in the houses and in the villages because they have nothing to do, because they are discouraged. They cannot get their money 6 months after they have sold the coffee, yet there is no bin anywhere in our selling points. So that means the coffee has already been sold and somebody is sitting with the money. So the cooperative societies have committees and management boards that are exploiting the farmers in the villages by keeping their money, delaying the payments, doing some curious and cunning mathematics, and then paying the farmers very, very poorly. This is where our women are losing it. Who is supposed to monitor these factories? Who is supposed to offer this financial protection so that that small farmer who is counting on the 300 kilos and 400 kilos will be motivated to bring 500 next year and the other year to come? If we do not solve that problem, and you know what is happening in our country, the large sizes continue to decrease, because my father had the 7 of us. So each one of us will get a 1/7 of the land. And then I have 5 children, a 1/5 of that. So at the end of the day, it is that small farmer we are counting on, not the big farmer, because they are few. Kindly somebody address the issue. How do I raise my voice for my father in the village? Where do I go? Because they are working in Kahoot, the factory manager, the committee in the cooperative society, the committee in the county level. They have connections up through. You cannot take them anywhere. Where does this farmer who has no voice, who has not gone to school, and who is counting on that small piece of land go for address? Thank you.
question est posée à Madame Isabella, j'espère. Elle va répondre. Le moment venu, vous attendez un peu. Mais je voulais d'emblée vous dire qu'il y a des
I would like
droits
to
pour
say
réclamer le droit.
that it is important to talk about the rights.
Oui, oui. Donc il y a des voix qui sont reconnues.
There are voices that are well known
Ça fait mal.
that
Tout le monde ici n'est pas d'accord avec ce type de comportement.
That can be used to speak out on behalf of those who do not have a voice.
Ce n'est pas normal.
It is not normal. What you've shared is very unacceptable.
Merci, le panier sur qui?
We've had you. Okay, on to the next intervention.
Les femmes et les enfants.
Women and children.
Voilà. C'est suffisamment clair.
Is it clear?
Maintenant, Madame, vous avez la parole parce qu'il y a une
I give the floor to Madame. You could respond to Mama's question.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. And I just want to even comment on the comments. I don't know if there's something like that. There's our brother from Guinea that said something that touched me. When he said women bring good luck. I think that is something so profound, and that creates a movement, because for sure, women bring good luck. I'm just mentioning that before I comment on what our sister Daktari has, her concern is. I think this will be addressed more by the policymakers, especially in Kenya, because I know our chairman, Professor Kea here, those are some of the things he's looking at in what he's doing about the cooperatives and how they can be able to have corporate governance. Where would the coffee disappear without being paid? You know, those are some of the questions that are being asked. But there's something that you say, that where do they speak? Where do they go and talk? Where do they get representation? And one of the key things when we were, as we created the Association of Women in Coffee, especially for the women in the rural areas, it is to speak for that woman whose coffee has been taken and has not been paid. She's in the rural, she can't be able to make a phone call, she has no connection. But if they are members of the association, any association, I'm not even talking about the Association of Women in Coffee that we are representing today, but if we have associations of women, then they can have a representation. They can have the authority to go and speak for these women who cannot be able to go and talk there. So if it is possible for as many women as possible to create associations so that they can have an alternative of where they go and voice their concerns. But for the question regarding of who will help, I will leave that mainly to the policymakers.
Thank you.
Merci.
Voilà, je crois que la messe
thank you. I believe that there are no more questions.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Nous pouvons dire en conclusion
we
que
could say in conclusion that
femmes et jeunesse,
the women
une
and
préoccupation
youth
pour les États
is a very
à
important
travers le
thing
monde, surtout en
everywhere
Afrique,
in Africa and especially
les décideurs sont avec
in
nous
our
ici.
context.
Eh bien, prenez-en fond du cœur.
This is something that
Si les
is
jeunes aussi sont
from
représentés
the bottom
ici,
of
je crois
our
qu'ils sont en
hearts.
train de suivre le
If
cri du cœur du
at all we
papa.
have any young people here
Ils sont
represented,
pour là, bien sûr, parce qu'on est en train
I'm
de
sure
partir.
they've been able
Donc, on pense à eux. Donc,
to know that we think about them.
C'est vraiment une préoccupation.
It is a
Nous
very
remercions
important
ici,
thing, and
du
we
fond
thank
du cœur, l'OIAC.
you,
Puis nous sentons déjà qu'il est en train de
Ayako
venir
from the bottom of our hearts
de décisions, beaucoup de
for giving us
Et
this
nous les soutenons
opportunity, because
Nous
we've
disons
been
merci
able to do a
à vous
lot.
tous
We thank you
pour
all
votre participation
for
très
your
active.
participation, very
Vraiment,
active
on se
participation.
félicite tous.
I would
Merci
like to
beaucoup
congratulate you all
pour la soirée. Merci.
and thank you very much.
Thank you. Let us appreciate our rapporteur and presenters. Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. Thank you also very much, Bwana Komi and Madam Dr. Rosabella Langat for the presentation. We appreciate you as you take the final photograph of the session. Dear delegates, we are almost coming to the end of our 3-day sessions, and we have some few announcements to make. But before I do that, I would request everybody to be seated. Our colleagues who are also outside, quite a sizable number of us are still outside. Please, I would like to make a request for them to come in. Our asas, please help us to get our delegates who are outside to get in so that we can start the closing ceremony. Please, and those who are inside, please remain seated. It is not going to take a long period of time. I believe I'm audible. Those people who are outside, please get in so that we can start the closing ceremony. Okay. We already have our chief guest with us, and it has been a long period of time. He has been very considerate despite his busy schedule. I would like, can I have our asas around, please? I would like to have some asas just next to the podium to help us with the protocols. Some asas around me, please. Okay. Dear delegates, we have just come to the end of our 3-day sessions, which have been, the sessions have been lively, and we would like to move with speed so that we can bring this session to an end. And I would like you to appreciate the following people I'm going to call so that they can take their seats at the podium. So please, as I call you, I humbly request your indulgence to move and be seated where you will be directed so that we can finalize on this issue. Our chief guest today, the Principal Secretary for State Department for Crops and Agricultural Research, who also doubles as the PS for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Dr. F. Owino. With due respect and my indulgence, I kindly request you to take a seat at the podium. Let us appreciate the PS as he comes. My answers, please just stay around me. You'll help me a lot. Just be around me. The second person I would like to call upon to take the seat at the podium, I would like to call Ambassador Solomon Rutega, who is the Secretary General of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization. Dear delegates, also allow me to invite the person who made this thing to happen and did a lot of lobbying, both within and outside the country, to have the Kenya as the host of the first G-25 African Coffee Summit. That is none other than Professor Joe Kea. Please take the podium. Be on the left, immediate left side of the guest of honor. Thank you, Professor Kea. The third person, the following person who is going to also share the podium with the chief guest is the Director of Coffee Directorate, Engineer Enos Akuma. Can we appreciate him? Kindly take to the right of the PS. The other side, just go the other side. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we know that we have done our part. The country, Kenya, has played their role. We would like to recognize the presence of the next host country, Uganda. And I think, Mr. Emmanuel, you will represent your country because the minister went yesterday. If you are within, please take the podium and be seated next to Professor Joe Kea. Thank you. Thank you. So I think, members, without much ado, we need to move with speed. I believe the rest, those who are of us who are outside, have found time. Just be around. And I would request minimal movement within the room as we come to the close of the session. The Principal Secretary, who is our chief guest today, Dr. F. Owino, the General Secretary of IACO, Ambassador Solomon Rutega, the Chair of the Standing Committee on Coffee Reform, Professor Joe Kerr, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my humble duty and pleasure to invite Professor Kerr to give a brief remark of how these things has gone, so that we can also learn from either we have made a success on this first attempt according to his rating. Professor Joe, the floor is yours.
Our chief guest,
chers invités principaux,
of IACO, my good friend Ambassador Solomon Rutega, my good friend Dr. Emmanuel from Uganda, engineer, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. If I say that I did not expect this summit to be successful, I will be suggesting I didn't know how resilient and capable our peers and his leadership was. It is true that we conceived, let me actually, when our peers confess, this summit was not even in the agenda of IACO. When I was invited for that meeting in Kigali, he was kind enough to allow me to make my case, and thereafter there was a resolution, and the issue was, where are we going to have it? And without even blinking my eye, I said, we will have it in Kenya. And when our peers have not consulted anybody, the only person I conferred with, Engineer Akuma, and my sister Nance Churiot, and that was it. And this came out of my commitment, and believing that there is a need for us as Africans to have a forum where we can come and discuss our issue. And chief guest, it is clear testimony, the commitment that you have seen the 3 days. The delegates, they have been here on time. And I have never seen such kind of commitment. I've been attending most of the conference meetings, and the first day is usually very good, and the last day people have taken off. So the philosophical basis on this summit is predicated on two key documents. The first one is the Agenda 2063, which envision a peaceful and prospective Africa. And then you have the Africa free, continental, intercontinental trade free area framework that inform this. The other thing that is also very, very important is that we are in an age where the international organization has not taken into account the interests of the producers' countries. And this is very evident by other forums which have been created. So with that, our chief guest, it dawned to me that too often we are very quick to seek solution outside Africa. And I can tell you, I have lived in the US probably half of my life, and we have not seen the best days of Africa. Coffee is just one commodity. But I think there are other things we can be able to do. And as a group, it is important for us to meeting every year and exchange ideas and ask, what have you done lately? And you can see some of the stuff you're hearing, the young man from Togo, our own Degwa. The kind of stuff I think they are coming with are quite revolutionary. So I want to commend you for coming and finding time. And I think for us Kenyans, once again, I want to pay some special tribute to my peers. You provided leadership in a way that I was a little bit nervous, because I think the time you were given, the team that you put together, the technical team, Ese, Bwana Kirubi, asante sana. The technical team that have done, in my opinion, very tremendous work. But before I finish my few comments, there is two persons, chief guests, I'd like to seek your audience to pay some special tribute. I think the first one is Madam Naomi Kamau. Naomi, are you around? Please stand up. And Naomi represents the peers in my committee, and I can tell you that her work in terms of getting this, particularly the cabinet memo, to be passed and this summit funded, she was quite critical. The other person is a lady that you don't know, but she happened to live in Kenya, but live in UK, but she grew up here. Hamida, can you please stand up? Please give her a round of applause. Hamida has been very, very instrumental. The first time she was able to assist us was when we got the International Coffee Organization here in 2019. We became only the third country to host ICO, next to, I think, Ethiopia and Cote d'Ivoire. She was working as a personal assistant to the executive director of ICO, and I was really, really impressed with the work that we've done. And she has also been a critical player on this summit. And I'm sure maybe my good friend Emmanuel can join me to thank what Hamida has done. She's no longer in ICO, and we are looking forward to adopt her and make sure that the other upcoming summit, you remain a critical player. Thank you again for making these summits very successful. I'm truly grateful, but I'm looking forward to us working very, very closely and ask why can Africa also prosper. Thank you, Mr. PS.
Dear delegates, the chief guest, dear delegates, I think let us appreciate Professor Kea in a better way. thank you very much, Prof, for the insights and the pieces of advice that we have got from you. Thank you also for rating us as having lived beyond your expectation. We thank God for that and the leadership of the peers who have lived with us here. Almost the entire last week we were just living here in Safari Park, living almost at midnight. Thank you very much for that, and we appreciate. Members, delegates, allow me to request the Director of Coffee Directorate, because now to hand over with any means, instruments of power that you might be having, the event that we shall now be hosting, that shall be hosted in Uganda. Any few remarks that you can have, then you can now invite your counterpart, your equivalent in Uganda, Bon Emmanuel, to say something before we go to the next level. Engineer, please.
Our chief guest, Dr. Guino, the ambassador, SG, Professor Kia, and the delegates. I don't have much myself to say other than thank all of you for responding to this very fast organized summit in Nairobi. It took us a few weeks to put it together, and one of my worries was if the delegates would find the time to get to Nairobi in enough numbers to make this summit a success. As we sit here today, it's a Friday at 6, and the house is full. It shows the commitment of the G-25 towards the summit and towards working together as G-25 to realize the mission of increasing our space on the global stage. So I don't have much. I want to thank our chief guest for giving us the leadership, for the SG here, for giving us a lot of support as we were planning. He came a week ago to Kenya to make sure things are on course. Prof was with us after the vision we had in Kigali together. We have worked the journey together. So our chief guest, mine is to thank all the delegates for their support, for their attention, for their contributions. We have had very robust discussions here, and I'm sure the report coming out, chief guest, will inform all these countries sitting here on how to move the coffee subsector in Africa forward. Thank you, and I wish to invite the MD or the director of the UCDA to make brief remarks as well.
Thank you, engineer, and the key organizer of this event. I'm very privileged to be associated with this just concluded G-25 summit, and I want to appreciate the people who have been behind this organization, starting from the beginning in Kigali, where this excellent idea came about, but also allow me to commend the efforts of many people behind the scenes. And I know almost from the onset from Kigali, there were many Zoom meetings that took place before the official committee took place, and I want to single out two very prominent people. Of course, Professor, you have done it again after the ICO here, which really made us proud. Our sister Hamida, I cannot add more, but I think delegates have to recognize your big contribution. You are bringing back to your continent the experience over the 37 years you spent in the ICO. You could have chosen to stay in London, but you thought this is the time to make Uganda, to make Africa, to make Kenya, and make Africa shine. But also allow me to really thank the excellent leadership, the excellent organization of the committee who was behind this, because it was only a few just last week that we got invitations, And I was very worried. I made a lot of phone calls to Secretary General, to Professor, because I didn't believe that many people would actually turn up. But the fact that we have the full room from day one to this late hour shows the interest all of us have in a copy. It gives us hope. When I look at the last few months, starting with Dubai Expo, the biggest population I saw boarding the flights were the brothers and sisters, the youth going to Dubai, going to Middle East to do odd jobs. I don't want to go back to the horrifying stories we have always received from our brothers and sisters who are in those countries. They are leaving the dollars here, they are leaving decent jobs here, they are leaving sustainable futures here to get in those countries. Looking at the numbers of people here, and I was touched by the last presenters, the ladies, the women in coffee. It gives us a lot of hope. This is the beginning of Africa reclaiming their own, the birthplace of coffee, and I think we can do it. I won't go back to many issues, but I want to add two statements. We have been in many organizations where we have a lot of resolutions. On the first day, our heads of government signed declarations. I think, and I want to urge my Secretary General, my brother, that as we take this leadership to take IACO to the African Union, we should take action points, not resolutions. And I hope the resolution declarations were on the first day, and fast forward, we are going to have actions. So that again, the youth, the women, we give them hope. As the next host, Kenya, you have raised, as always, the bar very high, but you are our brother next door, and don't get surprised when we call you to be part of our organizing committee. I'm going to ask you not to say no, because I know you will say yes. And I want to invite each of you in this room and those who are not in this room. During the coffee break, I saw our brother in Malawi from the High Commission in Malawi attending this session. I had never seen Malawi in any of the ICO, any IACO sessions, but to see him coming in shows that there is really renewed interest. So invite our brothers in Zimbabwe, our brothers in Zambia, and all the way to South Africa to come and join us in Uganda. Uganda, for those of you who don't know it, who have not been there, it will be your first time, but it's the most hospitable country in Africa, and I hope in the world. To the brothers in Malawi, our Arabica coffee is actually not from Ethiopia, but from Nyasaland. So come and join us to celebrate our coffee, and we offer all the warmest reception to all of you, without forgetting our brothers, my good friend from Cameroon. I saw a big delegation coming from Gabon. We want the Francophone all to join us as we celebrate the second G-25 in Kampala, Uganda, in April next year. We can start doing the booking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel. Let us appreciate him better. Our chief guest, we are soon coming to the close of this session, But before we do that, allow me to invite the Secretary General of EACO to make a brief speech, and thereafter invite you to address the delegates and close the meeting officially. Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you. The chief guest, Dr. Francis Owino, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, the Chairman of the Coffee Subsector Reform in the President's Office, Professor Joe Kea, the Director of the Coffee Directorate of Kenya, Engineer Eno Shakuma, the Managing Director of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, Dr. Emmanuel Yamremye, the heads of delegates representing the G-25, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, I'm going to just give a sort of a wrap up of the last 3 days. But before I start, I would like to once again thank, on behalf of the member states of IACO, extend the utmost gratitude to the Kenyan government for hosting the first G25 Africa Coffee Summit and extending great hospitality to us under the theme Sustainable Development and Economic Growth in the African Coffee Sector. This is reflective of the continued challenges faced by coffee farmers over decades. So now allow me to share the key highlights of the last 3 days of this summit. The first day of the summit commenced with a keynote speech by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, which was read on his behalf by the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Corporatives, Honorable Peter Munya. The speeches that followed were from the governments of Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. This followed the historic signing of the Nairobi Declaration to integrate coffee as a strategic agricultural commodity in the African Union in harmony with the African Union Agenda 2063. The trumpet of Pan-Africanism and Renaissance in Africa's AU agenda is summoning Africans again to rededicate themselves to the enduring Pan-African vision of integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. This call is further amplified in the new agreement of establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, which provided for free movement of persons, capital goods, and service to deepen economic integration and promotion of agricultural development, food security, industrialization, and structural economic reform. Admittedly, coffee is Africa's most important export commodity, and Africa enjoys a significant comparative advantage on its production. Among other sectors, the sector holds the key that could unlock Africa's prosperity of inclusive growth, therefore restructuring Africa's coffee sector. It should be a very clear priority. Our next steps subsequent to the Nairobi Declaration is value addition of coffee, increasing domestic consumption, as well as focusing on intra-Africa trade. Of great concern is that while Africa produces some of the finest coffees in the world, the production figures are relatively low. The African coffee sector has a considerable disadvantage due to lack of processing plants for value addition and has therefore remained a green bean exporter for many decades. This lack of value addition is one of the contributory factors to the incredibly low domestic consumption rate amongst African countries. Support needs to be provided for production and research, transparency and traceability, youth employment and empowering women, more land for coffee production, incentives and technical assistance offered to farmers. Most importantly, access to finance through government-backed schemes, including the Africa Coffee Facility Fund, with support from the Africa Exim Bank, Import Bank, and the African Development Bank, and the African Union. The second and third day of the summit consisted of panel discussions on different topics, such as enhancing coffee production in Africa, increasing domestic consumption in Africa, and value addition. The key outcomes include the need for the governments of the 25 coffee-producing countries to make suitable policies that will facilitate the increase in production and local consumption. Farmers need to be equipped with information on best agricultural practices for coffee production. In pricing, farmers need to be trained on value addition for coffee to fetch better prices in the market. AYACO commits to advocate and provide a platform for the 25 coffee-producing countries. We need to embrace the hospitality industry, which plays a great role in value addition. There is need to establish more coffee houses in African countries that are locally owned so that the revenue is retained within. The youth are a key target in the coffee value chain. They should be invited in discussion forums like this and conferences to interact with policymakers and influence decision-making. To incentivize farmers, there is need for governments to lower taxes on coffee. We need to reach out to unexplored markets, including secondary schools and universities, which have high student population. In mechanization, there is need to make affordable coffee-making machines available, which are equally efficient. Certification of coffee was noted as an expensive process. There is also need for harmonization of the numerous grading systems, which were found to be impractical and tedious. Alternative uses of coffee should be explored. This includes, amongst others, medicinal attributes, hair and beauty industry, which uses coffee as a key ingredient in beauty products such as massage scrubs. The discussions also centered on policy, technology, trade and coffee financing. The key outcomes include the need for Africa to seriously shift to policy implementation instead of policy formulation. AYACO is committed to spearhead this paradigm shift in policy. This will enable Africans to speak with one voice and enhance the requisite political goodwill. AYACO will also be extremely active in training youth and women for employment in the coffee sector in Africa. AYACO will endeavor to facilitate partnerships in both the public and private sectors and to boost digitalization and technology, which are synonymous with youth. Through incentivization, education, and marketing, AYACO will ensure that Africa obtains its due share of the global digital economy. We look forward to working with the AYACO member states and other African countries to achieve the goals set out in the Nairobi Declaration. I thank you all for exhibiting support for the Nairobi Declaration. Your contributions will drive the coffee agenda moving forward. I would also like to thank the leadership at the Ministry of Agriculture, led by the Cabinet Secretary, the Permanent Secretary, the Special Technical Committees, the interpreters, the rapporteurs, all the AYACO staff, the summit coordinator who worked diligently to make this a success. Finally, I wish to thank you. I look forward to seeing you again in November for the Annual General Assembly for the next G-25 summit in Uganda in April 2023. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Ambassador Solomon Rutega, Secretary General AYACO, Professor Care, the Chairperson, Coffee Reform Kenya, representatives of member countries of AYACO, the entire IACO fraternity, officials and staff members from various ministries, departments, and agencies of government of Kenya here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by echoing the sentiments of the speakers before me to the effect that this is a summit of its kind. The level of discipline that I have seen exhibited here in day 3 of such a big meeting is unparalleled. Ordinarily, meetings of such nature start having quorum hitches in day 2. But for this one, this is the last day, and we are almost at 7 o'clock in the evening. I salute you all. You have set the pace. You have set the benchmark high there, and I dare dream that with this level of organization, with this level of dedication, with this level of commitment, the coffee sector is destined for prosperity. So it is my honor to join you this afternoon on this official closing ceremony of the first African Coffee Summit. Let me, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Kenya, from the onset, thank the Inter-African Coffee Organization for choosing Nairobi as the host of the first G-25 African Coffee Summit, and the Kenyan government for accepting the request for IACO to host this important event. Kenya is a strong and dedicated member of IACO since its inception in 1960. And this was indeed a great honor and privilege accorded to us as a country. We don't take it for granted. Secondly, I want to thank you all, the participants, for having found time to attend this summit, albeit within a very, very short notice. I am delighted to learn, and indeed I experienced this afternoon, that during the 3 days of this summit, the delegates have shared insights on key and critical segments of African coffee status on the continent. I am informed that important thematic areas critical in driving the African coffee economy have been presented by experienced, intellectual, and able panelists for the last 2 days. It's therefore deeply fulfilling to note that the summit has indeed lived to the aspirations and the objectives of addressing the underperformance of the coffee sector in the continent. I have no doubt in my mind that the identified challenges of market inefficiencies, challenges of lack of market access and information asymmetry underpinning low coffee production, the challenges of processing, the challenges of low value addition and lack of trade amongst the member states of African Union will now be addressed. between and amongst ourselves. The understanding the consumers is a latent element that has not been taken seriously in the coffee subsector in many coffee-producing countries. We decry the imbalance of global coffee trade, whilst coffee consumption within the continent is relatively low compared to European, American, or even Asian countries. I want to believe that pertinent issues such as basic questions: why can't Africa drink their own coffee? Why? Why should Africa import her coffee from outside the continent for our domestic consumption? Why should we let our coffee out there without value addition to re-import it at a higher cost and price? Why? These questions essentially emanate from low value addition of our homegrown coffee and adoption of a coffee consumption culture in Africa that has been exhaustively tackled by the various presenters and experts through the past 2 days. This has been the gist of discussion. I am convinced that the recommendations and outcomes of the summit will inform decisions by the top leadership in Africa, both politically and entrepreneurial, in harnessing the rich diversity of the continent in implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area. Ladies and gentlemen, implementation of the Nairobi Declaration will be a responsibility of both member states as well as all of us as stakeholders and actors in this subsector, and will see coffee being an anchored trade commodity under the AU's agricultural mandate as an economic stimulus to support not only the livelihoods of over 10 million African coffee farmers, but also about 100 million Africans whose lives directly and indirectly depend on coffee. Expanding coffee trading regionally will enhance the AfCFTA as envisaged under the AU Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to briefly delve into the performance of coffee subsector in the Kenyan context. And again, I appreciate the presentations that came through this afternoon. The government has automated trading of coffee at the Nairobi Coffee Exchange. With this development, our licensed coffee traders can now buy Kenyan coffee from the comfort of their offices wherever they are globally via online coffee auctions conducted every Tuesday. I therefore invite you to trade in Kenyan coffee upon getting the requisite licenses from the Kenyan government. In the spirit of enhancing the ease of doing business, the government of the Republic of Kenya has made such processes of business registration and licensing simplified for investors. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I note that in hosting this summit, African countries are poised to draw various benefits amongst others. The benefit number one that we are meant to draw is the inclusion of coffee as a strategic crop in the African Union agriculture agenda. Benefit number two is developing strategies to support the production, to support the marketing, and support the consumption of coffee by all African Union member states. The benefit number three is strengthening the collaboration that has been exhibited in this hall for the last 3 days of all African countries in promoting intra-Africa trade in coffee. I repeat, strengthening collaboration. Let's do business between and amongst ourselves as African states. and for once assume the absence of these boundaries that were imposed on us at our levels of independence, insofar as coffee is concerned. The signing of the Nairobi Declaration will form the basis of our commitment to support the development of the coffee value chain. It is therefore incumbent upon us to implement all that we have learned during the presentations and the Nairobi Declaration that we are taking back home from this summit. Kenya is well endowed with a rich culture and heritage in the form of wildlife. As I indicated yesterday during our gala dinner, we have museums, we have recreational facilities. I want to take this opportunity to once again invite you to spare any free time and experience our Kenyan great hospitality, including the Nairobi National Park, which I also indicated yesterday, is the only park in the city. Is the only park in the city, in the entire globe, in the world. If you have some time, please spare some moment and have a feel of Nairobi and the great hospitality of the Kenyan people. Let me finally appreciate the contribution and the participation of everybody who made this a success. The committee members, all the government officials from the Ministry of Agriculture, other ministries, departments, and agencies that enabled us conclude this well, we greatly thank you. Our rapporteurs, we had a choir on day one that entertained us for quite some time. The exhibitors out there, our media, the logistics teams, we have our drivers, we celebrate them, our security persons, we celebrate them. We celebrate everybody, including our host, Safari Park Hotel, for the excellent facility that they are able to give us for this excellent summit for the first time in Africa. With those very many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my humble duty, privilege, and pleasure to declare the first G-25 Africa Coffee Summit officially closed. Thank you. May God bless you all as you reach out back to your countries and stations of origin. Asanteni sana. Mungu nazidi kuwabariki.
Nzuri sana, wageni mwakaribishwa.
at Kenyatta University so that you can also compare notes. I think that is well got. The second thing is about transport to hotels and airport. For those people who might be staying outside the venue, we have made some arrangement for you to be transported to your respective hotels. So please liaise with give us the names and liaise with the IACO Secretariat so that we can get the names for transport arrangement. This announcement have been also given. I'm making it with a heavy heart. I wouldn't have liked you people to travel back tonight, but I'm being told that for those people who are really pressed, I would like to travel, leave the country. We have made arrangement. Please liaise with the Secretariat so that we can provide transport to the airport. I think those are the few announcements that I wanted to make. And before we move out, I would request one of us to close this session and place us in the hands of God so that we can pray for the journey mercies and also pray for the successful planning of the next IACO G-25, which is going to take place in Uganda. So my sister, Madam Faith, please move forward so that I just want you to come and pray so that you are audible. Or if at all we have answers, you can, yeah, yes, yeah.
Thank you. Turn to the person who is next to you and tell them that they are great and they are blessed. So let us pray. Let us pray. We bless you, Almighty God, for your abundant grace, love, and honor you have bestowed upon this G25 African Coffee Summit and IACO. We thank you and bless you for Kenya as the host to this summit that has happened or is happening for the first time. We also thank you for the organizers, the partners that have made this summit a success. We bless every delegate for giving them individually as member states, institutions, organizations, the grace and the love, the commitment to make this summit a success. We speak your abundance, your favor, blessings, wisdom as we come to this wonderful conclusion and seek your mighty hand going forward. And now that Nairobi Declaration has been signed, that has made coffee a strategic crop in our AU agricultural agenda, how we pray our God that you continue providing us with leadership, wisdom, commitment, resilience towards achieving this humble declaration. As we take to a different destination, how we pray that God, you are going to grant us journey mercies till we meet again in this summit in Uganda the year 2023. And now, all of us, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. God bless you. Amen.
Please, let us remain seated as our guests leave. Please, let us remain seated as our guests leave so that we do not rush and move out. I'm called Benson Apoyo. I work for the Agriculture and Food Authority. in marketing department. Feel welcome and thank you very much. Please let us remain seated first. Okay. Please, another request. I'm very much impressed by the attendance from Uganda and our MPs from Uganda who are with us. Please join the team for the photo session. MPs from Uganda to be part of the photo session, please ensure that you join that. Oh, I'm being told that outside it has really gone dark, and therefore we are going to have the photo session within the room. So our MPs from Uganda, please. And I would like after that, then we shall have other delegates to join them.